the internet.
One of our council members calls.
I'm like, this is just right how do I go on my laptop truck?
And then just sit down and have this on the speakerphone.
So, when the mics go hot, they're hot.
Paul's got to
There's a council.
So what's the option to save batteries?
Ready to go?
Save the battery?
I do have a charger you can use.
Oh, they gave us.
Wow.
I don't either. Cheese mix.
Yeah.
No cheese mix.
So once the mics
Are
go
live.
Pardon?
once the mics are turned
Are we
on,
ready?
they're on. You don't put them on.
Is that a question?
No, that's information.
That's a statement.
from them.
Now we all have
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We will start the meeting of Tuesday, June 17th of the Mayor and Council Study Session. Item 1 is an executive session. Ms. Clerk.
Item 1 is noticed as executive session, Allison Bradford et al. Versus City of Tucson, Arizona Court of Appeals, Division 2, case number CA CV 2024-0231, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Where's Mr. Attorney? How long do you think the executive session will be?
Just 30 minutes, I think.
Okay. So we'll see you back here in 45 minutes. 45 minutes?
If people decide to eat, then it might take a little longer.
Okay. So let's just say 45 minutes. We'll be back. Alrighty. Thank you. Ready? All righty. May I have a motion to return to study session, please?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
There's a motion and a second to return to study. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carry. Item 2 is a direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council directs the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, including to proceed with a petition for review to the Arizona Supreme Court seeking a reversal of the Court of Appeals decision in this case.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. I'm going to have to change an item and move it forward. Item 6 is discussion on water conservation requirements for large quantity water users. Mr. John Kimmick is going to be presenting along with the council colleague requesting this item, but Mr. Kimmick, I know, has another conference or an important call that he needs to put in on behalf of the city of Tucson Water. So we are going to start with this particular item. And I'd like to give some time and space for Councilmember Nikki Lee to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for giving us the space to have this conversation today. We know that mayors and councils for decades here in the city of Tucson have taken proactive steps with respect to water conservation, and in just paying attention, as all of us have been, to the changing climate and the drought situation that we find ourselves in. I recently learned of some work that other cities and towns in Colorado River Basin states have been doing with respect to large quantity water users. So users that are using hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a day. I understand we don't have anyone in that category at the moment, but in the spirit of being proactive and looking at the future, I wanted to have the water department come talk to us. The city of Phoenix recently, in 2023 or 2024, passed a package of ordinances to address this, and I was hoping that our team could tell us a little bit about what the city of Phoenix has done and see if it's something that we want to explore or other options to position our city for the future. So, John, did you want to talk a little bit about what you guys have been looking at?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Members of council, first off, I want to thank Councilmember Lee for bringing this up. This is something we've been looking at the Water Department for more than a year now, and particularly since we passed the One Water 2100 plan, and part of the One Water 2100 plan, if you recall, are demand strategies. So under demand strategies, there's been a series of things that we've looked at over the last couple of years. We've done the turf ordinance and received some grant for turf reduction. We recently did the commercial rate change to change the tiers related with that. But also one of the things that was hanging out there and what we've been picking up not only regionally in the Colorado Basin, but globally too and nationally is we're seeing some communities are starting to deal with large industrial water users coming into their areas. So staff has been talking about this in a less formal manner over the past year or so, and then so the timing on Councilmember Lee's request for discussion is appropriate and very much welcome by staff as it continues our One Water planning efforts moving forward. I can shed a little light on what our other community north of us is currently doing, and there's some interesting approaches that they're doing. So they've essentially established an ordinance that has a two-tier structure for large users, and the way they're characterizing large users in the city of Phoenix is one level is 250,000 gallons per day, and then the second level, or the top tier, is 500,000 gallons a day. And how they've associated that is in the development process. So as opposed to the traditional development process where someone comes in, they go through, for example, our development processes, and then they start to talk about what their anticipated water use is. If it gets to those levels or those thresholds that would categorize them as a large quantity user, then it triggers conservation information and conservation-related requirements that have to be made as part of the development package. So then when that governing body, that mayor and council, would move on accepting a development package, it would have those water use triggers already in there and what they would do to offset water demands if they are a large quantity user. So that's kind of where they are in a nutshell, and how they're approaching it, and we see a lot of value in doing a threshold tiered system, and it's something that we're with direction would love to look more deeply into, as well as other large quantity conservation efforts as well.
And Mayor, it's really in the spirit of balancing economic development with our water future. And John, if we do decide as a team to move forward and having you all explore, I definitely want to make sure that we engage all of the stakeholders, the environmental groups, the business community, and make sure that we're involving everyone along the way. So, Mayor, if I could just go ahead and put a motion on the floor.
Yes, I was going to ask you.
Yes. I would love to give us direction to proceed and come back in September and October for some options for us to consider with respect to large quantity water users.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Lee, are you envisioning policies like the one, the large quantity water users ordinance that the city of Phoenix passed?
I think we should definitely consider that. John and I and Scott from Water met with some folks in Phoenix, and they were very generous in sharing the templates that they use, the one-pager that they use to help explain why they were doing this. I think it's a good thing, and other cities are also doing similar things. So I think just having the team look at what other cities are doing and what makes sense for us and working with stakeholders would be a good place to start, and then bring us back some options.
Excellent. So there's a motion and a second. This is the time for discussion, and I will start. For us as Tucsonans, we are used to, as mayor and council, and as residents of Tucson, to have an ethic of water conservation. And we have been doing this both as a mayor and council, a water utility, and community for at least 3 decades. And so we all want to be responsible for a finite resource that will be important for Tucson to continue to thrive as a desert city. And so I absolutely 1,000% agree with you, Councilman Lee, that this is about balancing the need for economic development and job creation and the need to conserve our water resources into the future. Let's remember that the city of Phoenix, which is Arizona's largest city, is a place that has been recognized, I would say easily the last 10 years, for its economic development. They're very, very aggressive at job creation and economic development. They recently realized that they needed to require large water users to go through additional review and scrutiny before connecting them to their water system, and their economy hasn't slowed. So they're a perfect example for us to use to be able to say, look, we can have both economic development and water conservation and water sense. So Tucson has always been ahead of the curve when it comes to water conservation. This particular discussion is aligned, as you said, John, with the Tucson One Water 2100 plan and our broader climate adaptation goals. And it also brings a level of responsibility for companies that are thinking of bringing jobs into our community, which, by the way, as mayor, I work very, very hard to align Tucson to opportunities of creating high-wage, long-term jobs. I believe deeply that we can fulfill both the responsibility to our community and young people to create economic opportunities and to be able to be smart in terms of water conservation. I do have a question. For me, we have to be able to distinguish the needs, right? Economic development and then the needs that our community has and institutionalize equity safeguards. How would this possible ordinance affect public institutions like schools and hospitals in terms of triggering large user thresholds? Is there any explanation in terms of what Phoenix has done on that?
When it comes to those types of public institutions, Mayor, I do not know directly how Phoenix is dealing with that, but I think that's appropriate for us to consider that if we want to make sure that if there's something different that we want to apply to those government or pseudo-government institutions.
Mm-hmm. Is there any other city in Arizona that has a similar ordinance?
As far as I know, I think Phoenix is the primary one that I'm aware of.
And does Phoenix have like a fast-track review process for applicants who align with Tucson's water and climate goals, similar to the incentives we offer for infill development?
I would have to look at the Phoenix's full portfolio on that. But their large user ordinance does, if they were going to meet those thresholds, that has to be part of the full development package. One thing that we also want to consider is on a large user in Phoenix, they evaluate using 30% of the water has to be recycled or a form of recycling. That can come either by connecting to a reclaimed water system, or it can be done by what's happening more globally is on-site reuse, where their encouragement for recycling to occur at the facility itself in lieu of having to be on the recycled water program. The other thing that I don't believe is a part of Phoenix's, but I've seen in other jurisdictions globally, is investments in the water utility itself to save 30% or 40% more of water. So there could be a variety of options that we would want to look at and consider, and have a menu for any prospective economic development to come in to show where their water savings would be, and then how they can either do it themselves or contribute to the whole city infrastructure to save that amount of water.
And I also agree that we should have a robust conversation with stakeholders, conservation groups, as well as economic development partners, and that includes Sun Corridor, now the Southern Arizona Chamber of Commerce, as well as other jurisdictions like Pima County.
And if I can add to that, Mayor, some of the other information I've picked up on this large quantity water users is it wouldn't affect current customers in the business community, but what it does is provide assurances to our current either industrial or commercial community, knowing that we're not going to be connecting any large users that could actually jeopardize or threaten their level of service. So it actually provides a protection knowing that everybody in the business class, whether they're currently in with us or large users coming in, will have a role and responsibility to protecting the water system supply.
And the last question for me is, a large water user in the Phoenix ordinance defines an entity that uses 250,000 gallons of water per day or more, whether as a new customer or as an existing customer, request to increase their water use. Can you give us an idea of any industry or group that uses 250,000 gallons of water per day, or use that uses that type of water?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. So we did a quick analysis of our commercial and industrial class, and 250,000 gallons per day or 500,000 gallons per day, which are the thresholds in Phoenix, actually work out to 10,000 CCFs a month, the way we bill, or 20,000 CCFs a month, roughly. And at this point in time, we have 0 customers that even reach the 10,000 CCF a month threshold. So this would be a very much a forward-thinking ordinance if one did come to light and use the same thresholds. We could always have the discussion if we wanted to use different thresholds as well.
Any questions, comments? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, John. And thank you, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this up. This is similar to a proposal that I floated for net zero water. And I wasn't thinking that there would be any threshold. It's an equity issue for new users of water are doing it on the backs of existing waters, using our system, and the investment is spread amongst everybody, and the risk is spread among everybody. I think the risk should be on the person who's bringing in the new development, so that they are required, and it's a development, not just a water user proposal, that they must be required to do maximum water conservation on site. And then once the consumption of water that can't be conserved on site is determined, they pay an in lieu fee that's used for water conservation measures, maybe that Tucson Water can accomplish, maybe including education, which I think is important. People are asking my office, why aren't we educating people about how to save water? And also people who are in the low income area who who have high water bills. We did a pilot project to look in Ward 3 about people who had that, to see if a little bit of investment helping them fix the leaks. You know, on a fixed income, you might be able to continue paying a high water bill, but you can't pay the plumber a couple $1,000s to fix the leaky system that you're suffering with. So I think of this as an equity issue, and I think it's a good first step, and I certainly support it. But I hope we look below that threshold. If there's no current industry using that threshold, it's a why bother, really. It is forward-looking because we're probably getting proposals for the big water users. But I would like to see it come down a little bit. There are communities outside of Arizona that do this net zero water, and there's another name for it. I forget. There's a nicer name for it.
I think it's water positive.
That's a third name. There was something with blue in it, and I think Project Blue is not the name we're going to use right now. But I know that your conservation department has looked at those and has some information that would be easy to include in the report that you're going to give us. Again, thanks for doing this. It's an important step.
Any others? Questions, comments? Righty, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. You have some marching orders to help bring something back to us. Really appreciate it, John. Ready, so we will go back to item 3. Let's see. Item 3, I have requested this time for staff to provide an update on the opioid, regional opioid response and how the city and the county are addressing it in Tucson. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Lee Hopkins will be coming up to a microphone, maybe the one at the table here, along with our police chief, Chad Kazmar. And I think Lee's going to take the first part of it here, give you an update on all things happening in that space. So without further ado, thank you, Lee.
Thank you. Are we sitting at the right location?
You're in the right spot.
Thanks. Great. Perfect. Hi, everyone. It's great to see you. Thank you for having us, Honorable Mayor and council members. So I'd like to start our update with talking a little bit about the Regional Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee and the current allocations for year 1 of funding. They are also in the memo if you want to refer back to it for details. So up until this month, we've been meeting bi-weekly to really dig in deep. It's been 4 hours every month of all the jurisdictions at the table to refine and finalize all of the allocations of how we will invest the opioid funds into the community this year. Today, the Board of Supervisors will be voting on those allocations because there was an update since our April Mayor and Council meeting specifically related to how much funding would be allocated to the Sobering Alternative Facility for Recovery. And I'm going to talk in a lot more detail about that afterwards. So I know this is a little tedious, but I just want to run through the numbers and the areas of investment so that you have them. They also are in the memo. So we're looking at a total of $8 million, and just to remind everyone, that's because currently in the bank, what has been approved is a $24 million allocation that we have received. As of when this memo was written, May 21st, there had been a recent almost $3 million additional received, and so we're looking at potentially $27 million, $27,300. And 92,000, et cetera. But what we were working with initially was what we knew we already had in the bank, which was 24 million. And the concept of breaking it down into 8 million a year is so that for the service providers that are doing the work, they will have, as long as they're performing, they will have 3 years to do the work, and so we can really see more impact versus just a 1-year contract. So on a yearly basis, we're looking at investing $1,250,000 in youth prevention. Additionally, $1.25 million in peer navigation services and support. $2 million in transitional wraparound support. Transitional wraparound support is not necessarily treatment or housing. It's everything you need within the system to make sure folks don't fall through the cracks. So it's the housing assistance to move into a permanent location. It's maybe the transportation that your peer support specialist has to provide you to get from point A to point B. And we really are inviting vendors to be creative, and they know the gaps, just like our team and our care coordinators know the gaps. And so the transitional wraparound support is very vague intentionally so that it can really be creative in filling gaps. We also have allocated $600,000 to law enforcement co-response, similar to the model that TPD has been doing for years and has proven success of CBI and Kodak going out with our special TPD units. We want both TPD as well as the other jurisdictions to have an opportunity to expand that through this funding. And $300,000 to mobile MAT services continuation. That's an existing contract that will continue to be up for bid to increase our mobile medically assisted treatment options for folks who can't go to a clinic, but the clinic can go to them. And, which I'll talk in more detail, the SAFER pilot and implementation plan development. So SAFER is Sobering Alternative Facility for Recovery. $2.2 million have been allocated. You'll remember it was $250,000 previously to make an operational plan. We have heard you. It is now $2.2 million. And so that will both fund a pilot that will start as soon as possible, as well as fund the operation, an evaluation of that pilot, and then hopefully the operational plan to continue and expand. And then last but not least, in order to do all this work and monitor it, there are staff members in the health department that there's an allocation of $400,000 for staffing for the health department that is both, some of them are doing the actual work and some of them are overseeing the compliance of the work. So, in order for individuals, how this money will flow into the community is that it will go for a competitive request for proposal process through Pima County. Those are being finalized. Public and private sector entities can apply, including local government. And the intention is for funds to be dispersed to service providers by this fall. So we're hoping that operations will go live by this fall. There will be several months of the RFP being released, then for service providers to be able to apply for the funding, then for those funding decisions to be made, and then for the work to start. Now I'd like to just hone in a little bit on the Sobering Alternative Facility for Recovery. I'll call it SAFER moving forward. So this is a center where essentially individuals struggling with opioid use and other drug dependence have an alternative place to go. We do have 24-hour detox facilities already, and we have some behavioral health agencies in the city who are doing a fantastic job. This is that with more, with a warmer, more welcoming approach, with a low barrier set of services that will make it something easier for folks to go to. It'll be an easier choice, and it also seeks to serve a purpose for first responders, for law enforcement and paramedics. When someone doesn't have to go to jail or have to go to the hospital, this is a place that they can be dropped off as an alternative. So it's really trying to meet a lot of different needs, both the patient need, but also our system need. And how we're gonna do that is there will be, just to talk a little bit about what the low barrier aspects would look like, kennels and spaces for pets. We might have to have a limit on the number of pets, but there will be a place where your pet can be safe with you, laundry and shower facilities, a quiet area to rest and sober up. This will be for alcohol, stimulants such as meth, as well as opioids, and there will be both clinical behavioral health as well as medical in-house oversight. And so that's why this will be done by an existing behavioral health agency, or maybe a new entity on the scene, but they will have to have that medical and clinical oversight capacity. There will be cots for folks to be able to stay up to 3 days, 72 hours. There will be peer support and social service navigation on site, transportation to shelter and recovery, snacks and meals. I think I mentioned laundry and shower facilities and a smoking area, because sometimes when you're stressed out and detoxing, people smoke cigarettes. So we need to have a space for that, right? Or vape these days. Services will be voluntary. We currently don't have legislation in place to have any involuntary services, so services will be voluntary. People will come and be able to also leave. And so, like I mentioned, we've allocated $2.2 million to this, and that is intended to cover the pilot, the evaluation of the pilot, and if there's money left over, also the start of the permanent program, or the operational plan at least. We don't have hard numbers yet because we don't know exactly what it's going to cost, and so we believe this will be enough. And so we're going to ask those service providers who apply to lay out how they would use this funding. Because they know best. But we did allocate enough that it will cover those requirements that we're laying out. We envision that for the pilot phase, we will need to use an existing facility and just build onto it, add these additional low barrier resources. In the long run, maybe we would rehab a facility and it would be a different location, but all of that still is yet to be figured out. So I will just then also give a brief update about some of the amazing work that community safety is also doing in our community. And I'm going to highlight some of the state opioid response program work that we're doing. That is a grant funded by Access for us to specifically focus on the fentanyl epidemic, both through education as well as direct recovery services for individuals and families. So since we got our project coordinator, Michelle Keller, on board, she and the team have reached over 400 individuals in April, May, and June with education about how overdoses happen and how to prevent an overdose, and what services are out there to help you and your family and friends if needed. So the places where that education has taken place are at libraries, Abram Health Center. We've been working in close coordination with the health department, Kodak, CMS. We've been doing a lot of co-response with the TPD core unit and really helping folks who they identify are ready for detox and shelter to go out on the scene and help those folks navigate to resources right then and there. We also were able to help sponsor the No Place Like Home event. Thanks to this grant, we were able to fund the Sonoran hot dogs, and then also had a lot of Narcan and fentanyl education happening at that event. We visited the Amphi Women and Girls Union meeting, which is a group of primarily Afghan and Central African refugees living in the Amphi neighborhood who we had lunch and talked about their needs and their lives, and we also talked about how to administer Narcan. Boys to Men graduation, the Hope in the Park event. There was recently LPKNC did a kids camp. We came and did a talk for the kids and brought pizza. So we've been able to do a lot of education and outreach and actually already exceeded our annual goals in 3 months. But also what we're doing is providing recovery case management for individuals who express the need and the interest. And so to date, we've started working with 24 individuals. And I think the best way to talk about that work is through a quick client story. So we met Jamie a few months ago, and when we met her, she was 4 months pregnant, and she was living unsheltered. And she was addicted to blues. So we met her during outreach, and that day she wasn't ready to go. She needed some more time to think, and so we asked, can we come back tomorrow? And she said, yeah, try me again tomorrow. So we went back the next day at the same location at the time that we said, and she was there, and she said, okay, I'm ready to go. Let's go. So we took her to detox. She stayed in detox for the time needed, and then she went back home to live with her family outside of Tucson and finish her pregnancy successfully, and remain in recovery. So now she's enrolled in recovery services. She gets medically assisted treatment. She's planning with her doctors how her baby will detox off of medicine when her baby is born. And we continue to check in on her. She's doing great. We're going to help her make sure she has all the supplies she needs for her baby, and that she's continuing to get connected that she stays connected with her behavioral health care. And so we're just really proud of her, and we're fortunate that we were able to be part of her journey.
Before we have Chief Kasmar do his part, does anyone have any questions for Ms. Hopkins?
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to touch on, you had mentioned that there's going to be a competitive process. Do we have any idea as to when that would officially open and when folks might know that they are the recipients of these funding opportunities?
Yes. My understanding is that, and I don't want to misspeak because the timeline has changed a little bit, but as far as the Board of Supervisors approves today, I believe that RFPs are going out by end of July, early August, with a few weeks to respond. So we're hoping contracting is happening. And this is not, Safer Center is going to hopefully be on a bit of a more expedited timeline, but for the others, we're hoping that contracting is done realistically by like end of August, September.
Awesome, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Lee, I just wanted to thank you so much for your work in advocating for the direction for this mayor and council. I got to go to that meeting after we had that vote, and I just want to tell you that I appreciate you doing that and getting us to this place where we're moving quickly on a safer center.
Thank you.
I saw some hands over there. Councilman Lee and then Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor, and I echo what the Vice Mayor said. Lee, you're doing amazing, and I know we're all very grateful for you. I have a question, actually. I know Chief Kazmar is going to speak next, but specifically around the law enforcement co-response, Chief, I know your team is out there in the streets every day, enforcing the law, making a lot of arrests, and I was just curious if you feel that the $600,000 is going to give you the lift that your folks need in the work that you're doing right now, or if you anticipate the need for more.
You probably do. I can add one point, but you should probably.
I'll answer. Councilmember Lee, Honorable Mayor. I think it's a great starting point, and I think it's what we need to do is evaluate the impact, so we can come back with an educated response to say, hey, here was the initial plan, here's what implementation looked like, here's what the data showed us, and I think that'll tie into my speaking points of we're just such a critical point in time. Where there's no roadmap. There's no roadmap for us to follow in Chicago or Philadelphia or San Francisco or Portland. We're uniquely Tucson. Our challenges are unique to us within our geographic area and our proximity to the border. And so any investment that we make, I would encourage mayor and council and a collaborative effort through our data sharing that we've set up through our data lake process with the county. We're really being accountable to each other and the community to measure the impact.
Thank you, Chief. And that's just my second kind of question, Lee, is this is the first year and we're assuming we're going to do $8 million each year, and I love that idea. My question is, what flexibility do we have to evaluate how these funds have performed, and if we want to make modifications in years 2 and 3? Is that going to be an opportunity to do that?
100%. Yes. The intention is not that the same allocations will necessarily carry over to years 2 and 3. There will definitely be adjustments based on impact and evaluations. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
The data, being able to analyze the data of how these programs are working is incredible. I know that we analyze a lot of data with community safety, health, and wellness, and with other of our programs. And that's why we know when something is working, because we look at the numbers of how it's affecting individuals. So, Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, and I want to thank you as well, Lee, and I think Jess Lasoya as well for representing the city on the committee. You're doing a great job, and it's clear. Appreciate the investment in the Safer Center. It's clear that what we're trying to do is really create a continuum locally, everything from harm reduction and prevention through the Safer Center and or detox, et cetera. I just wanted to ask, I guess, just to plant the seed. This was discussed when Dr. Garcia was here and Dr. Cullen as well, but I did see that Seattle is now doing a pilot with the injectable mat, which is a month duration of a shot versus daily dosing of mat. And I don't know how they've built in the important element of weekly, at least, therapy and counseling and support, all the wraparound services. But I did want to draw your attention to that. I don't know whether Medicaid is funding it yet or whether they will. And I think as a pilot, to help not only Tucson, but the field better understand whether that will work better for some people, I think could be really invaluable. So I just wanted to plant that seed. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Ulick. We're really excited about that new pharmaceutical option and seeing how it expands in the community as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? I did want to specifically touch on this before we jump into the second piece with Chief Kasmar. I just want to say that the city of Tucson, this mayor and council have been responding with urgency, coordination, compassion, and really swiftly to this crisis. Opioid and fentanyl use is a public health crisis and something that we have not seen, at least in my 16 years in serving as a council member, actually 18, as a council member and now as mayor. I had never seen unsheltered homelessness and sometimes partnered with the substance use disorders, such as fentanyl use and other opioids and stimulants, as I have seen now. And so the programs that this mayor and council have adopted and have been putting to work, like community safety, health, and wellness, our multidisciplinary outreach team, our Housing First team, the incredible work that Tucson Police Department is doing hand in hand with nonprofits, and their core team is amazing, Chief. It is just fabulous. TFD is part of it. The work that we're doing, that's why when I hear with people that are uninformed or misinformed that the city of Tucson is not doing anything, I want to pull my hair out. Because we have been working diligently as mayor and council, as administrative team, and with the teams that the programs that we've put up, including our Viva sites, our Thrive zones, community. For example, I had the incredible honor to go to last Saturday to a lunch, a volunteer appreciation lunch that was put together by our multidisciplinary outreach team, otherwise known as MDOT, where we're actively mapping gaps in responses and adjusting how we deploy city staff and resources, including linking individuals to low barrier shelter and case management. And the number of volunteers that are helping us do that work, churches, mutual aid groups, community nonprofits, just individuals that have gone through it, neighbors that have called and complaining and have jumped on board to help volunteer to do this work is just unbelievable, the amount of work that our teams are doing in partnership with each other and with the community. So I guess my question, I just wanted to say that because it's important that we state the facts. On the regional opioid settlement funds, really appreciate you, Lee, and Just Lasoya for helping really impart the message from mayor and council to the task force about the urgency that we feel about the Safer Center. Thank you so much for putting that on track and making sure that there's $2.2 million there to start the pilot and start the long-term planning for that very much needed facility. So I guess my question is, I think I heard you mention it, are jurisdictions able to apply for these funds? I'm just thinking peer navigation services. I'm thinking law enforcement corresponds. You know, all of these different allocations. would jurisdictions be able to apply if there's programs that actually do the work and are evidence-based?
Thank you for that question, Honorable Mayor. And yes, local government can apply, and we definitely will be.
All righty, if there's no more questions, then Chief, thank you so much for joining us today.
You bet. Thanks, Mayor. Lee, great job. Honorable Mayor, members of council. I think Lee's done a great job of laying a foundation on the investment side of a metropolitan approach. I think she did a great job of covering the regional opioid settlement funds. And I'll just remind you, we spoke about it at the last council meeting, but also the COSIP, the Comprehensive Opiate, Stimulant, and Substance Use Program, which the city obtained through the Tucson Police Department for $1.6 million. I mean, that's nearly over $9 million of just recent investment of what we're looking at to evaluate what we're doing, looking at being able to track the data, measure the impact, and make real-time changes. I think, I'm proud to say and been part of this organization for 25 years, and there's a lot of non-traditional things we do as a commitment to being a learning police department. But when systems aren't working and there's a traditional responsibility within a police department to uphold the laws within Arizona revised statutes, to include using narcotics. And I think we've had many conversations that sometimes we don't see the drug use or the substance use disorder in houses or in vehicles, but it's the public use that it's really bringing this to everybody's attention. And I know city and county leadership are under immense pressure really from the community. And I think, Mayor, you did a beautiful job of really recognizing that this is absolutely a public health crisis. There's a human, economic, and an ecological impact to our community members living in washes and on the streets, not having places to use restrooms, not having places to dispose of trash. And all of us can certainly drive around the community and see that. And that's where you then do depend on the police department to enforce laws. And then the conversation is, how do we leverage? How do we leverage those arrests, whether they're misdemeanor or felony, and what do we do with that? And that's when we really step into the complex issues that we've been identifying and been discussing within gaps analysis, within city and county leadership meetings, and all those conversations, I assure the committee, are ongoing. So over the last 60 days, once you gave us back a lawful median ordinance that really focused on safe streets and the safety of our community members, that's City Code 20-501, we've had over 150 citations issued with that. And that might sound like a substantial number, but what I would submit to you is over 2 months, that's probably a fairly low number. But I would imagine all of you, if you think about it, are seeing less folks out in our streets. And I certainly think that's contributing to our traffic fatalities being down substantially. And only 6, thankfully, traffic fatalities when we were over at 20 year-to-date related to pedestrian activity. So I think all of these things become more interesting than a data set or a number, because what we're really talking about are human beings that are living in crisis. So that's just one example. Deflections are another interesting conversation. We have 127 deflections year to date, which is down nearly 50% over a 5-year average. This is another interesting data set that we all talk about. One of the speculation that I have is, again, with the accessibility of fentanyl in our community, the fear of withdrawal, the lack of medically aided treatment options, as Councilmember Ulick was discussing, and folks being removed from their property, their community, their pets, their support network, has created an environment where we're seeing less and less of our community being interested in that opportunity. So what happens when somebody's not interested in deflection, and we're trying to be responsive to community complaints that come in directly with us for calls for 911 calls for service, or complaints that come through your offices, that's resulted in almost nearly 2,200 arrests this year related to narcotics. That's about 550 felony arrests. That's up 48% year to date. That's up 39% on a 5-year average. And there's just over 1,600 misdemeanor arrests, which is up 13% year to date, and 86% over a 5-year average. And these numbers don't include our high-intensity drug trafficking alliance or counter-narcotics alliance cases that we do, which are your mid-level to higher-level cases. So if we just think about those numbers and how substantial 40% and 86% increases, so this narrative that were not out there contacting community and encouraging them. And that's on top of all these amazing investments in education that we're doing. So we are absolutely in the midst of a public health crisis related not just to opiates, but methamphetamine is still utilized as well. I'll summarize. We're always looking for different ways as a community to solve some of these challenges. We had 2 different joint deployments, both on May 2nd and May 22nd. That involved both the city and county courts. It involved Old Pueblo Community Services, Community Medical Services, Primavera Foundation, and the VA. And we deployed in the area of Grant and I-10 due to just the amount of feedback we were getting from community related to the Huckleberry Loop. We had over 100 contacts between those 2 deployments. We had over 15 virtual court cases on those. We quashed a lot of warrants. We got folks connected up with services. And most importantly, we also cleaned that area up and provided a moment of relief to both the parks service workers, folks who utilize that loop for transportation, and for hobby. And I think that provides a future platform and opportunity to use, and we'll be doing something similar out on the east side in the near future. So I could go on and on about all of the things that we're doing and how we're measuring that. I'll just close with, we've been talking about a gaps analysis. There's additional work, SIMS evaluation that we're doing out at the county to evaluate, a 5 different step process for how the entire system is interconnected and how it's working. And we're going to continue to look forward to collaborating on all these projects.
And I just wanted to also add to my colleagues on the council, in my work with the chair of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, and I've been working with the chair going back to Sharon Bronson and then Adelita Grijalva and then Chair Rex Scott in bringing us together. We've had the 2nd meeting already of the justice system and the public health work that is being done. So besides including, we had Chief Kasmar and Sheriff Nanos, City Attorney Mike Rankin, and County Attorney Lara Conover, and on and on and on, the courts, and Dr. Cullen, and we had Brandy Champion, our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness. We also had Kate Vasley from the Transition Center. So we're starting to weave our work, making sure that we are really taking note on the gaps of where it's not working, and trying to find solutions for those gaps. And they've been, Mr. Tamir was there, and Chief Kasmer was there. I think that we're getting some movement and buy-in, and we're definitely pinpointing that the opioid and fentanyl crisis is the biggest gap we have in terms of sobering alternative, a place that that individuals that have this need, that we don't have access to it, that there is a big possibility, and that we do agree that that need is the biggest. So just wanted to share that with everyone. The work continues, and we all feel that it is absolutely important to acknowledge that this is not a City of Tucson issue. This issue is so complex and big that it is all of us, right? That every jurisdiction plays a role. Pima County plays a role, City of Tucson. We are hopeful that the state of Arizona, and hopefully one day the federal government, will realize that we need their support and investment and help to be able to do this work. So just wanted to open it up. I know that Vice Mayor had her hand up, and then I'll just go down the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate this multi-agency collaboration. I know this is what's going to be needed moving forward. I'm curious about some of the lessons that were learned from this targeted enforcement efforts, and then what are we doing? We know some of these hotspots will continue to be hotspots unless we continue to monitor them. So what is the plan for that?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, lots of lessons to be learned. I mean, we've been talking about virtual court for some time now, where we don't have to take folks to jail if we can avoid it, especially with the increased costs, and it's just not always the best place for that resource. I think what it highlights, and thanks, Mayor, for reminding me, the Transition Center was involved as well real time, is that one, it has to be a collaborative effort if it's going to be meaningful. Two, that I think if once we do a few more of these, we'll be able to come back with some concrete data to provide to City Manager Tamir to say, hey, some key investments in these spaces, let's say public defender, prosecutors, another judge, or wraparound services. Because at the end of the day, and we all know from lived experiences in our work, if there's not folks to catch these people, so beyond the initial contact, beyond whether it's somebody's from Lee's team or it's my team, if somebody's not there to pick up, to reinforce, to follow up over the days to come, then the folks aren't going to be likely successful. And I think that's going to be the big ticket. And the tough part is always there's a financial cost to that. And the city and the county just locked in our budgets. But I think when we step back and recognize, just like we did with COVID, just like we did with the asylum seeker crisis, and we start really tackling this issue as what it is, which is a health crisis, a pandemic, and we recognize it's not just a simple problem we've had forever, but this is something new and different, that there will be a financial component, and hopefully we continue to have access to some of the opiate dollars, but I imagine there'll be a modest ask as well internally within both organizations.
Councilmember Cunningham?
It's no secret that we have all, we're doing these 4 items back to back, so they're all related, really. I mean, if you really look at items 2, 3, 4, and 5 on our agenda this afternoon, they're all connected. And I wanted to start by just saying this has been a long time coming. I'm glad that we're going to stand up the Safer Center. The only thing I can ask or challenge you to do is get it up faster. I mean, it really is, every day we lose that center not being open and not being able to learn from it is another day that we fall behind. What I'll tell you is that if we can't stand up community court and have immediate court or virtual court, how can we help get it implemented faster, even on a trial basis, so we can learn from it and so that it can be more universally used? Let me know, because that's, again, every day we lose. The last thing I think it's important to talk about is the housing down part, and that is that we have folks that are using housing resources that don't need to be using housing resources. They're ready to transition out, and we can't seem to get them out because we're transitioning. I guess that's I don't want to get them out, but we can't seem to transition them into permanent housing. That permanent housing transition is kind of a lost art right here. We either have a line waiting for resources through the feds, either PHA stuff, or we just don't have enough folks that have reasonable leases available. And so we've really got to find a way to curb that piece to it. There's so many different state laws that preclude us from manipulating the market, but there's a way to do it, and there's some resources that we have in that housing market so that we do have bed spaces out of detox or bed spaces out of rehab. That's really what we want some of these bed spaces we have in low barrier for. And so those are the big pieces. It's all connected. Whether someone is unsheltered because of drug use or mental health, or because they're going through a rough time, or because they've been displaced because of a temporary situation, are all different stories. Whether someone's in an encampment because they want to live like that and they're like, it's kind of like they're free to be moved, you got to respect that. But at the same time, we also have folks that are living in an encampment because they're being exploited. They're living in an encampment because they're trapped in a cycle of addiction, or they're living in an encampment because they have some mental health needs. And there's all kinds of different reasons why people are in encampments. And there's no silver bullet or one answer for all of them. We need about 128 solutions for 128 different people, or in this case, 2,200. So as we keep going forward, I think our biggest thing that we have to think about on this side of the table is resources and how to provide them, and and the best way to prioritize them. I think right now, activating this resource with the opioid settlement is important, but that safer center is such a huge gap for us. And Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, what's different between taking someone to the safer center and to CRC? Because I'm not understanding that piece. I was under the impression that they can only go to CRC if they qualify on a mental health hold or if they volunteer. And so what's to stop, if they don't voluntarily go to the safer center, can we still take them, or how will that work?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Cunningham, so that's a complicated question, which is a little complicated still because there's a piece of legislation that's still alive that could give us an additional tool to be more effective in helping those folks who don't define our traditional danger to self, danger to others. So, but you hit on a salient point, whether that legislation passes or not, it will be a voluntary process, just like it currently is for deflection. I think the difference is really the level of services. So we currently have 3 different service providers that help us with the deflection program, but at the end of the day, it's still voluntary. We can go drop them off, they can walk in the front door, and they can walk out the back door while we're doing paperwork, and there's no consequence to that. We don't re-arrest them. So the idea is how do you have the right services? How do you have enough financial investment to make a safe place, a comfortable place that's going to draw those folks there? And I just think the existing systems we have are great. They've been amazing partners, but they've just been limited on financial capacity to enhance that service delivery. So it's I don't want to say it's a rebranding, but we're working to enhance a pilot, if you will. You know,
I understand the slippery slope piece. What about the piece with folks who have pending warrants? Because here's the thing. If we were really to go around and pick up every single person that has a warrant and put them in jail, that would be, 1, not a good use of resources, and 2, not a good way to treat people, especially folks that have warrants that are 3 years old they don't even know about. That's not what we do. Is there a way we can implement some type of warrant court piece to the Safer Center?
I don't, Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't want to speak for Mr. Rankin or Judge Klotz, but I can tell you we quash warrants every day in this community. We quash warrants in the field. When we do area restrictions, we quash warrants when folks go to jail. The reality is most of the unsheltered population that we cite for a misdemeanor offense, I would say about 90% of them or plus are going to result in a warrant service because they won't show up for court. So again, I think I look at community court as a great pilot. We just haven't scaled it to have the impact, the bold impact of a program. I have the same example, our mental health support team, our MISS team. Great, it's been too long, and it's too effective to call it a pilot, but again, it's just not scaled in every patrol division that I have. I could call it a broader program. So again, I think we have to do a better job as the subject matter experts in bringing, both county and city leadership the data sets to say, hey, this is the space that we've seen some relief and some effectiveness, and we would recommend enhancing the financial investment and make those systems.
With my experience with the MIST group, they've done a tremendous job. In fact, we've got people in our own office working with MIST this week, so I'd really like to see some pieces to that and how we can add it in. But the other side is I think that community court piece is something we've been missing. You used to be able to get services through your pretrial service office or your pretrial service worker, and I don't know how much that's fallen by the wayside. I can tell you that in 1971, when my uncle wrote the grant to start pretrial services here, he had a much different vision in mind. So I'm just hoping that we can find a way to get those two kind of doing what they're supposed to be doing, and we may make some headway here. We'll do our end in providing resources and trying to find ways to move folks through. So they're going from that moment of clarity to recovery and then into transition to some permanency. We'll continue. That's the overreaching arch. Every little thing helps. So thanks for what you do, and I'm happy to support.
Any others? And I just want to call attention to the time. We are 20 minutes over in this particular item. We still have 2 other items that we might want to add our commentary to, are very similar items. So Councilman Lee, and then I don't know if there was any other hands up. So we'll finish this particular item with Councilman Lee's comments or questions, and then we'll move on to item 4.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be concise and brief, as I always try to be. I'm sure all of us hear from our constituents every day. I know we sure do in Ward 4 that our neighbors are tired. Like, they want to help the people who want help, and they want accountability for the people who want to break the law. And so, Chief, where I continue to think about is where can we control? Right, we've got a lot of participants and stakeholders that we can't control. We can't control what the county does. We can help educate them and work together with them, but we have no control there. We can't control what the state does. We can try to influence, but we can't control there. We can't even control whether or not people will accept our services or not. So what can we control? And right now, it's about what you all do in terms of being out and making arrests and enforcing the laws, which you're doing, and you're doing very aggressively, and I appreciate that, and I know my constituents do. And one theme that I keep hearing coming up is courts. And I think that this is maybe a good time to start including them at this table when we have these conversations, because it seems like we keep coming to courts and we keep coming to courts. So I'm just curious, my question is for the chief, in terms of energy on the targets that we can control. Where's the opportunity for us as mayor and council to support you more? What can we do for you? Because we can control what TPD does, and with courts. There's not someone here to answer that directly, but I was curious if you knew in your conversations where there may be opportunity for this group to put energy in those spaces where we can influence.
And Councilwoman, I might ask Mr. Rankin to jump in, and just in case you wanted to add to the legal and courts piece. Chief.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee, I think courts is a great place, and Mr. Rankin and I and Judge Klotz and I have been having conversations about limitations and capacities in both community court with substance misuse disorder and mental health court. So increase case capacity there would certainly be helpful. I can tell you right now, even being short on commission resources, we're already overwhelming systems in the county and the city with the amount of workload. So we have to be thinking about, when you give us additional capacity and resources, how does that impact other systems? That would be the best example, I think, where we can get some real-time relief on top of what Lee already discussed with you today. And as far as the county, I think additional collaborative transition center investment, which the city's already doing, but looking to scale that program to a 24/7 opportunity is a smart investment. It'll dovetail into SAFER. I think they'll be interconnected. And what the data shows there is that we are reducing recidivism, which means folks are being connected to resources and are needing less police contact when they go through that system. So I think that's another great financial space.
And thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Lee. First of all, Judge Klotz is frantically texting me right now saying, hey, I couldn't be there, but I am watching, and we'll follow up with the mayor and council individually from the court's perspective. But a few things on that. First of all, the mayor has been very intentional and deliberate in including the courts, not just city court, but Pima County Superior Court representatives in the discussions that she was talking about earlier, where we have the key players in the room to talk about what can we do differently and better to improve outcomes. Secondly, as the chief was mentioning, he and I and Judge Klotz and Mary Trejo as well at the Public Defender's Office have been trying to figure out how to scale up the capacity of the specialty courts, community court, because we all recognize that the most opportune time to make a difference is when we have those folks in hand, right? And they have a decision to make. Are they going to accept services, or is there going to be a judicial consequence? And you have an item on your agenda tonight that's may help in that you've got a vacant magistrate position that you're being asked to fill. In addition to that, Mary Trejo took the lead on pursuing some of the 12% monies that might be available to enhance our capacity, and specifically in the community court area. And we, of course, eagerly jumped in to help her with that request. So we're doing what we can, but we're going to continue to try. We recognize that as an area that's critical to all of this, and we're doing what we can to add resources there.
I appreciate that. And because the mayor's at the table with all the other stakeholders, but the rest of us are not. And the rest of us are out in the community, and our staffs are getting beat up. And we really need to be able to have a level of information deeper than just what we talk about at a study session, because we're taking fire in the community.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that both Supervisor Scott and I brought everyone together, because really, in reality, we're all taking hate, right? And like I said, I want to pull my hair out when people say we're not doing anything as a city, because in fact, we are pouring millions of dollars, lots of staff time, including police department hours. And we get good outcomes, but it's not enough. It's a huge issue. And yeah, I think we're gonna have to, Mr. Tamir, do a report out, maybe. I know that Lane Mandel, your chief of staff, is there taking notes, as well as Charlene Mendoza, my chief of staff. I think we have to do a report out to our colleagues to make sure that we are keeping you in the loop and informed in terms of those conversations.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll be happy to do that. And the one piece I wanted to add is another layer of detail. Last year, we were able to add a judge pro tem to our roster to be able to have like a shorter duration of an appointment period and able to use that as a flexible judge within our system. And as an outcome of our last gathering of the large group, I informed Judge Klotz that if we wanted to identify the best location for a second, whether that's in community court, whether that's in handling different hours, what would be the best use of another judge pro tem, that he could move forward and bring that back to us as well.
And the other thing that I should report is that both Supervisor Scott and I are planning to do a joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor and Council, so that we could do these report outs as well as give direction on both sides, Board of Supervisors and Mayor and Council, to continue pushing the envelope on really outcomes, because I think that's what people want. They want tangible outcomes that can be seen, and it's complex and a difficult issue, but I think that the community deserves to be able to see the outcomes of the work that we're doing. So we'll keep you on track as those conversations happen. We're going to move on to item 4, which is basically the same conversation, but adds another layer. Item 4, I requested time to set aside to receive an update on strategic planning efforts of the Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness. This is an issue that both Supervisor Scott and I wanted to make sure that we brought the conversation to the Mayor and Council and the Board of Supervisors so that we could be informed of what are the responsibilities of the Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness. We all know that they do point-in-time counts, that they do coordinated entry systems, that they do housing inventory count. These are essential tools that inform how we allocate housing and support services funding. I know that TPCH plays a central role in coordinating the City of Tucson and Pima County's response to homelessness by bringing together service providers. And we felt that TPCH should be at these conversations, the one that we just had, because we all cannot be working on different silos without having these conversations, TPCH, Pima County, City of Tucson, so that we can help each other and fill these gaps. So today I have the pleasure to have Kat Davis with us, the COC lead team manager for the City of Tucson. And I'd like to welcome you both. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you want to.
No, Mayor.
We have Jason Thorpe as well, our Deputy Director.
That's right, Jason Thorpe, our Deputy Director, Housing and Community Development. I'll just turn it straight over to them.
Thank you, Mr. Tamur, Mayor Romero, Honorable Mayor Romero, and the members of the Council. We are here today to provide an update on the Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness, or TPCH. TPCH is a regional coalition tasked by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development with overseeing federal homeless assistance funding and regional planning efforts to solve homelessness. The Housing and Community Development Department serves as the lead agency for TPCH, and in that role provides administrative and backbone support to the coalition. TPCH is currently undergoing a strategic planning process, which offers an important opportunity for regional collaboration to align the priorities of the city, TPCH, our partners at Pima County, and the nonprofit community. I'd like to introduce Kat Davis, who, as you mentioned, serves as the Continuum of Care Manager at HCD and leads the team that supports TPCH. Kat will give today's presentation.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you so much for having me here today. As mentioned, my name is Kat Davis. I'm the Continuum of Care Lead Team Manager for the City of Tucson, and my team at HCD supports the work of TPCH. We also have a TPCH board member with us here today, so I'm going to turn it over to her to briefly introduce herself.
My name is Taylor Miranda. I am the TPCH board treasurer.
Thank you, Taylor. So before we get started with strategic planning, I'm going to review some information about TPCH and their role within our community. So next slide. So continuum of care programs are required by HUD, and they act as regional planning bodies for the homeless response system. TPCH is an independent, self-governed coalition of community members, housing service providers, government representatives, as well as aligned service providers here in Pima County. The TPCH General Council, Board, and committees all share varying levels of authority. And these 5 pillars identify TPCH's key responsibilities. They include ranking and rating local applications for COC funding competitions, assessing data, using data to assess our needs and our gaps in our system, developing policies and strategic plans to address homelessness, evaluating the effectiveness of those existing housing projects, as well as building necessary systems and processes. Next slide. Because COC funding is specifically for people who are experiencing homelessness, TPCH has eligibility criteria for the COC funding housing programs. And this criteria is based on HUD's definitions of homelessness. So to receive services through our COC funding, someone must either be literally homeless, a youth between the ages of 18 and 24 facing imminent homelessness, or somebody who is fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence but lacks the resources to gain their own permanent housing. There are many other people in our community that are in need, but people who are maybe late on rent or need an alternative low-income housing option, they're better served through other housing solutions as well as social services. Next slide. So within the homelessness landscape, there are many funding sources that are braided together to provide these services in our community. COC funding provides supportive housing, so that means a rental subsidy matched with supportive services such as case management or resource navigation. Next slide. So for the upcoming fiscal year, COC funding awarded to our community totals $14.5 million. This funding has been allocated to housing service providers as shown here. These are all the different agencies who will be receiving funding, including the city and the county, who both receive funding to provide supportive housing. And the city and the county also both subaward some of their funding to other agencies. Next slide. So that is a brief overview of the work of TPCH, but I want to take a few minutes to talk about the scope of need in our community. So you may be familiar with the TPCH 2024 gaps analysis that was written by CIRO at the University of Arizona. This report highlights the gaps and the needs in our homeless services in our community. Next slide. So this chart shows the demand for different homeless support services in 3 different ways. So the blue line is the unique number of households that are completing coordinated entry assessments. So that's kind of the first step to being matched and prioritized for housing. So in 2024, this number has decreased slightly to just over 7,400 people. The red line is the unique number of people. So the blue line is households, the red line is people, individuals, that are served through our shelters, transitional housing, and safe havens for people with severe mental illness for one fiscal year. So for 2024, this number has actually increased to just over 3,500. And then the green line shows the count for the point and time count data. So while the red and the blue lines are both cumulative totals over the fiscal year, the point and time count is a snapshot of our need in one night. So this is for both sheltered and unsheltered individuals. So our current system is serving over 3,600 households or 5,200 people per year, but there is still a large unmet need in our community. So this chart is also from the 2024 gaps analysis and shows that we would need over 7,100 additional beds to meet the projected need of homelessness in our community over the next 5 years. However, together we have the opportunity to instead change our current system and bolster prevention, improve housing stability and affordability, and increase prosperity across our community so that we can reduce the overall need for our homeless response system. All right, so that is a snapshot of the data. And as I mentioned, one of TPCH's responsibilities is to do system level planning. So that includes strategic planning. This was last done with TPCH in 2020. And as you know, a lot has changed since 2020. So we are currently working on our new strategic plan to guide us through the next 5 years. So this is a great time for us to all be engaging as system level partners in homeless response. So here's our timeline for our strategic planning process. TPCH began working on this back in February with a literature review of many other regional plans, as well as conducting a lot of engagement sessions throughout April, May, and June. And then after June, we'll have additional opportunities for engagement this fall during our public comment period. And we hope to have a complete draft at the end of this year that would be tentatively adopted by the TPCH General Council in February of 2026. So this strategic planning started with looking for alignment and collaboration with our regional partners. And to do that, we have reviewed many of other plans, including PCHIP, as well as Plan Tucson. So the whole literature review was provided to you today with the materials for this meeting. But this is just a snippet of that literature review that focuses on the plans to address housing. And as you can see, many of these plans cover affordable housing and housing stability, but only the PCHIP plan addresses the homeless response system specifically. So this provides TPCH a really great opportunity to be able to step in and fill that gap by focusing on the homeless response system for our plan. And also leveraging partnerships with others to support on related issues like economic development and housing affordability. Another document that we looked at is the City of Tucson gaps analysis that was written and presented in February. There are 3 specific areas in this plan where TPCH was named as a partner to address these concerns. So the first one is emergency shelter congestion. The second is a lack of coordinated outreach. The third is limited housing options and resources. So the good news is that these 3 items align with the feedback that we've also received through engagement sessions with TPCH. So while these items will be reflected in our new TPCH strategic plan, I'm happy to update you today on some system changes TPCH is already working on to address these concerns. So this is a snippet taken out of that gaps analysis, and then the last column, the blue column, is kind of how TPCH is addressing these issues. So emergency shelter congestion is a symptom of our overburdened system. And a lack of affordable housing. So flow through the homeless response system becomes congested when there are not enough affordable options for people to move out of the system and to live independently in affordable or market rate housing. So long term, this can be addressed through increasing affordable housing stock and increasing prevention to also decrease the inflow into the homeless response system. Shorter term, TPCH is discussing more efficient and accessible shelter system that could make some small improvements through efficiency. All right, the second item is the lack of coordinated outreach. This was actually addressed back in March of this year, 2025, when we launched our weekly coordinated outreach. So housing service providers are now working together to do outreach in conjunction with other community partners. They're leveraging the encampment data from the encampment dashboard to identify where new encampments are located and also provide warm handoffs for clients that are located to programs that have housing vacancies. So this is a new process, and we're working with the U of A to do some evaluation on the effectiveness of this new system. For limited housing options and resources, TPCH has worked the last couple of years to increase both philanthropic and federal funding. The $14.5 million that we discussed earlier is actually an increase of about $2 million over the COC funding that was received last year. We have also been discussing shared housing and other non-traditional options to make our housing resources stretch further. So we look forward to continue working with the city and county and community agencies to keep the momentum going on addressing these concerns. All right, so lastly, the TPCH board has identified 4 draft priorities for the new strategic plan. Those areas are improving the individual client experience within the homeless response system, improving workforce capacity and homeless service providers, optimizing and increasing the efficiency of the homeless response system, and collaborating with external partners on multi-sector solutions. So TPCH's hope is that collaboration with our city leadership will not end today, but will be ongoing to create multi-sector solutions for homelessness. The next step of our planning process is to use all of the feedback we've gotten through all of our engagement sessions. So we would love to hear from you today. Any feedback on alignment and collaboration between TPCH and the city's goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kat. Did you want to add anything, Jason?
No, I think that Kat has covered it very well, but happy to take any questions or comments from Mayor and Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. This is another effort that both Supervisor Scott and I are working on. We want to make sure that we're aligning all of the systems and services that provide either direction or planning or services to the unsheltered homeless in our community. And we just want to make sure that we're hearing and listening to each other. I know that there is a strategic planning effort that TPCH is leading, and that's why we invited you all to come to Mayor and Council to talk about what this strategic planning effort consists of, how the Mayor and Council in our offices can submit our our knowledge and our thoughts and the information that we are hearing. As you heard, Councilman Lee, our offices hear about issues in unsheltered homelessness every day. And so it's important for us to be able to align the systems and make sure that we're holding hands and have similar vision in terms of how we're investing funds and how we're showing tangible results to our community. And so my questions are, how do we make sure that Mayor and Council in our offices and community folk can submit their input and feedback into the strategic planning effort? And then another piece, that mutual aid groups in our city, they fill a gap of essential services. They provide water, socks, food sometimes to the unhoused community. How can mutual aid groups be invited to the strategic planning effort as well?
Perfect. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. So just a quick response to those two things. Yes, absolutely. We will be having some public surveys as well as our public comment period, and would love to have feedback from Mayor and Council as well as all of your office staff during that time to inform our strategic plan. Just next week, we're also hosting a homelessness aligned services workshop. And so this is to bring together not the housing service providers, we've already heard a lot from them, but all of our aligned service providers such as health and other groups. But our mutual aid groups have been invited to attend that session, and so we hope to get their feedback at that session.
Vice Mayor, and then any questions that way?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And building on what you just asked, I I appreciate seeing the number of shelter beds, right, that are needed over the next 5 years. I think it's important for us to then have metrics for each year of how many more beds, we should be adding, whether it's the city, the county, these other jurisdictions, so we know what our target number is each year. And I'm not sure if this exists right now, but as if me and my office have been making the rounds in the different services throughout the community, could we have a live directory of the services that exist? I know that some of the challenges is that one year a certain organization has funding to do meals, the next year they're no longer, funding that. And so it seems like a lot of people get lost in who to call or who to access for whether it's meals or where they can go shower. So I don't know if that's something that y'all have discussed, but I think would be really helpful as part of this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that question, Vice Mayor. That is a common thing that we've heard. The housing system is very complex and difficult to navigate, and so figuring out who has services when is a challenge for everyone. So we are working actually with the community safety, health, and wellness team to identify those resources in our community and hopefully get them up on the TPCH website that can kind of be a central hub for those types of things. We're also working with our Pima Council on Aging and others to try and identify those resources.
Ready? Any others? Council Member Lick.
Thank you. Thank you both for your outstanding work. We really have strong leadership in your department, and that's thanks to the two of you and many others, so thank you. I noticed under the increasing availability of housing, the landlord program, and it reminded me of Councilmember Cunningham's proposal to work with landlords, so I just wanted to kind of flag that. I think it's sort of shocking, the number of available empty units. So it seems like any strategies that could leverage existing housing stock and free that up through backing those leases or whatever. So I just wanted to flag that as a possibility, but thanks again.
Absolutely, thank you.
And then for me, I just wanted to ask who represents, at the beginning you said that 2 people represent City of Tucson and 2 individuals represent Pima County at the TPCH table. Who are the City of Tucson representatives?
Yes, thank you, Your Honorable Mayor. We have two City of Tucson representatives. One is our Public Housing Authority Administrator of the HCV program. His name is Isaiah Norris. He sits in one seat. The other seat right now is filled by Justin Hamilton, who's our multi-agency resource coordinator interim.
Alrighty. It would be wonderful to be able to have these representatives, especially, and you, Kat, whenever we have the updates to mayor and council at the study sessions on unsheltered homelessness, I think it would be great for these representatives to come and join us so that we're talking to each other, that they know they will hear directly from mayor and council what our concerns are, what our questions are, and will help them inform their decisions as they sit at the TPCH table.
Absolutely.
What I'm trying to do is try and bring all of us that are in different silos to the table so that we can find solutions to this really big issue. So the other thing is I would love to be able to share with community how they can submit their opinions to the strategic planning process, so that we could possibly share. I have a newsletter. I know my other colleagues have newsletters. Have social media that we can share information out. So I would love to be able to share with community how they can add their voice to the strategic planning process.
Yeah, that is great. Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor. We also have a big listserv that we push out information through, as well as our TPCH Facebook page. So we will push it out, our public survey on that platform, but I will also then reach out to all of your offices with the link to the survey, so you can put that in all of your newsletters as well if you would like to.
That would be perfect. Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll go to the next item.
Going to slide 8, does that include when on the inventory that we had for 2024? Did you guys only include things within purview of TPCH, or is that every shelter bed, transitional housing bed, and rapid rehousing and stuff that we know about?
So on slide 8, this is actually looking at the shortfall. So this is not what we currently have. This is what we would need.
No, I'm just looking at the inventory side.
Oh, on the
You got
inventory
two pieces
side.
you got 2 slots. You got that inventory slot, and you see that reduction. And then I'm trying to think, because we took a couple things online. We just opened up the old fire station. Amazon went offline and back online. Craycroft opened. So I'm just trying to figure out. I'm sure all those are in there. Is GRC considered part of this?
Yeah.
Just some of the questions I have as far as the actual inventory.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember Cunningham. So this is the 2023 inventory data and 2024 shortfall. So some of those items that you mentioned are not yet included in this data, but they will be included in the 2025 housing inventory count. For that, we expect to release data in the next week or two. We just have received some preliminary numbers. So those numbers that you're talking about are not included in this current inventory. So we have seen an increase from 2024 to 2025.
So I'm going to ask you this challenge again for the third time in 3 years. We need to have a tool that in real time gives the number of bed spaces that are available. We've asked for it. Every social service agency that places people should have access to it. I issued a challenge 2 years ago or a year and a half ago that said anybody who wants a detox bed should get one, and we've kind of met that. So the next challenge is, can we get some type of tool in real time for, it doesn't matter what agency you work for, where we know how many bed spaces we have. The other thing I'll say is that with all these bed spaces, we do not have a day program. We're the only people without a day shelter, and when I say day shelter, some people don't know what I mean, so I'm going to be very specific. A day shelter is where your length of time to stay is either 1 day or 10 days, depending on whether or not you want to be there. But every single day, if it's 100 beds, 10 spaces open. So no matter what, you have 10 days. Every day we know we have at least 10 spaces. There's a lot of cities that run the tenor program, and that's just absolutely what it's set up for, is that they know they can open the day at 6 a.m. with 10 bed spaces. So those are 2 challenges. If you want to talk about gaps, those are where our gaps are. And we have to be able to respond to people in real time. And that's one of the issues that when I go out in the field, I run into is, hey, someone says, I'm ready, or I need this, or I'm ready to try this. And you say, well, I'll have to call you tomorrow, or you're going to have to come to my office in 48 hours. And if that person relapses or has another trigger or whatever happens to them, you left someone on their own for 48 hours who was ready to make a huge cathartic decision in their life. And you said, well, I need 48 hours to put it together. At that point, we've dropped the ball. That's probably the biggest gap in our system. It's the biggest gap in the system nationwide. So my challenge is we have the technology. I mean, I saw this ad the other day where there's a person in a picture, and there's a big old computer, and there's a CD player, and a stereo, and a camcorder, and a Sony Walkman headphone, and it's like you can put all this stuff in your back pocket, and you can. So surely we can have technologically it doesn't even have to be real time. It could be updated every 24 hours. But I don't need to wait on this data once a year. I should be able to look it up at any time as a social worker, log in and go, oh, look, I can get you over to, and for some of the shelters who don't want to participate, forget them then. If they don't want to help, they don't want to help, and they're not really being sincere and wanting to help us, are they? But my point is that I really appreciate the inventory and the idea that we did have 3,300 rapid housing bed spaces available in 2023 kind of demonstrates how much resources we were willing to put into this. But the bottom line is that I don't think it would be nice to know what percentages are being used and what people got left out. I know Primavera on and off has spaces depending on when their funding is in and out. I know that GRC always seems to have bed spaces. They have a lot of higher standards in their shelters, so people don't want to be there as much, but they always seem to have spaces, and I don't know how we can access them. And then we've gone in and out putting Amazon online and Craycroft online, and I think Notel's going to come online, and then South Tucson has other resources as well. So I'm just putting that challenge out there. Let's see if we can get this stuff in real time so field workers, whoever they are, whatever day program they're working, they can offer those spaces out. That would probably help us out, I think.
Righty, thank you so much, Councilmember Cunningham. Thank you so much, Kat, Jason, for the presentation. I'm looking forward to continued conversation between the city mayor and council and Pima County Board of Supervisors to, advance this and make sure that we're moving in unison to the best direction possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, we're moving on to item 5. Item 5, Councilmember Cunningham requested this time to allow the mayor and council to discuss whether to reconsider the adoption of ordinances that would amend Chapter 11 and Chapter 21 of the Tucson Code. Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, I don't know if you would want to start this, and I know that Councilmember Cunningham requested this item, so if you'd like to take it from there, Councilmember Cunningham, but Mr. Rankin.
I can introduce the item if that works. So on March 18th, the mayor and council had on your agenda 3 different ordinances for consideration. One had to do with the traffic medians, and that was adopted by the mayor and council to replace an old unconstitutional, unenforceable version of a median ordinance with one that's constitutional and enforceable, and the chief talked about it just a little while ago. The other 2 ordinances related to prohibitions on camping, one specifically with respect to washes and watercourses, and the other was a proposal to amend the definition of camping within Chapter 21, which is the chapter in the Tucson Code where the parks regulations are. And the idea with that ordinance was that if we were going to establish a new ordinance with respect to washes relating to camping, that we would make the definition of camping and washes, camping and parks consistent with each other and enforceable in light of the Grants Pass decision in the United States Supreme Court and some other issues. So what happened is the mayor and council, as I mentioned, approved the median ordinance. I believe it was a 5-to-1 vote. And then there was a motion on the wash ordinance, and the wash ordinance failed on a vote of 3-to-3. And the mayor had made several requests on the roll call vote, and only 3 votes were heard in favor and 3 votes against, and so the motion failed. Now it's been placed back on the agenda, the request to Councilmember Cunningham, for you to consider whether to move forward with the wash and the parks ordinances. When the wash ordinance failed on that 3-to-3 vote, I suggested at that meeting that you not proceed with the parks ordinance at that time because the whole idea was to make it consistent with the amendments potentially to the wash ordinance, and it wasn't clear what would happen with the wash ordinance. Shortly after the vote had been called, there was some question as to whether Councilmember Fimers had tried to register an affirmative vote, but the vote had already been called, so it was a 3-to-3 fail. And we have a provision in our charter, which I explained to the mayor and council, that said if a motion to adopt an ordinance is made and it fails, then the mayor and council can subsequently reconsider it, but you got to wait at least 24 hours before you do that. So it could only come back at a later meeting. So here we are. You have a study session today to discuss what you might want to do with those ordinances, and then they're on the agenda for the regular session if during the study session today there is a motion that prevails to say yes, we want to consider or reconsider those ordinances, and so they're on the agenda tonight for that purpose. One other thing I will note, and Councilmember Ulick reminded me of this, on the March 18th agenda, during the discussions, both in the study session and then in the regular session, in the context of the definition of camping and we only got so far as the wash ordinance, there was a discussion about modifying it so it wasn't focused on things like sleeping bags or blankets, et cetera, but really was focused on activity that indicates an attempt to establish a temporary place to live. So we had come up with some potential changes, but since the motion failed, we didn't actually make those changes. So the ordinances that are on the agenda tonight reflect as how they were originally presented to you in March, but we also have the ability to make modifications just like nearly happened on March 18th.
Councilmember Cunningham?
A few things. When we voted, based on watching the YouTube video, it sounds like Richard voted yes. Mm-hmm. So I just felt it was important as a civic duty that we bring this back. I thought that was really important. It's part of the integrity of how this body's carried. At the time, I was actually in favor of the parks ordinance. I've been a long-time advocate in the belief that parks are for recreation. They're not a camping area. And so I've a long time believed that. But we decided to put the parks and wash ordinance together. I have the same concerns as a lot of other people about the wash ordinances. A couple things about the wash ordinances. Number one, we already have a significant number of ordinances out there that allow us to try to reduce the idea of camping. And we have a policy that's not necessarily codified, known as the 3 Bs, that we've had for a long time, which allows for a backpack, a bedroll, and a beverage, especially in the right-of-way. And so if a person's abiding by the 3 Bs, you don't write them. I mean, they're not harming anyone, more or less. The other piece with the washes is that some of the folks who were camping in washes were pretty covert and kind of keeping out of harm's way, not trying to harm anyone. So for me, I had some questions about the wash ordinance and had this belief in the same changes that Councilwoman Ulick proposed. I thought that I wasn't quite ready for it. So I ended up voting no, but knowing that there were some other pieces. There's an elephant in the room in this thing, which is Citizens Initiative 312, which requires us to make ordinances that put us in compliance and not allowing situations where it becomes a burden to the neighborhood and we have to give money back. In other words, putting us in an actionable position. I thought at the time that by passing this, it would put us in an actionable position. At this point, I'm kind of back and forth. I think it probably helps that cause. The last piece is with regard to the washes. At the time in March, I was less concerned about the flood factor, but as we come into July and August, we're predicted to begin monsoon on June 30th. We're going to have multiple thunderstorms over the next 30 days, and we'll probably get sometimes as much as 5 to 4 inches in 1 week of rain, which represents 1/3 of our annual rainfall. The people who are taking up some type of homestead in a wash will be in danger without taking action. So you have to take all this information into account as we get into. Do I really want to pass a law that I think could be perceived as punitive? No. Do I really want to act on something where I think we have stuff in place that already covers a lot of it? Probably not. And do I really want to pass a law that's going to be really tough to enforce with the limited resources we have? Also probably not. So you have all these things going on, but at the same time, I actually agree with the parks part, and I still think there's some things with it's a don't want to but have to situation when it comes to the washes part. So everyone knows that we've bent over backwards to try to engage folks where they are, to try to get them to meet us where we are. We're going to continue that philosophy. But this does allow us some at least some latitude to work with neighbors and allows some of our folks that may be engaging in criminal activity to be engaged at a faster pace. So I think those are the pieces to it. With that, I don't know. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say before I make my motion, if that's okay.
I don't think you need a motion right now, or can you?
So procedurally, this one's a bit of a mess in that, so really technically a vote 3-3 is just a failed motion. There was no action taken. There's really nothing to reconsider. Yet we have that charter provision that I just talked about. So I think that the best way to do this is that if you want to have the option of acting on the ordinances one way or another tonight, then it would be helpful to have a motion during the study session to consider them tonight or reconsider them tonight, so that it's clear on the record that that was the choice of the council.
Right. Well, then that's the hardest part here, because I want the changes that Councilmember Ulick suggested.
And that wouldn't preclude that. All the motion would be to say is, yeah, let's actually have them on the table for action, and that's like, that would make it as if it's the first time coming to.
So this is what we're going to do. We are going to have your motion if you wish to do a motion to reconsider, and then I'm going to ask Councilmember Ulick to see if you could add that language that you had previously shared, Karen, if that's okay. Councilmember Cunningham.
I move we reconsider the action tonight with the caveat that we listen to Karen.
Second.
So there's a motion to reconsider and a second. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
Nay.
There's a nay. Motion passes. And so, Karen?
Thank you. And I think the attorney conveyed it quite well. In the original language, essentially things that folks might have with them to sleep in the wash, to find cover and hunker down and quite frankly stay out of sight and stay out of harm's way. Things like bedding and sleeping bags, to me it didn't make sense to include that. In terms of the functioning of the washes and the flood concerns, and really when it gets to a point where folks start establishing a home, a camp, and then the numbers start to grow, what we have seen for sure is that furnishings, structures, tents, larger things, there's trouble there and there is danger there. So, Mike, I think we would all appreciate if you would bring that modified language that we worked out to make it clear that it, for both parks and washes, the intent is really to be clear about a boundary that we're setting for certain public lands that were designed to serve the entire community for particular purposes, for parks and recreation and for our washes to be able to function properly for the community. So, Mike, is that what you need from us?
It is, and just so you all know, what I envision then is a change that would be consistent in the two ordinances that would define camping or campsite, to take out the specific references to bedding and sleeping bags and the purpose for bedding purposes, and restate it so it would read, campsite is any place where tents, shade structures, boxes, furniture, mattresses, or other materials are used for the purpose of establishing or maintaining a temporary place to live. There's a second clause that refers to stoves and fires, because you all talked about how important that is as well, particularly in the washes, but also in parks. So it says, or where any stove or fire is placed for the purpose of establishing or maintaining a temporary place to live.
And then just to add to the discussion, I still think it's prudent for us, based on the three items we had, the other piece we didn't really talk about today in that continuum, and we talked about the 10, and we talked about all these gaps that we see, is we still don't have that low barrier place to park RVs. We don't have that low barrier alternative for folks to camp if they need to. And we're going to have to find some solutions for that. So I think I put the challenge on the rest of us that if we're going to pass an ordinance like this, we got to have alternatives available as well.
And I agree with that. There's an overwhelming problem. And as I've said many times before, we have more than 3,000 people that are unsheltered. That was just a point in time count. And absolutely, there needs to be alternatives. And I recognize that there's concerns and feelings on individuals on both in favor and concerned about this proposition. I understand. I get exasperated with the problem as well. And I wish that we had an absolute solution to be able to keep parks safe and washes safe, but also the people that are unsheltered safe. Being unsheltered is very, very unsafe. And I've said before that I don't believe that parks are a place to live. It is not a dignified place for people to live, and I understand that people sometimes just want to be left alone. But there are other individuals, especially neighbors in the areas, close to parks, close to washes, that feel the repercussions of encampments that are not supervised, that there are some of these encampments in washes or parks that are dangerous, that there's illegal behavior happening there, that there is rapes, homicides happening. And so as a mayor and council, we have the responsibility to provide public safety. And that includes to people that are unhoused. So again, I understand that there are really strong feelings on both sides of the issue. It's not as if this mayor and council have not done yeoman's work to try and have some sort of solutions and control on this. We've spent not only millions of dollars, but thousands and thousands of hours trying to provide solutions and services to individuals that many say, leave me alone, I don't want anything. And so we've got to be able to institute laws that will be responsive to everyone. And that's why for me, as the mayor, it was very important for us to be able to create our Housing First program. It was very important for me to be able to create the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness team, to work in partnership with our chief and Tucson Police Department to provide the services necessary to respond to unsheltered homelessness, but also, as we just had a conversation, to respond to the opioid and fentanyl public health crisis that we're living through in our city. I hear the community. I hear the community. And we've got to be able to create, practice, look at the evidence, and pivot if the evidence that we're seeing is not creating tangible results. And that we all see with our own eyes as we travel around our city when we see issues with encampments and some that have become out of control. And so, the initiatives that we put in place besides Housing First, Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, initiatives like VIVA, Violence Interruption and Vitalization, NDOT that we talked about earlier, these efforts provide real practical support to those in need. And we need to leverage some of these ordinances that we're putting together, leverage them to be able to say, you can't be here, but you can be over here. You cannot sleep and make the park your home. But there are organizations and nonprofits that will offer you support and a safe place to sleep. It is leveraging these ordinances to be able to compel the usage of these services and resources. So I know Councilmember Cunningham, how torn you feel, because I absolutely understand both sides of the equation, but we are responsible to create safety for all, and that includes neighbors, and that includes our own unhoused residents. So, Councilwoman Lee, and then we'll go, I think we voted? Okay, and then we'll move on to the next item.
Sorry, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lee, you
I
go.
voted and forgot we voted already. Thank you, Paul, for bringing this back to give all the wards an opportunity to chime in. I agree, this is difficult, but as we talked about earlier, addressing the liability that we could face, as well as just acknowledging the rights of both the unhoused residents as well as the neighbors who are dealing with these impacts is really important. I would just wanted to ask Tim a quick question, since we've been talking about washes and safety, specifically with the monsoons coming. If it would be okay, Tim, if you would just talk about what the housing department and the housing team is doing in terms of outreach, and how this ordinance, if it passes, may assist you all in that outreach effort for safety of folks who are occupying the washes right now.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, Councilmember Lee. Every year, monsoons are not new to Tucson, and having folks that take up residence in the washes is not necessarily new, just maybe not on the magnitude that we've seen lately. So we've had a longstanding practice of proactive communication to folks who might find themselves residing in washes, to make sure that they understand the risks that are imminent, the dangers of floodwaters that are very sudden, quite unpredictable, and especially in recent years, much more intense storms that are just really hard to get ahead of. So Transportation and Mobility Department, Police Department, and Housing Department all mobilized to contact anybody that we can encounter that might be in a place where they're simply not safe, especially as we're essentially entering monsoon season now. So that's not necessarily a new program, but it's something that we are doing very actively across all the major watercourses in Tucson, just to give people a proper heads up. And in many years, we've gone without fatalities due to floodwaters, although last year we did have some losses of life from people in floodwaters during the monsoon season. So it's a high priority, and they're out there already doing that communication.
Alrighty, thank you so much. We are going to take a 5-minute break. I know that there's some issues with the mics happening, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, try and figure that issue out, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
What's the issue with the mic?
Sorry about that. My kid's in the paper. Hey, that's great. That's why I got it. It's the only reason I got it. What did they do?
That's for good reasons, right, Paul?
Yeah. Kid's in the paper with Mark Kelly.
Oh, did they do a visit to the Capitol or to the Phoenix office?
Yeah, Jewish Latino Coalition, Raul's problem. There's
That was
Kyle
in
right
DC.
there in the back.
Right,
Tall one.
tall guy. Tall guy in the back.
That's why I got that. Like, I was just excited to see it. That's all.
This one has a long.
It's longer.
That was why I wasn't like trying to minimize what we were doing.
Suddenly the mics came.
I don't want to knock over his diet.
Yes, exactly. I mean,
Go either way.
Usually, RC Cola.
That's right.
hang out in this.
Thank you.
That one.
Really wanted to.
I have like 3 or 4 different drinks on. Good. These they recycled.
Were we done with
I want the tea. I want the soda and I want the coffee.
item number 12?
He's gonna tell us when we're ready.
It'll be on tonight.
Yeah.
But
we're done for that first study session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're on to 7,
7, yes.
which is just an update.
Are we really already there?
On 7?
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought that was closer to the end.
Listen to any of the discussion we had.
I think that's why I saved the remarks for regular session.
Monday.
That way they actually hear them.
Oh, when you're gonna tell everybody else to shit out.
Sure. I won't, but you will, I'm sure. No, that was no.
What I said
Yeah,
is
you
what I'm gonna say.
Got it.
What you said was good.
So I'm a millennial.
Okay.
Alrighty, we're coming back into session. Thank you so much for attending to those mics. Really appreciate it. So we're moving on to item 7, which is the middle housing item. Mayor and council are respectfully requested to discuss the input from the initial phase of community outreach regarding the Middle Housing Unified Development Code Amendment and the proposed next steps. Before I send it over to our manager and our PDSD interim director, I just wanted to add some context to the conversation. My colleagues on the council and I have been focused on building affordability here in Tucson, and we've been doing that at a breakneck speed. It has been a top priority for me since I first got elected as a council member and mayor. Tucson was the first jurisdiction to pass a source of income protection. We were the first to pass an ordinance allowing the construction of accessory dwelling units. We passed the housing affordability strategy for Tucson and have been very aggressive at going after low-income housing tax credits and using American Rescue Plan dollars to purchase rundown hotels and repurpose them for Housing First and other efforts. Last year, after the passage by the state legislature of HB 2721, Mayor and Council gave direction to begin working with the community about where we will go with middle housing. To be clear, middle housing is a term used to refer to housing we already have in the city of Tucson. It is throughout our neighborhoods. Middle housing is a fancy name for duplexes and triplexes and ADUs and similar types of housing. So I'm looking forward to this presentation and continuing to explore creating affordability with the community as stakeholders with us. To me, we need to make sure that we're moving intentionally and with purpose. We can build middle housing that is climate resilient, that fits into neighborhoods and adds much needed units. Affordable housing doesn't mean that it needs to be ugly or less safe in our extreme heat conditions. It means that we can build affordability that looks good and serves an incredible purpose for our community. We can do it if we plan well. So with that, Mr. Manager, I just wanted you to introduce the subject.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. As you know, we've been working on these issues for years, and most specifically, this item and the next item relate to actions at the state level that are sometimes catching up with what we've done in Tucson and sometimes, pushing us a little bit further down the path. So we've got our folks here to first deal with the middle housing update, and so I'll turn it over to Interim Director of Planning and Development Services, Corin Manning.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. We're here with an update, kind of a continuation of a discussion that we began with Mayor and Council in April earlier this year. As mentioned, this was in response to House Bill 2721 that was passed by the state legislature, which requires municipalities of 75,000 or more to adopt regulations to allow duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and townhouses, AKA middle housing. And Mayor and Council, when we presented some initial findings in April, Mayor and Council gave us direction to conduct some community outreach and really look at how we could implement these regulations in line with Tucson's own housing goals and our housing affordability strategy for Tucson. So we're back today to present some of the initial findings from the outreach and what we heard from our community, as well as recommendations for next steps to implement this code amendment. So I'd like to introduce Planning Administrator Dan Bursick to provide that update.
Great. Thank you, Corinne, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. Wanted to provide an update. So at the last Mayor and Council study session we held back on April 22nd, we brought to you some options related to middle housing. We had been partnering with the Adjournment Institute, who had done quite a bit of analysis really of our zoning codes, as well as different geographic options that could potentially apply to come into conformance with House Bill 2721. The feedback that you had provided to us was to look at a handful of items and really bring that to the public to get feedback and really direction on how we should move forward with something that's really supportive of the community and what we're trying to do. Some of the things we looked at and some of the feedback received from Mayor and Council from you were related to looking at more flexible development standards, things such as height, setbacks, minimum lot size, applying those middle housing rules or rules related to duplexes and triplexes either citywide or different geographies, or potentially maybe along our corridors. Looking at design standards for landscaping, pedestrian circulation, for this and how that might apply, as there are standards that are currently for multifamily, but we don't have standards for single family, and how do we kind of reconcile those two things? And then looking at a phased approach that could possibly allow for expansion over time, a smaller area now potentially and a larger area as we move forward and really work on pro-housing grants and establishing kind of more, making more reforms related to housing. Next slide. So we did go out to the public. We held 3 public meetings, one in person on May 22nd in the evening, as well as two online virtual meetings during the day and then at night. And then we also had an online comment form for people to provide feedback. Overall, we received over 500 comments. The comment form's actually still online. This was at the time of submittal of the materials. We're up to about 80 responses as of now for that. And we had about 127 people that joined us for that meeting. This was a pretty diverse group of people. We went through and did an analysis of kind of email addresses and things of that sort. About 66% were people just representing themselves who joined there. There were about 14% from the development community. There were some other professionals and design professionals who were about 12%, as well as 5% kind of housing advocates that joined us for those meetings. So a pretty good mix of people for those groups there. They really focused on kind of 2 or 3 things that we heard from them, and I'll go into more detail on this. But looking at the need for flexibility, looking at there was a good portion of the people wanted to apply this to a larger geography within the city, and then looking at some design standards that really can help with climate resiliency, as well as kind of bridging that gap between the multifamily and single family. Next slide, please. So these are those 3 areas that we really got most of our feedback related to. It's that how would we do this as far as the flexibility goes? We gave them the 2 options we came to you with, which is the just kind of looking at what's currently allowed by zoning code or allowing for some additional flexibility. Looking at where. State bill requires you to do a kind of minimum geography, and then it's a mile buffer from that. So what's generally accepted as a downtown. We don't have one that's adopted as a downtown, so we have several options that we were looking at. Things that started with with the Business Improvement District, and then went up to our Central Business District, which is actually, significantly larger. And we provided those three options of the minimum, maybe looking at corridors and then citywide. And then we looked at design options as well for that to really, what are those priorities in appearance? Next slide, please. This is related to flexibility. Again, this is the feedback we received in those meetings. It's looking at things like adjustments to the minimum lot size potentially, adjustments to setbacks, lot coverage, parking requirements within the existing zoning that's there. We presented that to the public, and 60% preferred option B. About 16% said just keep it at the minimum and keep it as is. And then there were some variations kind of in between there of people who felt that maybe we should just look at setbacks or look at lot size. But really the majority of people had a preference towards adding in some flexibility for this. A good reason for this, and there's a couple things, is that one, there's in our existing zoning, and especially existing zoning within these geographic areas that we're looking at, most of the zones already allow for middle housing, but we're not really seeing a lot of it right now. We have historically, if you actually look at a lot of the older neighborhoods, there's quite a bit of duplexes and triplexes and ADUs, but our dimensional standards make it challenging sometimes to actually develop those. So as you add in different things, what you end up is a lot that really can't support that type of development. So it's one, understanding the need for that flexibility. On top of that, some of the analysis that we had done with the Adjournment Institute really showed that as you add some additional flexibility, there's less of a need for demolition in order to fit that on the lot. So it allows for that flexibility while still remaining and keeping the housing that's there, not really needing to demolish those. So next slide. So that's related to flexibility. We also looked at geographic area and kind of where this could potentially apply. What we ended up with was we had all those options that we showed you from the Adjournment Institute. When you put a 1 mile buffer on kind of somewhat, not totally arbitrary, but boundaries that are not necessarily tied to neighborhoods or zones, you end up with an external boundary that splits parcels in half, splits neighborhoods in half, sometimes goes, it just aren't particularly, logical, I guess, for that. So we went through and we took those minimum geographies, and then we analyzed additional items for this. We looked at vacant land, we looked at where middle housing already exists, we looked at the existing zoning, and then we looked at major roads in neighborhoods, and then tried to create more logical boundaries for those that still included the minimum. So we were meeting the minimum, but then it kind of just expanded it out a little bit. There are about 8 options that we presented to the public. There's 4, and then there's a little extension to the right that makes it go to country club for those. But these are the ones that we had presented to the public for potential options for where this might go. Next slide. So the results of this were a little surprising to us as staff, but it really came down to 2 things. One, when we asked them about that minimum geography, there was a preference, I think it says 33% for the largest geography, which is that Tucson Norte Sur Country Club one. It really does support the Norte Sur effort. It also follows very similarly to the Central Business District boundary that we looked at, except it doesn't include a lot of the rural residential and foothills area to the west. So we kind of cut that out because those really have different character than a lot of the other development within that area. There were some other preferences kind of in between. Ultimately, 8% said they wanted the minimum geography, while the rest, 9% I think said no preference, and the rest were kind of in between with different preferences here and there for that. So really there was a preference for a larger geography. A lot of the reason for that was looking at ways to avoid concentrating development pressure in the downtown area. This is something we heard in several of our meetings. If you have the smallest minimum geography, really you're putting a lot of the development pressure, especially on areas that already have quite a bit because of downtown development for that. And then really just distributing those middle housing opportunities equitably throughout our community. Which leads me to the next portion, which is that bottom chart. And we asked people how they would like this applied, whether minimum area along our corridors, or citywide, and 76% of the respondents that we had said citywide. And so this is something that, a lot of our, we already allow for, in a lot of our zones, middle housing. So we already kind of allow for middle housing in a lot of places, especially with accessory dwelling units. We allow up to 3 units on pretty much any residential lot currently, but it's something that was shown a need from the public and from our meetings to look at citywide options. And a lot of it came down really to kind of, again, equitably distributing middle housing opportunities throughout the city. Next slide. We also talked about design priorities and those design standards. We gave options to the public, kind of explained some of the some of the nuance of this, and really the most important steps and things that they were looking at were really related to landscaping and ground cover, as well as creating walkways and accessibility for those for the structures. And so looking at how we can create sidewalks, how we can create ways to connect people, but also how do we have vegetation that really supports our climate resiliency, our climate goals that we've set out in Tucson Resilient Together. And so those are things that we're looking at potentially as adding in, like as it is right now, we do not have those standards for single-family homes. Most single-family homes are developed via our subdivision standards and our flexible lot development or planned area developments. Those do have landscaping standards, but about a third or so of our single-family homes are developed with our just regular residential code and not through our subdivision standards, and those don't have any. And so how do we balance that and maybe potentially add those in for single-family homes so it applies for this middle housing group or this group up to 4 units? Next slide. There were some other topics of discussion. These didn't have quite as much feedback, we didn't hear quite as much related to it, but these are some of the other kind of discussions that we had related to kind of protection of historic status of homes, looking at ways to guarantee or promote affordability with this. This came down to kind of, we had this discussion about middle housing. Middle housing, just with the type of form of what it is inherently, because they're smaller structures, there's generally less land, they're generally cheaper in overall than a single-family home on a large lot. So it was more of a talk about kind of attainability versus affordability at those meetings, impact on infrastructure, support for an ownership model. A lot of this that we see in other communities are related to kind of multifamily, but how do we support an ownership model and support condoization or maybe lot splits? And then really, there were split opinions on making changes quickly versus phased approach. And I think there were people that, wanted to learn a little bit and maybe expand later. There were people who just wanted to do this citywide right now. Next slide. So this is a lot of text, I apologize. We have some recommendations as far as moving forward. Would love to get your feedback on this based on the feedback we received from our public meetings. First one is looking at using the largest geography area, the Norte Sur Country Club option provided, and looking how that might apply. Second one is applying changes to the zoning code dimensional standards to add that flexibility. Again, that option B, and kind of working through that to really apply that flexibility so it is possible to develop this middle housing. Also looking at development design standards for all single-family and middle housing. We're really looking at those landscaping requirements, those walkways, those accessibility items to make sure that those work and make sure that it's designed in a way that really supports the community. And then additionally, we're looking at applying some changes that promote middle housing citywide. So there's certain items where the changes really make sense to do in the full zoning code and do citywide at this point. First one is just allowing for middle housing, so 3 to 4 units, those triplexes and quads, to use the International Residential Code. This is required by the state bill. So we're going through and looking at making changes to our building code to allow for this. Raising the threshold of the development package for compliance, so projects of 5 units or more would be commercial, but everything under that would be considered residential. So this would reduce barriers related to having to develop the development package, which generally takes more time, more money, et cetera. And then looking at changing the definition of household size to align with House Bill 2721. This will require us to go and take a look at some of the things related to kind of group dwellings, but the definition in the bill is different from what we have right now in our Unified Development Code. And then the final one is really looking at further outreach to explore applying middle housing and those development standards citywide. I will point out that those first two items on there are items that really would apply to where we already allow for middle housing and just be able to do that citywide. We wouldn't be allowing for more middle housing in things like R1 or some of our rural residential zones from this recommendation. Next slide. So just a couple next steps related to this. We had the study session and the public outreach. We're looking to do initial analysis and development of the code amendment over the summer. With our hope to come out with a proposal to the public in August, do public involvement, share that code amendment, look at doing targeted outreach to some of those areas where we are specifically looking at those geographies. So doing that, and then because of the January 1st, 2026 deadline, September and October Planning Commission study session and public hearing to bring that back to Mayor and Council for consideration November, December 2025. So that's what we have. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Dan, do you need any direction from Mayor and Council?
No, I don't believe so. Just direction to continue and move forward.
All righty, any input, feedback, questions? Vice Mayor?
Quick question, and the recommendation that will be coming forward, will we still be looking at lots, the feasibility of lot splitting?
Yes, Councilmember Santa Cruz, Honorable Mayor and Council. Yes, that is part of that ownership model portion that we're looking at is looking at changes to minimum lot size, which would allow for some of those lot splits as well.
Thank you. Any others? Alrighty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the update. My only question is how do community members continue engaging in the process if they haven't done so just yet?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Council. So we still have the comment form. It'll be up through the end of the month. Additionally, they're welcome to reach out to us. Staff, we're always willing to answer any questions they may have. They can send us emails with comments, and we're happy to come out, present to any neighborhood associations or anything of that sort.
Thank you so much. Again, we would love to be able to share any information to the community. We've been doing so through our social media and newsletters. But if there is a specific way of people engaging, whether it's, other town halls or just a survey, let us know and we'll be more than happy to share. Thank you so much for your work. Really appreciate you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. So we move on to item 8, which you'll stay put where you are. Item 8, this item is to review and discuss recently adopted state legislation related to development regulations and review processes. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Related to the prior item, but on this item, we would be seeking your direction to bring back amendments to the Tucson Code and Unified Development Code to comply with the aforementioned bills in the title of the item. So we're ready to give you a presentation on that, and then we'd be seeking your direction in the form of a motion toward the end of this item.
Still up here. Thank you, Mayor and council members. So the bill we just discussed, the middle housing bill, was actually passed in the last legislative session. So we want to give you an update on 4 bills that have been passed so far in this legislative session in 2025 that do affect development regulations, some of which will require changes to our development code, including the Unified Development Code, as well as the city code and our administrative code. So we'll give you a quick overview of those, and as the city manager mentioned, just need your direction to move forward with those amendments.
Excellent. Thank you, Corin. Appreciate it. Yes, there are 4 bills that are in front of you that are in your materials related to this. that the state has passed recently. Those are State Bill 1182 related to construction hours, Senate Bill 1354 related to municipal development permits and reviews, House Bill 2447 related to administrative reviews, and then House Bill 2110 related to adaptive reuse, and that's a revision and some updates related to a bill that was actually passed last year. So the first one is Senate Bill 1182. This is related to construction hours. So this is one that prohibits cities from enforcing noise ordinance on construction activities during certain times. And what it says in here is basically it sets it for construction for summer times and summer hours. And it basically says that in the summer, you must, from Monday through Friday, from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. Is when you are allowed to to conduct construction activities. This is pretty much from May 1st to October 15th. And then on Saturday, it would be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There is a provision in this as well related to concrete pouring, where it would be permitted 1 hour prior to start time, so 4 a.m. For this. So this became effective on May 13th, 2025. As it is right now with our Tucson City Code, and what we require is that construction noise may begin at sunrise. It's something that happens all year long. And so it's constantly a changing kind of time. This is something we looked at about 3 or 4 years ago and had some groups and have some really good feedback to kind of start, to kind of give us a head start on this. But this is something that that one, we have to come into conformance with, but also we are proposing to potentially look at winter hours as well to make it a standardized time instead of having that sunrise time, which changes day to day. Second bill, which is Senate Bill 1353, which is related to municipal permits and review. This is located in our administrative manual. That last one was in our Tucson code. This one's in the administrative manual. And this is basically related to a 15 working day maximum process time established for new residential dwellings. So it's basically a 15-day timeline for new residential dwellings. If those reviews aren't done within that time, applicant may utilize a third party for plan review. We have a third party list already. We probably have to go back and look at that again, just make sure it's updated and it's available for that. So this is something that is pretty easy to do, and we feel that we can do in our staff. With our staff, and would be an administrative change for our administrative manual, just would need direction from mayor and council to make those changes. The third is House Bill 2447. This is related to final plats and the requirement for it to be an administrative approval. As you most likely know, on your consent agenda, many times we have several final plats that come to you for approval, but they're generally just, they're reviewed for compliance, and it's a ministerial kind of thing that's brought to you. So for this, it also has a requirement of no public hearings that can be required for final plats, not something we currently do for that. So this is something that we think will help with kind of streamlining processes, because it takes off a couple months potentially in the process as far as that approval for final plats. This is located as well in our administrative manual. There might be some tweaks as well that we might need to do related to this in our Unified Development Code as well. And then the fourth one is the House Bill 2110 related to adaptive reuse. As you likely remember, we made some changes to our Unified Development Code to come into compliance with, I believe it was House Bill 2447 last year. It's 2297, I apologize. And so last year we went through, there was some items in there where they talked about buildings versus parcels, and that's been cleaned up by the legislature. So we, in order to come into compliance with this, we'll have to make some tweaks to our code as well. It really just helps with clarity. So this is a very positive thing, and something that we would have to make changes in the Unified Development Code, but we'll be required to do so to come into compliance. Just related to that, so those are the four bills One, I think, is related to Tucson code. There's a couple administrative manual changes, and then some changes related to the Unified Development Code. We're just looking for direction to really move forward with these changes and begin the community engagement and notification to do so. And so happy to answer any questions you may have.
I guess my question regarding the House Bill 2110, does this bill allow for adaptive reuse of commercial buildings to reuse as maybe apartments or, okay.
Yes, so Honorable Mayor and Council, so yes, this was intended really to promote multifamily development with existing and obsolete, I think they said obsolete, commercial and office buildings essentially. And so, the way it was set up, it basically said buildings, and there were a couple you had to do at least 10,000 buildings within your city. You have to be eligible for this. It didn't make a lot of sense when it came through, and they've made those adjustments. But the intent really here is to provide another tool for the redevelopment of vacant buildings, obsolete buildings into housing.
Excellent. Any questions or comments on this item? Vice Mayor?
I know that our office gets a lot of complaints around construction start times, so I just think the more we can educate the public about this coming from the state would be helpful. And also, for protecting our workers during the hot summer months.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember.
I think any type of informational, educational for the community to understand that, one, as the Vice Mayor said, this is the state legislature really kind of preempting cities and towns across the state. I mean, a lot of them I agree with, and as a matter of fact, many of them we have already moved on in the city of Tucson, but it's still a state legislature pushing their input on how municipalities do work in their communities. So I do have to say I appreciate the administrative reviews, making sure that we're moving quickly to review the submittals that we have. Adaptive reuse is another one that I think is incredible and good. So I just want to thank city staff for and our planning professionals and community stakeholders for really making sure that we're doing it right. I would say that we remain committed to increasing housing supply and improving the efficacy of our permitting process. So I feel comfortable in moving forward with state mandates. Thank you so much. Anything else that anyone wants to add? Alrighty, so we move on to item 9. Mr. Manager?
Madam Mayor, we would need a motion to.
You need a motion.
To move us forward.
Alrighty, so may I have a motion to proceed?
I'll move to direct staff to proceed with the process and bring back the amendments addressing the concerns.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All righty. We are going to move to item 9. I requested a discussion regarding the Joel Valdez Main Library and the really to take a look at the properties that the city of Tucson owns that are currently being used as Pima County libraries. And Mr. Manager, a reason I brought this item forward is I just wanted to make sure that Mayor and Council had an opportunity to discuss the decisions that are being made at the Board of Supervisors level. And to be honest with you, I think that with respect to the Joel Valdez Main Library, I feel that there is an opportunity there. And I had an opportunity to talk to Chair Scott and County Administrator Jan Lesher to express that we absolutely understand the steps that they had to take to make the decision to possibly or definitely move out of the Joel Valdez Library. But I wanted us to have a discussion as mayor and council to really kind of take control and have a say as the policymakers of the city of Tucson to proceed in conjunction and in partnership with Pima County as to where do we move? Where does the city of Tucson move with owning the Joel Valdez Library and, to envision and have a visioning session along with the community of what we want that space to look like. So not more than that, but I did feel as though we had to have a discussion here at this table and possibly give you direction on, helping us find a process for how to reuse, talking about adaptive reuse, reuse the space that we own in pretty valuable land. So, Mr. Manager, can you just go over what you know and how to best proceed with this conversation?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So you are correct that with Pima County's moving toward moving the main library services or the downtown library services to another location, that creates a lot of opportunity. And throughout, both staff and yourselves have been clear with the county that the goal is to make sure we still have library services for the community, especially in the downtown area. And it appears that they're on a path to continue that and maybe even enhance that as they modernize library services downtown. That's in the context of a broader discussion about the library system, generally speaking, which has a mix of city-owned libraries operated by the county, and some of those over time have been transferred to the county. But there are still city-owned assets in the library system, generally speaking. So I think it is a pretty broad conversation about library service, and also specifically with the Valdez Library and the site around it. It is right in the heart of downtown. It is a place for placemaking, and it is, and I liked your use of the word, how do we reuse the space? Because there is a building, but the building is only one piece of that, and that building does have challenges. What we have is Hakami Plaza and a lot of assets in that area, and a parking garage and other things that certainly could be re-envisioned. So what we'd be seeking from you today is just, and that can be sufficient guidance from you, is that you're interested in us going down the path of convening that conversation with the community and with partners and potential partners of what could be done there to envision what's possible, and then bring back to you some ideas and thoughts to get more refined direction. I'll take that also because we've had discussion about various city spaces and various county spaces, and there could be efficiencies in government when the city and the county don't have to duplicate everybody else's spaces and services and things. And I know that the county administrator, Jan Lesher, is very open to that conversation as well. So I appreciate you putting it on the agenda because it's a pretty monumental decision that the county's taken, but it also has this potential re-envisioning and upside to it for Tucsonans. So with that, we're happy to take any guidance or thoughts you have preliminarily, and we're also happy to take forward the process of coming up with some good ideas.
Well, I am actually personally very excited for the opportunity to re-envision this space and explore the possibilities it could offer our community citywide. The title of this item was a little bit different than what I wanted the title of the item to be, which was the City of Tucson Library Buildings, not just Joel Valdez. And so I know that Pima County has done a lot of investigation and work, some legwork in terms of library uses and their needs, and how the community is using libraries nowadays. I think it would be great to be able to not just take a look at Joel Valdez, but also the other buildings that we own and how the county wants to proceed in offering library services and what opportunities we have to look at the entire system together with Pima County to make decisions. Like you said, it's an opportunity to be able to work with our partners at Pima County and see how we really work together to put our spaces to work for the services that are provided to our community. So I see it as an opportunity and would love to hear from my colleagues. I know that Councilmember Cunningham asked to be put on queue, and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Ulick. Councilmember Cunningham.
A few things about this item. First of all, we got an estimate of an $82 million renovation on 96,000 square feet. I know that we're probably not going to proceed, but there's something wrong with our process if we're getting $900 a square foot renovation estimates. That's just not, that's a non-starter. I reject the entire process top to bottom. We have to figure out a way to get some of these procurement practices under control. If every single time we ask for a project and we're going to get an answer that it's $300, $400 a square foot to renovate a building that's already built, we're getting ripped off. I'm sorry. We are. And it's happened not just here. It's happened in the county. It's happened with the school district in their new building, where we get these estimates that are just from the beginning ridiculous. We got an estimate to move into my space for like $300 a square foot. We moved in for $9. We moved into Ward 2's building for $9 a square foot. That's 1/100th. That's 100 times lower than $900 a square foot. We need to start thinking about how we spend our money, because that's when we allow this type of report to be validated, when it's complete fiction, we're letting the people who elected us down to be stewards of their tax money, their money. So I'm sorry that I don't want to throw the people under the bus who said it would cost $82 million to renovate a $96,000 building, but that's the most shysterest estimate I've ever heard. It's offensive. So let the people who gave us that estimate know that they don't need to do business with the city of Tucson. That's my first.
That'd be the county, so I'll let them know.
Well, they obviously went to some type of contractor and consultant to talk to them.
Yes, sir.
And that person needs to be accountable. Second thing, when we talk about Hakami Plaza in the library, and I think that's probably the visioning process, I want to be really clear about something. Anything that comes back to us where we're out of pocket, I'm not going to be supportive of. This is too big of an economic development driver that we don't get ours. I'm happy to put different requirements and conditions and patents onto the property for whoever wants to use it. But just remember, and I caution this body, that when we do that, it's backfired before. And we look at what happened with the Ronstadt Center. We voted on that thing like 7 years ago, 8 years ago. We don't even have a drawing yet, man. So I just want to be really clear. Let's try to be, there is no way I want to be blamed for screwing this up. So let's figure out how we can make sure we're getting, we get a good product, and we get something good. I still think that someone who really believes in adaptive reuse and stuff, that there's hope for that building. But I know that I know that the world is against me on that one. So, look, this is, and I also think it's important that we continue to honor the Hakami family and Joel Valdez's legacy with whatever we do. So those are the pieces I have. I mean, I just don't want to I don't want to be out of pocket for this.
I don't know if Pima County Board of Supervisors talked about taking the name of the library with them. Does anyone know about that? Mr. Manager?
Mayor, I don't know, but we can find that out.
Okay, it would be nice to find out if they're going to remain with a name, because I think that's the intent of creating that library space. Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this item forward. I think it's both important that we look at the entirety of the city-owned properties that the library uses, and then the opportunity to weigh in this significant civic space right in the heart of our city. I am more curious, right, the building was built in the 90s, is that correct, City Manager?
Honorable Vice Mayor, I believe so.
I guess it also surprises me that something on the newer end of the city's inventory could be in such bad disrepair. And I don't know if a lot of that has to do with the garage underneath, because I know parking garages are very expensive to not only build but to maintain. So curious about that. I would just hope, that moving forward as we're looking at different opportunities, that we remember that that space is used by so many in our community as either Tucson Meet Yourself, the Folk Festival, 10 West, so many cultural music events that happen there. And so I'm always wanting to make sure that we maintain that kind of, community that's already come together in that space.
Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. Yeah, I would echo the comment of the Vice Mayor, just that that green space and open space is really critical, and there's not much in the downtown area. So keeping that in mind, just because I think we could anticipate real concern about giving up that. But I agree also that there's a real opportunity with this building and the others in the system, and particularly a great opportunity to continue collaborating with Pima County, which is always a great thing. Thank you.
Any others of the colleagues? And I agree that that space, the Jacome Plaza, is a really important space that could possibly be improved, right? It wasn't designed to hold big events as we hold them now. And it could, I just see opportunity to do a public-private project, and to be able to expand and green that space up and make sure that we are, putting the technology in to be able to have those incredible concerts and festivals that we have in the area. It could possibly be great, and with a public-private partnership, other cities are getting into P3 projects. And I know that the garage in that space is obsolete and not enough parking. And so I agree with you, Vice Mayor. Really, what did we do in the 90s that the buildings are obsolete? Like, we have buildings that are up since the 1800s. And, what horrible practices that we use in the 90s that create so many obsolete buildings. So I just see it as an opportunity. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you need a motion or direction to, to give you in terms of this particular property, but all of the library properties. Is there any clarity that you might need in order for you to start this process?
Honorable Mayor, I think today's discussion was sufficient to get us moving. I think we've heard the concerns and input, and we're going to have plenty of touch points along the way. So I think we have sufficient direction at this time.
Really perfect, thank you.
Mayor.
Well, thank you for allowing me to have this conversation, and on the heels of Pima County being able to make their decision in purchasing the Wells Fargo property. And by the way, Councilmember Cunningham, I believe that Pima County did a library renovation space study that you might want to get your hands on if you want to take a look at the details of what they were looking at for the Joel Valdez Main Library. With that, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to continue this discussion. We move on to item 10, initiating a process for the recruitment and selection of a new city manager. I just want to say a couple of words. City attorney. City attorney. City attorney.
I object.
So sorry, Mr. Tamir. I just want to say a couple of things. Item 10, let me just read it into the record. This item has been scheduled to allow the mayor and council to discuss and give direction relating to the initiation of a process to recruit and select a new city manager. I'm sorry, city attorney. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to add a couple of words. I wanted to thank Mr. Rankin for his 30 years, Mike, of service. 33 years of service to the citizens of Tucson. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mike, for being an incredible public servant, for guiding us through good times and very, very difficult times. I'm just thinking in terms of my experience with you. I started working with you when I became an aide to a newly elected council member Ulig for Ward 3. And I remember I had the audacity to call you directly as a council aide, and you would always answer my calls. And you have had that granular level of interest and time investment into answering the questions of everyone from the mayor to a council aide and community members and staff. And so you and I have gone through many ups and downs. And what I can recall the best is our time together during COVID, because we spent a lot of time together during COVID, lots of legal questions and actions that we had to take together, along with our city manager at the time, Mr. Ortega, and his executive leadership team, so that included Tim, and then my colleagues on the council. Those have been the most difficult decisions that I have had to take as mayor, but you really helped us navigate that really difficult time. And the best thing about it is that I have always felt your support, from council aide to council member to mayor. I have always felt your support, and many, many times I would ask you to do illegal things. Always for the benefit of city workers or the community, and then you would clearly state, no, we can't do that. And then my question would be, well, how can we offer this service? And then you would always come back and say, okay, this is how we can do close to what you'd like to do. So you've always kept us in the right and in a very legitimate and legal space. But I've always had a good time being able to say, this is my dream, this is my vision, how can you get us there? And 9 times out of 10, you've always jumped on board and helped us do it. So thank you so much for your service. And before I open it up to my colleagues on the council, I would love to hear what you have to say, Mr. Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mayor. First of all, this isn't my last meeting.
Oh, good.
at
I
least
know.
that I know of. So we'll have more of an opportunity to talk about my departure. But one thing I want to say is thank you to all of you. Thank you to you, Mayor, for what you just said and for our experiences together. Yeah, and I want to thank you all for your recent comments, both directly to me privately, but also your public comments in response to some of the media inquiries. I really immensely appreciate your support. I always say it's the honor and privilege of my life to work as a city attorney in the city where I grew up, and the city that means so much to me. And I will always feel that way, whatever happens next. So I'll keep it at that for now. But I did think it was important to not wait until my last meeting to say, hey, you better start a process to start recruiting and looking for the selection for your next city attorney and city manager if you want. 2 for 1. Yeah.
2 for 1.
Since we were likely to use an executive recruiting firm, you can get the most out of your money. The Director of Human Resources is prepared to describe to you what an anticipated process would look like and a timeline. As I've mentioned to you and publicly, my timeline will end in September. I don't have a specific day yet, but we'll work around that. I will assure you that even if the time for a recruitment goes beyond that, you have the good fortune of having a chief deputy city attorney who's fully capable of stepping in, acting as an interim or as a permanent, but that's going to be up to you long-term as part of your recruitment process. I would like, as part of the recruitment process, the opportunity to sit and talk with the recruiting firm, the headhunter, to provide some input. Typically, these announcements go out and they describe what the mayor and council are looking for in terms of an ideal candidate. And some of the qualifications are, the obvious things, the competence, the experience, the knowledge, particularly with respect to municipal law. But such a large part of this job is as much art as it is science. And I look forward to the opportunity to talking with the recruiter. Something that Chief Kasmar said earlier, Tucson is uniquely Tucson. If you look at your agenda from today, the study session, and the things that are important to you, ranging from your role as stewards of our water supply to housing and how we're going to continue to try and deal with the opioid crisis, et cetera. I think it's really critical that the candidates you're looking for really have an understanding of that unique view of what it means to be part of this team. And I think it's critical that whoever it is, in order to have a chance of succeeding, they really have to be able to build a trust with the mayor and council, but also with the executive leadership team, with an orientation to, as the mayor was just saying, trying to solve problems, not just saying, well, here's the law. Now you decide which path you want to take. So I'd be happy to take that opportunity. And with that, I know Tim has spooled up Terry to give you an idea of what this type of executive recruitment would look like.
Yeah, before we go to Dr. Train, I do want to remind our colleagues on the council that the city attorney serves as the chief legal advisor to the mayor and council in the city of Tucson. That the city attorney serves as one of 3 individuals that mayor and council get to appoint directly. That is the city attorney, the city manager, and the city clerk. And so it is entirely up to the mayor and council to select the city attorney. I really appreciate, Mike, that you're offering your experience to be able to form the selection process, because I agree that this particular mayor and council, in the tradition of Tucson, really have very specific vision and goals for our community. And so whomever we do select through the process we use needs to understand that who we are, what our charter looks like, what our voters' vision is as well, right? So with that, I would love to hear, Terry, what process we could follow to make sure that we do have a extensive national search, and see how you can help us walk through this.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. It is an honor to assist with this after a tremendous period of service by Mr. Rankin. Let me go over very briefly what this will look like, and I do have this in written format also for you so that you can at your leisure take a look at timeline, components of this, etc. But I'll very briefly describe this. We have a potential of 5 vendor organizations, and there is one in particular that I would highly recommend that you consider as the executive search firm. They have extensive background and city attorney outreach, candidacy, search processes as a part of their professional background. And we can talk at more length about that. The overview of the process itself typically runs 10 to 12 weeks optimally. It may run 16 weeks, depending upon what your preferences are going forward. There are about 7 distinct components, and I'll give you just a very brief overview. The project management piece, and as Mr. Rankin has said, being introduced to the vendor provider, I would serve as the liaison to make sure that that happens in a very time-conscious fashion. We would create the actual recruitment timeline, identify communication steps, and then again, as Mr. Rankin has stated, we would look at the very critical, essential skill set that we would want to be including in the marketing plan. That's typically a 1-week effort to do that. The next segment is approximately 2 weeks, and we would develop a candidacy profile. We would have consultancy meetings with the vendor provider, members of my executive team that will serve in that liaison capacity. We would then set a council search committee, and typically that could involve all of you, or if any of you have time conflicts, that may be the majority of you. There would be council one-to-one meeting sessions, meetings with our executive leadership team, and then, of course, city attorney staff members. The third section involves outreach and recruiting. That's your largest component, roughly 4 to 6 weeks in time. Marketing, social media outreach, recruiting networked candidates based on the distinctions that Mr. Rankin and Honorable Mayor have identified that match the needs of our mayor and council. There would be candidacy research, identification, and then again, just direct outreach, source some of the highest performing potential candidates possible. The fourth section is the candidacy screening and evaluation. It's usually about 1 week in time, and our consultant vendor colleague would be screening and doing interviews on anywhere from 5 to 7 typically high-performing top candidates. There would be, again, internet, news articles, social media reviews, very, very in-depth research regarding background of the high-performing candidates. The fifth section, and this is a little bit open on timeline, would be presentation of candidates. This can be done through executive session, video conferencing, special meetings, whatever is going to work. And then again, executive session meetings to review candidates, select an interview group, or again, if it is the full council, determine how you want to be doing that. The actual selection process in a standard format, there are 2 rounds to that. First round, semifinalist interviews with members of City Council, our executive leadership team, and we can serve in that capacity as an advisory committee. And I have done that with other jurisdictions around the country where we obviously have needs that are very specific to department leadership in contrast to your needs as an elected group on behalf of our community. We can offer insight and thoughts from the round 1 interviews. The round 2 are typically, and again, not a surprise, the finalist interviews, and typically second or even third interviews with your entire group. Then our vendor supports us with finalist background investigative work. Again, reviewing final qualifications, that's usually a 1-week effort. And then vendors typically will take on the responsibility, if we so desire, of negotiating that actual contract offer. That is not a requirement, but that is something that in today's marketplace, that is an option that you could elect to be involved with. It is not mandatory, so that is absolutely your preference or your group decision point. Again, there is an interesting difference in today's marketplace. There are online portals where, as candidacy information is being gathered, you would be granted with, again, the recommended vendor that we think is probably the best match, where you would have actually access to the confidential candidacy portal in a manner using the electronic material. That is not always the case. It just depends on the actual vendor that is selected. There are also guarantees, typically anywhere from 1 to 2 years, and as a candidate is placed in the role, that we want the match always to be absolutely perfect. But if for some reason it were not to be, then the vendor provider, whatever guarantee they have offered to us, they would then enter again into relationship with us at no additional expense, and again run a second or unfortunately sometimes third recruitment process if it's determined that the match is not the correct thing. What can I answer for you this afternoon? And again, we have this outline in a written format for you to consider individually and collectively.
Thank you so much. I think that the first piece in terms of decision-making is going out to recruit and using a recruitment firm to be able to do this. So I just want to kind of check the temperature over here with my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Ulick.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. And I think it's wise for us to do that. I do want to emphasize the tremendous talent we have in the current city attorney's office. And Mike, that's a credit to you and Chris and Roy and Regina, and there are so many talented people. So I want to make it clear it's not a reflection on the strength of local or internal candidates. We've gone through processes swiftly sometimes, including council appointments, and some of that's based on the timing. Are we in the middle of a budget cycle? What is our bandwidth and ability to actually go through a robust process? Tim got to us and he just kind of cornered us, and we just kind of caved. So I do think a good recruitment process makes a lot of sense. And in terms of the firm that we select, et cetera. The only other thing, and I don't know, I've never been through a hiring process. Thank you for the city attorney. Thank you, Mike. I know for city manager, for sure, we have included a community opportunity for finalists, and so I guess that's a bridge we'll cross, but people are definitely going to care who we're going to pick to fill this integral role. So I guess those are just two comments.
Councilmember Cunningham.
I'll save all my big Mike comments, Mike Rankin comments for another time. This will be, I don't know, probably 6th or 7th one of these for a high department head, city manager, city clerk. It's funny. We set up succession plans in the past to avoid using a firm, because we'd use a firm and then there'd be an article about how we paid this firm an extraordinary amount of money on how horrible the firm was. And the last couple of times we didn't use a firm, and then there was an article about why didn't we use a firm? So, which one is it? But at the end of the day, first of all, what you've got on the bench is fine with me. I always like to believe we homegrown our talent and that we move on. But there is nothing wrong with exploring what's out there. I think there's some transitions around the country that put us into an environment where we could attract some incredible talent here, even in the maybe it's a position where we end up with a new deputy or something like that kind of moves everything along. So, or if our succession plan isn't quite perfect, it buys us some time. So I think there's all kinds of different possibilities. This is a very prudent measure. From what I understand, this is going to cost $34,000. I don't mind that. I actually don't think that's a exorbitant amount for work like this in a search firm. I know of search firms that charge 6 figures and in some cases $250,000 to do work like this. So I think you've been very prudent, Dr. Trent, in giving us a really solid and detailed recommendation. This is your 3rd time appearing in front of the council, and for the 3rd time, you've been very detailed and very prepared. So I just want to let you know that we do notice that stuff. So with that, do we need to make a motion to go forward?
I don't think it's necessary, but if you want to make a motion. I don't think we need.
Motion.
Unless
It's really just an opportunity for you to supportive of the approach going forward. Just a couple quick comments about what was brought up. One of the advantages of an external recruiting firm is that there are some candidates who will be more comfortable participating in a process that's through a headhunter because they're not as nervous about their name coming out unless and until they're finalists. So that's one of the considerations. And for what it's worth, when I was appointed in 2004, that it was a recruitment process. I was an internal candidate, obviously, but it was a nationwide process. It ended up really focusing on attorneys within the state, which may well happen again, but who knows. It legitimizes the process and your ultimate decision as well.
Any other input, feedback? All right. I'm seeing comfort from our colleagues on the council with the recruitment process. So let's start. I would love to be able to make sure that we have an accurate description of what Tucson is. And I think that there's a pamphlet that's put together just describing our community. Would love, Mr. Rankin, if you could add to it. As well as be able to, for mayor and council to take a look at least at the draft so we can move forward. I would love it if we can move quickly because as Mr. Rankin has said, he is planning on retiring it sometime in September. So it would be.
We do have a draft.
Okay, perfect.
Ready to go.
It'd be great to see what you have. Alrighty. So thank you for the presentation, Dr. Chen. We move on to item 11. Time has been set aside to provide mayor and council an update on the delivery of the 2006 RTA program and recent action of the RTA board. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Director of Transportation Mobility, Sam Credio, is joining us at the table. And I think he may even know the new interim director of RTA, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I do want to provide you with an update on all that's been happening at the RTA the last several weeks. There has been some significant developments, and so I will start with the June 5th meeting that was held. There was a special meeting of the PAG Regional Council and RTA Board on June 5th to really talk about two main items. The first was the discussion of appointing interim legal counsel. The resolution of that conversation was to solicit some input from the colleagues on the Regional Council and RTA Board on potential candidates for the legal counsel. The second, and probably the most significant action taken at that meeting, was on a vote of 5-4 of the RTA Board and PAG Regional Council to terminate the contract of the Executive Director. And so that was approved at the June 5th meeting, and direction was given to return back in a couple weeks to do two things. One, appoint interim legal counsel, and two, appoint an interim executive director. That meeting actually occurred yesterday, June 16th, so this is hot off the press, if you will. And again, two major actions that occurred yesterday. The first was that the PAG Regional Council and RTA Board appointed a representative from the DeConcini, McDonald, Yetwin, Lacey law firm, and that individual was Lisa Ann Smith as the interim legal counsel. And then finally, they interviewed 3 candidates and unanimously selected Mr. Michael Ortega as the interim director of PAG and RTA. There was also a few other items that occurred yesterday, but those were the two most significant. Before I wrap up my comments, I just want to note that while there is a lot going on in terms of the leadership at PAG and RTA, we remain focused on delivering the 2006 RTA plan. And I think that's an important message to send. It's one that we are sending to our staff, because there is a lot of noise going on right now around, what does the future of the RTA hold? And I think the best thing we can do is remain committed to delivering those projects. In the material today, we did provide you with an overall update on all of the projects that we have remaining in the current 2006 RTA plan. There are 14 City of Tucson projects out of the 20 total that still have to be delivered as part of that plan. And so I do have that information in the material for you. The other thing that I want to note is, and thank you to Mayor Romero for your leadership on the RTA board, is just remain committed to how are we going to complete those projects. Her remarks yesterday involved reaffirming that we need to engage our subject matter experts with the Technical Management Committee and continue to look for ways to deliver the plan. And so with that, Mayor, Mr. Manager, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Sam, can you talk a little bit about the possible timeline in front of us if there were to be an RTA next election in March of 2026?
Yes, Mayor, I'd be happy to. And that was also discussed yesterday under the RTA Next item. So the RTA board would have to send to Pima County roughly 6 months ahead of the election an RTA Next plan. As was discussed yesterday, that means in September, there has to be agreement that a plan is moving forward. Now, we're in the middle of the summer, and the meetings are far and few between, but I appreciate that the RTA board has remained committed to meeting as frequently as they can, including a meeting in July, possibly 2 meetings, and possibly 2 meetings in August, in order to finish the work that was started on RTA Next under the current leadership of Interim Executive Director, Mr. Ortega.
Any questions or comments on this side?
A few things, Your Honor.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to hear that the news of the former city manager, Mike Ortega, will be serving as the interim executive director. I want to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership at the RTA PAG meetings, and to Supervisor Matt Hines for stepping up to ensure that we have leadership that can move this work forward in a way the public deserves. I know that for too long the city has been shortchanged on transportation investments, especially around our transit, while some suburban leaders have claimed we were asking for too much. It's time for a more balanced and fair approach that truly serves the whole region. So thank you again, Mayor, for all your work.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, you represent us at the RTA board, and I just want to. I know we've kind of went back and forth about things, but I think it's kind of a whole new ballgame to some degree. And there's opportunities for RTA to be discussed a little bit more fluidly when it comes to our arterial maintenance, when it comes to our pavement modernization. And if you look around Tucson, we're not necessarily a city that needs a bunch of new roads. We're a city that needs our current roads sometimes modernized and sometimes reimagined, whether it's adding bike lanes and pedestrian accoutrements, or whether it is enhancing pavement that's already been built. Those are all things that our neighbors desire. I know that we're going to have a delta or a deficiency over the next 3 or 4 years that's going to develop over arterials. And I appreciated the earnest effort of the previous RTA not the previous RTA. I mean, it's the same people, but I appreciate the RTA board trying to come to us and say, hey, that first money in, first money out deal where we are able to put into arterial. I think we should just bona fide that. After we get the projects that we need from RTA2, and among a couple other smaller things, I think a lot of what we need is arterial modernization and arterial updating. The other thing that I'd say is that I'd like to have the transit investment that we get from RTA to be unencumbered. I think if we're going to run transit, then we need to be able to make decisions on it. Right now, we're forced into providing routes through the RTA money that we get that no one uses, and it basically encumbers our whole system. I'd rather have that RTA investment be flat money where we have SunTran and our team decide kind of how we do it. And if folks want to come to us and ask us, hey, will you give us a route to go here or give us a route to go there, we can consider it. But at the end of the day, for the RTA in transit investment, that's got to go into the transit. We have to have some flexibility and fluidity when we use it. Thirdly, I kind of want to talk about PAYGO. I know it's not related to the RTA, but it's a little indirect. It's kind of one of these things that gets me to that piece where if you really look at what a half-cent sales tax was going to do for us, that's an $80 million price, and ultimately we had a estimated $60 million a year or something. I think we really need to press that we get $70 million plus the first money in, last money in, last money out if the money goes over. And I think we should basically hold that line because I think that's fair to us, and I think it's something that is super important. So those are kind of the overall guidelines that I'd recommend to you publicly as a member of this council. I know you represent us, and you've done a marvelous job doing that. But if I want, as someone who works on this body with you, those are the 4 kind of tenets and guidelines I take in this lightning speed, this warp speed round of negotiations we're going to have over the next 8 weeks, because they're going to try to put this on the ballot. And we need to lay out what our 4 tenets, our guidelines are now, so they know what our negotiables are going in. The other thing I'd highly recommend is all the stuff we do, any corridor that we fix that connects to a road in South Tucson should just be flat out included. It should just be one price tag. They are surrounded by us on 4 sides. They are our partners. They are part of the ball club, whether they like it or not, or we like it or not. So let's make sure that we've got them in mind when we're making our negotiations on some of that pavement stuff. So those are thank you for indulging me, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Any others? Any input? I want to encourage my colleagues to say something, because this is the last meeting we will have before we start negotiating for an RTA next. So we are not scheduled to have a mayor and council meeting in July, and decisions have to be made in August. And so I really am doing some searching here for your input to see where we go next, because there are many places we can go. As Sam said, I have been advocating to find answers from the RTA board on how we pay for the 2006 projects, which, as you heard, we have, I think it's more than 14. Does the 14 number that you said also include the projects that have not started at all? Sam, those are Houghton Road, Broadway to Tanque Verde, and 22nd I-10 to Kino.
Yes, correct, Mayor. So the 14 projects listed in the material are all of those that are remaining for the city of Tucson, including the 2 projects that are currently deferred to RTA next. Overall, there are 20 projects for the entire region that still need to be completed.
And as heard before at RTA meetings, the RTA is reporting a shortfall of about $144 million. The city of Tucson is countering that. We feel as though that's an overestimation of the shortfall. The city of Tucson staff also has identified more than $100 million in cost savings associated with project scope modifications. I requested that the TMC, the Technical Management Committee, gather as quickly as possible to hear what are the options to at least commit the funds to the projects that are left over to do. I do not think that residents in Tucson will vote for an RTA next if we don't have an answer for them as to how we're going to pay for the 2006 projects. And so speak now. I'm not going to say forever hold your peace, but it will get hard if we don't have a meeting in July. So opening it up, Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. Yeah, well, number one, I really appreciate and trust your leadership, Mayor. I think you've really represented our community with great strength and efficacy. So thank you for that. I support the comments made by Councilmember Cunningham. I agree that voters, and I would even think legally, we would need to resolve the issue of the unfinished projects. And so I think that clearly will need to be resolved for Tucson voters. I also am hearing a lot of interest in referring a sales tax to the ballot specifically for transit, whether it's a quarter of a cent or whatever level. But I think there will be a very, very keen eye put on the package related to transit in the urban core. And, I think in the original package, there was some sense that, well, if you get transit, then we get transit. And, just sort of not really, I think the dynamics among the jurisdictions maybe didn't allow us to get to where I know we're going to get this time around, which is what transportation infrastructure is needed based on that particular jurisdiction's configuration. And in the city of Tucson, I think that thankfully we do have the ability to open up the discussion, as Paul said, about maintenance and enhancement of some existing roadways, but a real emphasis on a very high-quality transit system. So that would be the input I would offer at this juncture.
All righty. Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. It is a hopeful time. I've been really depressed about RTA because I strongly believe in regional planning. And the fact that we were behind the 8 ball at every juncture was very frustrating. I remember the first discussions we had 4 years ago as a new council member. I listened to our former colleague, Steve Kozaczyk, talk about, we saw this coming. Why wasn't there better management and planning? And so I think one suggestion I have is, hey, let's look forward and see what's coming. This is a different century. Transportation is going to be different. There are new technologies. We don't need big, wide roads that go everywhere. We need roads that last and or are easily repaired and meet the needs of the people driving around in the city. We need robust transit, and we need complete streets. That's Tucson. So looking forward, I agree that we need to clean up the mess. I can't imagine anybody voting for this. And when I was thinking that RTA wasn't going to get to the ballot or was a lost cause, I was thinking that we should have a half-cent sales tax for transit and housing. I think those are kind of combined issues that Tucson would support. Maybe combined with a half-cent sales tax proposal for public safety, for fire and police, because we have great needs there too. And people could pick and choose, and hopefully they would choose both. I trust you, Mayor, in going forward, and I trust our Director of Transportation and Mobility and our city manager. I trust Mike Ortega to be so much more fair and looking forward and looking for the interests of the people of the city of Tucson and all of Pima County. Like I say, I'm hopeful. Thanks for the opportunity to give some ideas.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dahl kind of stole my hope feeling. That's a feeling I haven't felt in my life in a lot of ways. So it is nice to have a renewed sense of hope. And also, I just want to echo, Mayor, thank you for your leadership and your presence and really working with each of us to understand what we need for our wards. Because I do disagree with my colleague, because in Ward 4, we do need big, wide roads, because transit is not a viable option for so much of Ward 4.
Point taken.
To that point, we each have unique needs in our wards that need to be reflected in a package that we do hope will pass. And so for me, just Mayor, you asked what we were thinking. Definitely, as you've talked about, completion of the current projects is top of mind if we expect voters to have confidence in a future package. Making sure that the city of Tucson gets our fair share, as we've talked about extensively. It's been a while since we looked at a list, and I thought we were around 55%, right? Is that where we were at with the city of Tucson getting about 55% with the option to go up higher? Is that right, Sam? Okay.
50, and then with the option to go up to 55% investment.
Okay. Okay. So that stays the same. That I'm happy with that. Again, just how we can structure this to where it passes so that every ward feels like they have a win in this is going to be important. Community input, I know there's already been a series of community engagement. I don't know if any more of that would change, if anything drastically changes, but obviously making sure that we continue to engage the community on any changes that may come up before something goes to the ballot. And Mayor, to your point about we don't have any meetings in July, I would say I would be willing to have a special meeting if we need to huddle up real quick and talk about this to make sure that we're aligned. If there's anything we can do to support you, Mayor, in between meetings, and I'm down for a July meeting, and I'll wear a Hawaiian shirt if we need to meet in July. But again, Mayor, thank you for taking all this forward to the board.
Thank you so much for your input. Councilmember Perez?
I would concur with, thank you, Mayor. I would concur with Councilmember Cunningham. You know, I too am excited to see what comes next under the stewardship of City Manager, or former City Manager Michael Ortega. I would like to also express thanks for your leadership alongside Supervisor Matt Hines in getting us to this moment to allow for the progress that we have much needed throughout that journey. Ward 5 is obviously significantly disinvested, and we are in dire need of the infrastructure that a successful plan would afford us. I too would be supportive of a meeting in July. I know there are a number of items that might make their way into a July meeting, and so you know, I would happily support doing so if needed. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your willingness to be able to come together if needed. I think that I look forward to working with the new interim director, Mr. Michael Ortega. I know that he has much respect from all of the jurisdictions and the city managers in the jurisdictions. So it was a unanimous vote in, you know, putting him in as a interim, and so very happy that we, and to be honest with you, yesterday's meeting, more than any other meeting, I felt as though all of the jurisdictions are willing to, you know, work together to get things done. And it's very unfortunate that it has taken 6 years since I got there. It just seems to me as there was so much wasted time. Anyway, so now it is hopeful, as you are, Councilwoman Lee said and Councilmember Dahl said. So what concerns me is the timeline, and I am looking forward to see what our technical management committee comes up with. And as I said, the board really wants to meet as much as possible to get to a point where we can offer the possibility of a plan for RTA that everyone can jump into. So I too believe in planning and working in terms of infrastructure in a regional level, because really the success of one jurisdiction within a region is the success of all of them. So I'm hopeful, and I'm going to put our nose to the ground and make sure that we do everything we possibly can to have something presented not just to you all, but to the PAG board and the community. So lots of work to do. Thank you so much for your input. Really appreciate it. Sam, did you want to include anything? Mr. Manager, did you want to include anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add my thanks to you as being our representative on that council. You've done so much work at the table, behind the table, in the alley, in the shed behind the barn. But also Sam and his team have been carrying a tremendous load there. While they've been trying to keep us moving ahead on a potential RTNX, they've been delivering projects and running into obstacle after obstacle in trying to get that work done. And so, Sam, I give you my thanks for all the effort you've done, and I hope that this next couple of years is a better experience for you, because I think we're in a position where that's possible. And so at the same time, there's going to be a lot of work in front of PAG RTA on RTA 1 to get some things moving that have been stalled while we're trying to have that conversation about RTA next. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Alrighty, so we move on to item 12. Item 12, I requested an update on the status of the TEP franchise and energy collaboration agreements, as well as other related agreements. Mr. Manager, I'll just let you present. Both Christina Swallow and Roy Lusk have been working on this item, and so I'll let you explain where we are, what we've done, and what we need to do.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I turn it over to the team, just a little bit of background. We went into this conversation with a fair amount of optimism. When it became clear that we were in the time frame of when a November ask of the voter for a franchise agreement had certain requirements on it, which are ticking down as we speak. We had some early meetings with Tucson Electric Power at the leadership level and at the staff level, where we co-committed to a path and a timeline. And we knew what that path and that timeline required. It required this mayor and council to have sufficient progress on an energy collaboration agreement, some related agreements, a green tariff, a number of things that would put this council in a position where they could put something on the ballot that they felt good about. And that's bolstered by a conversation with the community where you've heard from a number of town halls, what do Tucsonans want? And we met, we had a great conversation. We co-signed a letter of intention that set forth those expectations, that reaffirmed those commitments, and we've been working hard to try to honor those agreements and bring you something. I'm here today, and Christina and Roy will give you the exact snapshot to say we're not there yet. We're not there yet, and there's still hope ahead. It's the meeting of hope. But there's a reason you don't have ballot language on tonight's agenda to approve for a November election. That's because there is none that we can take to you. And the time of us being able to go back to our community in good faith and say, here's something to react to, is essentially the next 48 hours. If we're not out to the community in the next 48 hours, I don't know that there's a path to being able to have an election in November. I'm ever the optimist, and so we will do our best part. What I will say is, and I'm going to steal a little bit of Christina and Roy's thunder to say, even today, when we were exchanging language and the conversation was around, well, what's the next step? Some of the feedback we got is they're on other priorities right now. So in the face of that, I can't optimistically tell you we're going to get there in the next 48 hours, but I'm going to tell you we'll do everything we can to try to get something to you. You have leverage. We're not hung up over a barrel. We are the city of Tucson. We will be fine one way or the other. But we need that partnership from Tucson Electric Power to be able to go to the next step. With that, I will turn it over to Christina and Roy.
Thank you, Tim, and Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I think Tim said most of what I was also going to say. So at the risk of being repetitive, but also just to kind of give a history and background and timeline, I will be a little bit repetitive. So as you are aware, our franchise agreement with TEP expires next year. Under direction of Mayor and Council, we began discussions and conversations with TEP on renewal of that agreement. One of those first elements of that discussion was signing a letter of intent to negotiate in good faith towards 4 agreements: Green Tariff Agreement, the Donna Liggins Battery Energy Storage System Agreement, the Franchise Agreement, and an Energy Collaboration Agreement, with the intent of having those completed by July 1st. The Green Tariff Agreement is in the works, in play. We've budgeted, Mayor and Council, you budgeted for that. That is complete. The Donna Liggins Battery Energy Storage System Agreement, we're working on that. There's some technicalities associated with the engineering and the design, and so that is underway. Won't be complete by July 1st, but the negotiations are happening, and that is moving forward. Regarding the franchise and the Energy Collaboration Agreement, as Tim said, we are working on that. But as means of background, we, the city, have held 7 town halls since the beginning of April. Those have been virtual, they have been in person, they have been in English, and they have been in Spanish. We had 2 rounds of town halls. To gather the input from our community that you indicated was so critically important as we move forward towards these agreements. When we shared language with yourselves and TEP on May 22nd, with the hope of getting feedback and being able to share and go back to the community with a round 3 of community engagement the first week in June. On May 29th, we heard from TEP that they were concerned that we would be sharing agreement or language that we had not yet come to agreement on, so we canceled that 3rd round so that we could start the conversations with them. Or continue the conversations. On June 3rd, they provided their first red lines to us, which also included a substantive list of items that were not related to climate action. Since that time, we've been meeting on a weekly or more basis. I don't know how many times Roy is actually meeting with their council or conversations he's been having. It is, I'm sure, far more than I've been in the meetings. We've been able to make some progress, although there are still 3 items where we are not on the same page. First is the connection between the ECA and the franchise agreement. ECA, again, being the Energy Collaboration Agreement. I'm realizing I'm using acronyms that maybe not everyone's familiar with. So the first is that connection. They have indicated a strong concern with citing the ECA in the franchise agreement. Roy shared some language with them last night. We, during our meeting yesterday, said that we needed to have their reaction to that language that was being shared by this morning as we were having a meeting today. And as the manager has already said, they emailed us this morning and said they'd be unable to provide us that feedback because they had other priorities. The second item is we are still negotiating through those items that are non-climate related. They're mostly around right-of-way use, construction, permitting, et cetera. We're working through those conversations. I think we're close on those, but there are still some areas of concern. And the final item of concern is the level of their climate action investment and the terms regarding that investment. This is something that we've heard strongly from the community and yourselves is very important to go along with the franchise agreement. At this point, we've made progress, but there is still a lack of definition, and we need more from them. I don't yet know when our next meeting will be. Obviously, if we are going to hit the timeline for ballot language by July 4th, and also go out to the community for community engagement on the final drafts, we really do need to have final language within the next 48 hours or sooner in order to meet those timelines. And that concludes my remarks.
Roy, did you want to include any insight, any feedback or input on this in terms of the process?
Sure, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'll just say that I think both sides have worked very hard to get this done. I want to commend my colleagues, Fatima Luna, Assistant City Manager Swallow, and Michael Catanzaro for their tireless efforts in trying to work with TEP to understand sort of where they're at and what their goals are. I think the concern has been, at least from our side, or the challenge has been, that because of Mayor and Council's direction, you've been very clear that the priorities of the community are utmost. And we came to TEP with that direction and have pursued that direction. And echoing what City Manager Tamir's comments, we're just not there yet. And the reason why we're not there yet is we don't feel, I think the team negotiating the agreement, we don't feel that we have met that direction in terms of getting what the community has asked for. And so we're going to be very clear with TEP, and have been very clear, and they've understood that clarity about getting what we took a long time to get, which is what the community wants in this kind of agreement, and we're going to pursue that until we can get it.
Anyone else? All right, so I do want our colleagues on the council to give us feedback, because there is a possibility of continuing to work with TEP. I just want to emphasize that this process has not happened behind closed doors, that we had a clarifying meeting, as Mr. Tamir suggested, with our attorneys present, with our city manager, with myself, with local CEO Susan Gray and her team, to basically get on the same page. And what we talked about at that meeting is that TEP would update their letter of intent. They, in fact, did update it. They sent it April 18th, 2025. And when I stood up from that meeting, it was very clear that both TEP and the city of Tucson had agreed to have language for a franchise agreement, to have language for an energy collaboration agreement, to have a power purchase agreement with a green tariff, which, by the way, they're not giving it anything on. We are paying extra for the green tariff. And that we would have a microgrid agreement for the Donna Liggins Center. I thought it was clear. I thought everyone felt it was clear. And then, based off of 7 town halls, as Assistant City Manager Christina Swallow has said, we received the input from the community that is very important for all of us, and what they wanted in the energy collaboration agreement. And the first meeting, the draft was sent to TP, they showed up without any red lines. And so I feel especially aggravated, because I feel that TEP is dragging their feet. Yes, they've come to the table. I don't think we have done any real work on an energy collaboration agreement. In my view, in my eyes, they have turned their backs on the energy collaboration agreement, and it was very clear by you all and what we talked about and the community that we wanted to move forward with franchise agreement language that included an energy collaboration agreement. just today, with all the work that has been done, TEP and the people working on this basically said, we have other priorities. And we have no time. And so what that tells me, in my opinion, is that they really don't care about working with this mayor and council and working with the community to deliver the work and the franchise agreement that this community wants to see coming from our utility partners. Tucsonans want a utility partner that doesn't just deliver power, but also delivers sustainability and clean energy, and that works with local government to make sure that they are being good partners to our communities. So I don't know if we can get us to language for franchise agreement that will pass the test that Tucsonans want by the time that we need to put this language on for voters to approve in November. I just don't see that happening, and it's not because of the lack of interest from mayor and council. It's not because of the lack of interest from the community. It is solely on the shoulders of TEP at this point. Councilmember Cunningham, Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Dahl.
I've for a long time been a critic of TEP over the last 6-7 years. They've got nice people working there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the model and the system we have is the right model. I have long argued that we should establish our own renewable energy enterprise, independent of TEP, to compete directly with it. But by granting them a franchise agreement, they're still able to operate, and we try to just have them keep their rates as low as possible, because my biggest issue with TEP is that the people in the city are paying more than they should have to. They keep going out to rate cases, and that's really disappointing. That being said, much to my chagrin, last year we commissioned a study that examined the possibility of purchasing that utility. And honestly, I didn't take it too seriously. I just didn't really want to issue that much debt to do something like that. It just didn't sit with me. And I was very dismissive to some degree about it. But if you actually look at the numbers, it pencils out. I mean, if the numbers are, I know they're going to fight the numbers that the consultant gave us, but if those numbers were true numbers, it's actually worth it to buy the thing. It really is. It comes out really well, actually. But TEP is going to push back on their value. They're going to push back on how much capital investment they need and things of that nature. So we'll leave those comments there. At this point, I don't really feel there's some necessity to have this election in November. The franchise agreement expires in 27.
26.
So we'd have to have it in March. It's like a do or die situation for March.
It expires in April of 2026, but there is a provision in it that if a new franchise isn't approved by that time, there's a one-year extension.
So that's what I meant by 20. I mean, so I don't really want to sit around the next 19 days panicking that we can't get this thing on the ballot. I'd rather just make the motion now that we just not have it in November. That way, that finalizes the decision, and we made it. We just say, look, if you guys aren't going to come to the table, then we're not going to put anything on the ballot for you. We're nice by putting the placeholder on the ballot in the first place. But we want this thing to pass. I'm not going to put anything out to the voters that's rushed. I'm not going to put anything out to the voters that, we have 19 days to figure it out, and then we've got 19 days to get input and 19 days to tweak it and 19 days to go back. That's baloney. We're just not going to do that. So if they don't want to have a franchise agreement and they want to pull out a permit every single time they have to fix a line, fine. We'll just start our own renewable energy group that competes with them. But I'm going to make a motion right now that we not have the election in November.
All righty, you did that as part of a motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. All righty, Councilmember Ulig, and then Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilman Lee.
I think it's important to discuss, and I think, I don't think it's possible to get to a place in the next 48 hours where we have something that we would feel comfortable referring to a ballot unless we have a special meeting in July, and that would still allow for this timeline. So whether or not we, take action on the motion, I think it's pretty clear that it's unlikely that we'll have it in shape. I do think that a spring election, which would mean, I guess, we'd refer something to the ballot by October for a March election, might be prudent.
Probably closer to September.
Just to allow for that horizon to still be there. And I think that's important because it keeps this in the court of local negotiations. And if we have an opportunity to come to some agreement and refer something, I think a spring election's probably going to make more sense. A couple of questions. So, and Councilmember Cunningham alluded to this, the implications of not having a franchise agreement. If we don't refer something to the ballot, what are the implications?
Councilmember Ehrlich, members of council, mayor. The franchise currently that we have with TEP allows for, as Mr. Rankin alluded to, a 1-year extension of where we agree to abide by the franchise. During that time, the franchise requires us to engage in negotiations to continue to go for a new franchise at that time. If that doesn't happen at some point during that year and we're not able to come to an agreement and it ultimately terminates of its own accord in 27, the options are, the options are several. We could, again, attempt to engage in negotiations for a new franchise, but also TEP could operate under a license agreement, which they do in certain jurisdictions within the state. That has its own challenges. I know Mr. Credio can probably speak to more to that than I could, but basically it's a situation where on both sides there would be a lot more extra work in terms of permitting and those sorts of things, depending on the parameters of the license agreement that we would enter into, and whether or not we would want to enter into a license agreement. Ultimately, the TEP is allowed to operate within the city and is the current monopoly on electricity, so it's not that their infrastructure will go away at the end of a franchise agreement, but it'll just create a lot more work on both sides, I think.
Could you send us samples of some license agreements? I'm curious about what that entails.
Absolutely.
A couple of other questions. I'm just trying to play out the extremes. That's helpful to me in these kinds of dynamics. So what if we referred something to the ballot, the voters approved it, and TEP did not approve it? Then we're back to licensing agreement, or they pull permits for every pole they want to replace, basically. Is that correct? They could say, or can we even refer it to the ballot without obviously co-signing and concurrence?
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilmember Ehrlich. The way the current statute is structured, the utility itself is the one to bring to mayor and council any franchise agreement or something of that nature. So it generally isn't that the city or the mayor and council brings it to TEP, it's the other way around. So if it were brought to mayor and council, it would be brought by TEP, and then mayor and council would decide whether or not it benefits the city to refer it to the voters. So presuming that any franchise that goes forward would have to be agreed to by TEP because they'd be the ones actually bringing it to the council.
Mm-hmm. Just one other point on that matter. under that statutory model, which is consistent with how our charter is set up as well, it's the utility that has to pay for the election. And that wouldn't apply if we were to try to refer something that they hadn't initiated. We'd be paying for it, and even if it was approved by the voters, it wouldn't be binding on them because they wouldn't be a party to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, so we'll see how this plays out. I think it would be ideal to come to some agreement based on the hard work that everybody has done, and to do that by September for a spring election. I'm suggesting that because it seems that, again, local control is critical and local negotiation, I think, is the right thing. It's disappointing. I mean, I think we have shared objectives and goals related to sustainability. At least that on paper is the case with TEP, and I don't think there needs to be misalignment in terms of pursuing those goals very aggressively. And so I hope that there's a recognition of that and the opportunity involved. And there are looming projects. I know the County Board of Supervisors approved the land sale for large development on the southeast side that has some very intensive energy elements. And, we're all at the table together on some very big decisions and discussions, that being, I suppose, perhaps the next one. The community that we represent is going to struggle in believing that there's a good faith effort and supporting agreements that we come up with unless we see that, unless we hear that. And I saw the first red line we got back, and we all zeroed in on some of the common language that to me seemed to indicate less than full good faith. I'll just put it that way. So I'm not, I don't know how we can get this moving. I think it's important to all parties, including TEP, that we continue, and I appreciate your efforts. And Mayor, let us know if there are ways that you'd like us to engage to make that happen.
Well, this particular mayor and council and I promised the community that we would be representing their interests in this negotiation. And I can tell you that the city of Tucson and I have done our part in good faith, based on public input and the council's direction. We have been met with resistance that leaves key community priorities unmet. And so it is fair to ask if we're ready to continue with, especially if you have an unwilling partner that is dragging their feet. I am not too sure why, to be honest with you. I don't know if TP really can spend any goodwill little goodwill that they might have from the community or from this mayor and council. I agree, we have so much work to do as we move into the future, and it seems to me that we are not being met with the same good faith that we are coming to the table with. And so maybe it is smart to hit the brakes, and because we all promised the community that we would hit the brakes if we didn't arrive at language that really represented what community members want to see in a franchise agreement. They were very clear. They want to see an energy collaboration agreement, and the work on that has been very, very little on behalf of TEP. So Just want to give my colleagues, Councilmember Dahl, Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm living in opposite world. Earlier, I was happy about the RTA, and now I'm so very disappointed about the TEP franchise and energy collaborative agreement. And I hope TEP, and I hope TEP leadership, and I hope TEP stockholders are reviewing what we're saying. We are tremendously disappointed. This is an important effort. We're talking about climate change. 115 degrees. We need to take the steps that's stopping the warming of our climate, and we need to take the steps to be resilient. We need to have resiliency hubs that can be unplugged from the grid in case the grid goes down. And this was we were going to have a pilot. The criticism we heard was, that's not enough. We're going to need dozens of those when the grid goes down. So I think it's important that TEP, and I'm talking to TEP, get on the stick, and even if we're not doing this November thing, negotiate on the Energy Collaborative Agreement. Everybody was very excited about that. People who don't like TEP for various reasons, because you cost too much, because you lie about how much of your portfolio is renewable energy, we're excited about making some forward steps. And to have other priorities at this crucial time is so very disappointing. I call upon TEP to find new negotiators, maybe someone higher in your corporate structure. I also think, Mayor, that we should start looking seriously at the public power option. It's going to take a while to do that, but I would like to see a study session, August, September. I would like to see an executive session when we talk more about this and do some strategy that's not in the public about how we're going to deal with the utility that's being recalcitrant. Can you tell I'm upset about this?
Yeah.
One other point. TEP has just filed for a rate increase. And what was is it 16%? Or is it 14%? I just looked at it and I can't keep that number in my head. It's 14 or 16%. Are people getting a 14 or 16% raise? Are people who are on fixed incomes getting energy? Are they getting that sort of cost of living increase? No. It's 14%. Don't want to exaggerate. But 14% is pretty high. Is that the priority that they had to work on this morning? I've liked working with TEP. I've worked with TEP as a conservationist for decades, and they support conservation. They've come to the table and resolved issues like electrocutions of hawks and other large birds, and they did good things. But this is so very disappointing. And again, please work on the Energy Cooperative Agreement. Let's get to a point that we can take it to the public and we'll both say, hey, we're doing something. Otherwise, we have to look elsewhere to do something. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you, Roy, Fatima, and the whole team. I know how hard you all worked and all of the folks who came out for the seven public meetings that you all had. So just want to acknowledge all the work that has gone into it from the City of Tucson side. That does not go unnoticed. Mayor, you kind of brought this up, but the whole time I was listening to the conversation, I'm just wondering, like, why? What changed from the time, Mayor, you had that alignment meeting with the leadership of TEP and where we are today? I don't know what changed, and it might be speculative to me to even ask if something changed at the state level or at the federal level. Like, what changed? And do you have any sense on that, Roy? Like, any intel, any ideas?
Councilman Lee, members of council. I think we're in interesting times. I think somebody has already said that today, where there's a challenge, I think, for public entities to understand where they are. Obviously, the City of Tucson has its priorities as relates to sustainability and climate action and those sorts of things. And we're just in a different place right now in the larger world. And I think there might be some concern by the leadership of TEP around that change. That's my guess. I can't really say for sure, but that's my speculation.
Okay. Well, I know something has to be driving this, and I'm really curious as to what it is. But to Councilmember Cunningham's motion, I would be curious if you would be willing to modify that to say, if we don't have language by whatever the drop dead date is, 48 hours or whatever, then we're not going to have the election. That way we give time if they want to participate, and we're not just closing the door right now.
48 hours.
I don't want to. What am I, Eddie Murphy? I'm not giving them 48 hours. They had their chance. I mean, the bottom line is this, is that if they would have, they're not even here. They're not serious. So we got to let them know we're serious. I mean, we can do it openly, but the bottom line is that there is no language that's going to come forward in the next 48 hours that we can properly vet to the community to put on the ballot anyway. I think it's a moot point. I mean, you're 2-0 in Tucson elections. You know this. They're literally setting us up for failure. So fine, we're out. I appreciate the suggestion because it's totally the classy thing to do.
I try to be classy when I can. I try.
But I just don't think that. I don't think it's worth the effort. I think they know that we're not going to be able to pull this off by November. So let's just tell them, all right, fine, it's March. Now you've got some time.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to keep with the good faith, but I understand what you're saying. And to the speculation about why, it could just be like you were asking Councilmember Ulick, what is the scenario if there isn't a franchise agreement in place, and they may have made the decision that it's more cost effective to have to get permits every time than to do what we're asking based on the community feedback with the ECA. I don't know. I would love to understand a little bit more about what's driving this change right now. But those were my only comments, Mayor.
Well, in the speculation, and it's just that, right, speculation, the TEP leadership understands that they have a very friendly ACC, and they have a very friendly state legislature that has had past attempts to restrict cities from acting on climate and clean energy. So they might be just putting their hand out to the wind and saying, hey, it's in our favor. And we don't have to work with the city of Tucson. The state legislature has been very clear that they don't worry about preempting cities and towns before. So, I mean, this is just speculation, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, so I mean, I would concur in that. I think this retroactive withdrawal of cooperation does leave it up for speculation, even just amongst us, but I can imagine what the public might feel. They're not in public favor. And so, I think while I kind of understand the interest of moving the needle come 2026, when the potential renewal is potentially on the table, I wonder if we would inadvertently allow them to evade cooperation by doing so. Is that something that is within the realm of possibility in moving that?
If the motion were to pass today, then if we were to push, us mayor and council were to push for a March election, when would we have to have language
September?
and down?
You need to call that election in September. And then the normal rule of thumb is that you need 4 months from the actual election date to have the final language pinned down. But I would counsel against doing what we did this time and call a placeholder in the hopes that 2 months later you have the final language. So I would just say September.
I was very clear with the community about us being able to evaluate, to show them the language, to show them a draft energy collaboration agreement, have time to read it and give input and feedback to. I'm a little bit reluctant, but I can support the motion on the table, only because I think it would be inappropriate for mayor and council to try and fall on the sword because of the inaction of TEP. Then it would be on mayor and council to hurry up the community to give us input on a draft that we don't even have. And whatever red line we have from TEP right now is absolutely unacceptable to me. And I am pretty sure that the community would not tolerate what they have in front of us. So I think it would be appropriate to support this motion and then have TEP come and tell us what they want. If they're absolutely serious of being a good partner to the residents of Tucson, then have them tell us what's next. So as much as I wanted to try and get us to a point where we had an acceptable agreement, and this is based on their letter of intent. None of us were trying to push anything down their throat. They are the ones that committed through the letter of intent on those 4 pieces: the franchise agreement, the energy collaboration agreement, the power purchase agreement and green tariff for Tucson, and a microgrid agreement for Donna Liggins as a pilot to Resilience Hub. So they called us today to tell us that they had other important things to do. I am not going to tolerate this type of attitude from someone pretending to be a good partner to our community and to this mayor and council. I'm not going to tolerate that. Any others? Alrighty, Councilmember Dahl.
Mayor, they asked us not to release our proposal. I think it's probably within your discretion and the city manager's discretion to decide whether we should release to the public that original proposal at some point in time.
Well, what I can say about the original draft because of the work that Fatima Luna and Roy and Christina and others in that team did. I mean, we really, I truly believe that we were gifting them the community engagement process that other utility companies have had to pay for. We were gifting them that time. And so we will, legally, I don't know exactly what that could mean, Councilmember Dahl, but it was absolutely based on the input from community. So with that, I think there's a motion on the floor. There's a second to that motion. I would say all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, thank you so much, Roy. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I just wanted to clarify just so we're clear on the direction, that letter of intent is good until July 1st. Is it the Mayor and Council's desire to extend that through the additional negotiation, or we can take that offline?
I think that it's something that we can follow up on. Like I said, if a TEP is unwilling to come to the table even today, nobody's here representing TEP. I think it's up to them and the work that we have to continue doing for a possibility of a spring election. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Roy.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Christina. Alrighty, so we're moving on to item 13. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Coming to us is Stephanie Zamora, who's been doing an excellent job of keeping us on top of state and national legislation. So I turn it to Stephanie.
Thank you, Mr. Premier, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As I've been doing in the past weeks, I'll provide a very brief update on federal and state legislative affairs. A little bit of positive news at the federal level. The U.S. Department of Transportation approved over 500 infrastructure grants, totaling $2.9 billion, And this would include $11 million to Tucson's bus and transit facility upgrades under the Heat Proof Your 2025 Commute program. Just a little bit of positivity there. Apart from that, the Trump administration has issued new executive orders impacting cybersecurity, wildfire prevention, drone operations, and border infrastructure. Additionally, Congress is actively working on budget reconciliation. The House passed a rescissions bill cutting $8.3 billion in foreign aid and $1 billion from public broadcasting. The Congressional Budget Office estimates these policies would reduce incomes for the lowest income earners and increase incomes for high-income households. In the Senate, reconciliation discussions are ongoing. We've discussed this in previous conversations, but some of these key provisions include $211 billion in proposed SNAP cuts over the next 10 years and $91.5 billion in border security funding, and a proposed sale of up to 2.2 million acres of federal land, impacting 11 western states, which does include Arizona. At the state level, things are moving quickly this week, and the Arizona legislature resumed session following a multi-week recess. Most of the legislative work is done, and now the key focus is on budget discussions, which are still underway. Just this morning, the Committee on Appropriations met and passed several Senate budget bills, which will now advance in the process. The Senate is expected to remain on the floor as long as necessary tomorrow to pass a budget package and send it to the House. We're still awaiting those details on how the House intends to reconcile its own budget proposals and resolve any outstanding differences. We will continue to monitor that and provide you with any necessary information. And with that, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council, that concludes the update.
And Mayor, if I may, there's two water-related items that are sort of late breaking. I just want to make sure we also cover in this item.
We've got the SHOP amendment, right?
I'm not aware of that one. These are both at the federal level. So one of the items is the new Commissioner of the Bureau of Reclamation is become public today. It's Mr. Ted Cook. This is amazing news for Arizona. If Ted Cook was the general manager of the Central Arizona Project, he is up until probably tomorrow when he has to probably step down, a member of the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority Board for Arizona. And he is a consummate water professional, extremely knowledgeable, and he's Arizona. So that's a really good outcome. And that was announced at a meeting of the Arizona Reconsultation Committee meeting today, which was being held simultaneous with this one. It's where Director Kamik had to be multitasking. And no real results from that other than to state that we're getting in the final window of having to have a negotiated agreement for the Colorado River post-2026. We're within the next few months where that has to be known and then go through the environmental impact statement process. So there was at our traditional fall meetings, we usually give you a comprehensive update on the Colorado River. So there's going to be a lot of meat on the bone for that when we get to that in September. But I just want to make sure you're aware that those meetings were happening and that just our congratulations to Mr. Ted Cook. He's an excellent choice to be the commissioner. Thank you, Mayor.
That is excellent. I continue to be very worried about the budget bill in front of the Senate right now and what that means to Arizonans. Just in southern Arizona, 130,000 people could be affected that rely on Medicaid. For health care, over 300,000 Arizonans will stand to completely lose coverage. Community clinics like El Rio and Tucson say that these cuts would devastate their services and endanger lives. In Arizona, food banks currently serve about 700,000 people, approximately 285,000 meals each day. Cutting SNAP benefits put seniors, families, and children at risk. For children and families that rely on both Medicaid and SNAP, the consequences of this budget bill are horrific, and what it will do to affect Arizonans. The repeal of the clean energy tax credit is not moving in the right direction. the repeal of the budget investment for even public media. It is just a horrific bill that hurts seniors and children and the most vulnerable residents, not just in Tucson and Arizona, but throughout the country. That bill passed the House and is waiting for Senate approval. And if the Senate passes that bill, it could be devastating for families across the nation, just devastating for people and for the economy, which Trump and the House and Senate Republicans contend that they are good for the economy. So, Councilmember Cunningham, I know that you have a comment, but just wanted to open it to everyone else and then close to take a break before the regular meeting. Councilmember Cunningham.
Couple things. 1611, it's a groundwater conservation bill. I think there's an amendment that was introduced by TJ Shope this morning that probably isn't good for us. You got any information on that?
Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, I'm aware of that amendment that was dropped today, and I can provide your office more direct and clear information on that and what it might imply for the city of Tucson.
We've got some information. This is a bill that affects groundwater conservation statewide and relaxes some things, but it looked like it was going to die. But now they've put a an amendment together, so the bill's back on. So, it has life support. So if it passes, that hurts us in our conservation efforts. So we really want to be aware of what's going on. We've already adopted a lot of those conservation efforts, but it's important that our state partners are held to the same standards as we hold ourselves when it comes to water stewardship. That's all, Your Honor.
Any others? Already hearing none. Anything else you want to add, Stephanie or Mr. Manager?
That would be all, Mayor.
Thank you so much for the report. Really appreciate it. Item 14, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to remove consent item K for discussion, the pilot project for small agriculture.
Alrighty, noted. Anything else?
Nothing to remove. I will be reading a Scrivener's error correction in the context of the differential rate ordinance. There's just one of the numbers that was off. It's correct in the schedules, but I'll just clear up in the record tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking. Anyone else? Item 15, does anyone have any items for future agendas?
Yes, Your Honor. August
Member Cunningham.
August 6th, I'd like to be sure that we examine the COA and the bus fare report. I think transportation will be ready. I'll have a memo for that.
Alrighty. Is that something that we're scheduled with the transportation?
Honorable Mayor, that meets the schedule that we were intending.
Alrighty. Anyone else? Alrighty. Study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin at 5:40 p.m. The next study session is scheduled for Wednesday, August 6, 2025. Thank you all.
So they did replenish snacks and stuff.
Well, how we get a little wine glass?
Oh, yeah,
Hop up there, man. You can grab a camera too.
Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Absent, excused.
Commissioner Cunningham. Here. Commissioner Dahl.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Perez.
Here.
Commissioner Ulick. Here. Chair Romero.
Here. City Managers, item 2.
Public Housing Authority budget approval.
City Managers, PHA, Communication Number 9, dated June 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-37 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-37, relating to the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, reviewing and approving the public housing asset management project budgets developed for the City of Tucson as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for HUD fiscal year 2026, authorizing execution and delivery of HUD Form 52574 and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-37.
Seconded.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-37 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 3.
Tucson Housing Rehabilitation Update and approval to submit the application for repositioning under the Rental Assistance Demonstration, RAD program to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, in Ward 3.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 10, dated June 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-38 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-38, relating to affordable housing and community development, authorizing the repositioning of certain public housing units located at 1501 North Oracle Road, Tucson, Arizona, 85705, and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-38.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we need to go to roll call.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye, sorry.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-38 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
Approval to submit HCD Scattered Site Section 18 disposition application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, citywide.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 11, dated June 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-39 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-39, relating to housing and community development, approving the Public Housing Authority's PHA Section 18 disposition application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move we pass and adopt PHA 2025-39.
Second.
There is a motion and there's a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we need another roll call.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-39 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 5.
Approval of minutes.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 8, dated June 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the April 8th, 2025 meeting?
So moved, Mayor.
There is a motion.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? The motion to approve the minutes of April 8th, 2025 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 6.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Absent, excused.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye. Here.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Nick Sulik. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over rules of decorum for mayor and council meeting. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting, to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupt persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupt the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates these rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation today will be given by Osiel Monroe Gospel Rescue Mission. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Prayer. God, we want to first and foremost express our gratitude for your presence in our lives and in our gathering tonight. We ask that you bless this meeting, that we find mutual purposes in what is discussed today, so that good plans and intentional strategies are set in motion that will bless our city. Help us all to be good stewards of what you've entrusted us with, the beautiful people of the city, the countless walks of lives, and the various faiths you've placed in our hands. Help us, our mayor and our council members, to continually manage and lead well and always address our human needs with respect, empathy, wisdom, and grace. We thank you for listening to our petitions as we continue to place our trust in you, our strength and refuge at all times. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that beautiful prayer. Thank you. All righty, so we move on to item 2C. We have a couple of presentations and proclamations, and our first one will be proclaiming June 19th, 2025 to be Juneteenth. I know that there are distinguished guests that hopefully joined us today. Larry Starks, the board president of the Tucson Juneteenth Festival, as well as Rose Talton, board member of the Tucson Juneteenth Festival. Dr. Lehman Benson III, Vice President, the Black Advancement and Engagement at the University of Arizona, Jonique Woods from the University of Arizona, as well as Bob and Beverly Elliott, founders of the African American Museum of Southern Arizona, Nikia Johnson, Director of the African American Museum of Southern Arizona, and anyone else that is here to join us for this. Meet up there so that I can read the proclamation. If, as always, any of my colleagues on the council want to join me, please feel free. Hello, good evening. How are you? Thank you for coming. Really appreciate you joining us. Let me see, we have some extra copies of these. So I'll hand these over to you if you want to open it up. Alrighty. So I'm very, very happy to be able to present you this proclamation. I know that you had an incredible event on Saturday, June 14th. I'm sorry I couldn't join you. I acted on my husband's wishes to go visit his father for Father's Day in Yuma, Arizona, so I couldn't join you. But I heard the governor was there and that it was a great event. Thank you so much for putting it together and organizing. We appreciate it. So, on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to proclaim June 19th of 2025 to be Juneteenth in the City of Tucson. So whereas the United States of America was founded on the principles of freedom and justice for all, and the Civil War was fought to ensure that freedom was shared by all, whereas General Gordon Granger read his third general order in Galveston, Texas, bringing freedom to the last of the enslaved in Texas on June 19, 1865. 2.5 years after the effective date of the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas Juneteenth was recognized as America's second Independence Day by the United States Congress, Senate Joint Resolution 11 and House Joint Resolution 56 in 1997. And whereas many communities throughout the nation and across Arizona come together to celebrate Juneteenth as a day of freedom and to enjoy a spirit of peace, respect, and understanding. Whereas on November 14th, 2022, the City Council unanimously declared Juneteenth a City of Tucson holiday, commemorating the emancipation of enslaved people in the U.S. And whereas this Tucson Juneteenth Festival was celebrated this year, Saturday, June 14th, at the Keno Sports Center. And whereas today, more than ever, we need to be united and continue to take care of each other in our community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2025 to be Juneteenth Freedom Day in this community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 17th day of June, 2025. Thank you so much, and congratulations, and thank you for all the work you do. Would you like to say a few words?
Go ahead. We just want to say thank you to our community leaders and our community at large. It is just an amazing opportunity to be able to receive this recognition. Juneteenth truly is more than just a day. It is a movement. We engage in activities within our community year-round. I highly encourage you to check out the websites for the Juneteenth Festival as well as the African American Museum of Southern Arizona, especially because we are the only museum in Arizona. So please get engaged, get involved, volunteer, donate, share your time, treasure, and attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this esteemed recognition. And on behalf of the University of Arizona's Juneteenth Committee, we are very thankful for this opportunity and this proclamation. And we have been celebrating all month. Each week we have had engaging lectures, and we will close it out with the art of food, because there is life beyond Juneteenth. You are witnessing us here today, and while we have work to do, we want to honor our past, so we will be doing that on June 26th. So thank you so much. I'm going to give this to your security. It's Juneteenth, and you have a Wildcat pin.
Awesome. This is beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take a picture of
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Recycling Workers. If anyone else wants to join us, it takes about 10 minutes to come here. Thank you so much. And now we have a Waste and Recycling Workers Week proclamation. We do have some guests for this as well. Carlos de la Torre, City of Tucson Director of Environmental Services, our hardworking team members at Environmental Services. I'm seeing him here. Please join us. Don't be shy. If we have any AFSCME members that work at Environmental Services and recycling, please join us as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. All righty. So I have a couple of proclamations. Whoever wants to take them, and if you want to open it up. So first and foremost, I want to thank our Environmental Services team for all of the work that you do to make sure that we have a beautiful and clean city, and that very important services are done every single day for our community. Your work is valued and valuable, and we appreciate the incredible work that you're doing. So, whereas the state of Arizona celebrates the week of June 16th through June 24th, 2025 as National Waste and Recycling Workers Week. And whereas the health and well-being of our residents is significantly impacted by the diligent work of waste and recycling workers who ensure our neighborhoods are clean and safe. And whereas these workers perform an essential public service by managing the collection, processing, and disposal of waste and recycling materials, thus promoting environmental sustainability and public health. And whereas National Waste and Recycling Workers Week provides an opportunity to acknowledge and show appreciation for the tireless efforts of these dedicated individuals. And whereas the City of Tucson is committed to supporting waste and recycling workers by promoting safe working conditions and recognizing their contributions to a cleaner and healthier environment. Whereas the dedicated staff with the Environmental Services Department makes significant contributions to the safety, health, and welfare of our residents by processing hundreds of thousands of tons of garbage, recycling and composting annually. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim June 16th through the 24th, 2025, as Waste and Recycling Workers Week in this community, and encourage all residents to join in expressing their gratitude and appreciation for their hard work and dedication of waste and recycling workers who serve our community by making it a cleaner place to live. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 17th day of June, 2025. Congratulations, and thank you so much. Anyone want to say anything? Going once. Anyone?
Yeah, I will. Madam Mayor and Council, I just want to thank everybody and really appreciate it. Just the recognition for our employees. I tell you on a daily basis what they go out there and do and provide the services in the city of Tucson. Look around. This is the group. I wish I could bring everybody, to be honest with you, to this because they're the boots on the ground. They get it done on a daily basis. So thank you very much for everybody recognizing them because they do a great job every day. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So go ahead and take a picture.
Go up front. Go up front. Squish and squish.
They're a little shy.
Come on, Pat.
These guys get it done. I hear all about you. Awesome.
Okay.
She's part of the team. She should be leading the way. She's part of the team. Yeah. She's part of the team.
you for the hard work. See you.
See that, right? Tall dude. Hey, how's their softball team? It's okay.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for allowing us to do that. We move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 199 dated June 17th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments and the report?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the appointment of Ashley Rubin to the Pima County Tucson Women's Committee.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'd like to just thank Ashley for her willingness to serve our city through the Tucson Women's Commission. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 3.
Mayor and council report summary current events.
City Manager's communication number 182 dated June 17th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current event of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have any current events? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick ones. Our third beginning of the season pool party takes place tomorrow, 4 to 7, at Thompson Pool, formerly known as Mansfield Pool, 2275 North 4th Avenue, from 4 to 7 p.m. Free food, big smiles, and family fun. Come join us. In our ward office community room, we've opened a summer cooling center for the third summer, run by the St. Francis Shelter Community. 1510 East Grant Road on Monday through Friday, 1 through 5 p.m., and it lasts through September 5th. We're looking for volunteers. This caters primarily to the unsheltered, and people can get help with medical, meals, water, hygiene, housing, information, resources, socks, and supplies. Pets are okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Bettis.
So the first one, I wanted to pay some respects. Call the audience is one of those things that sometimes it's a rough sit, but it's part of the process. And Michael Cajero came and spoke at Call the Audience quite a bit over the last 15 years. He always spoke passionately about his neighborhood and protecting what makes our city unique. He was also a teacher, an artist, and an elaborate arte povera sculptures out of paper mache, cardboard, and masking tape. He was 100% Tucsonan, and our community is better because of people like him. We lost him last month, and I just wanted to acknowledge him because there's been quite a few people. The other one is we did the proclamation for Juneteenth. I think it's really interesting that, as I learned about it this past week, when we got to when the Union got to Galveston Bay on June 19th of 1865, there were still 250,000 slaves, and it took that long to proclaim them as free. And so I think Juneteenth takes on that meaning. It started as a really small festival in Tucson, and now it's at Keno. It was at Keno Stadium. I think it's also an amazing tribute to our community, and we're reminded that we lost a stalwart in that community this year with Clarence Boykin. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that, and I didn't get a chance to because we had some other people pass. So anyway, happy June 19th. We're one of the few cities that has it as a true city holiday, and I think it's cause for celebration to some degree.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bettis.
Thank you. I was able to join in on the Juneteenth celebration. It was incredibly beautiful. I joined in as a representative, obviously Ward 5, and I know that Mayor Romero, as well as Ward 5, had sponsored the occasion. You know, I joined alongside Chair Rex Scott for the Pima County Board of Supervisors, as well as Governor Hobbs and our county attorney, Laura Conover, and I think that, you know, the sentiments from me were really in that justice might be delayed, but it can never be abandoned, and I think that that's something that's incredibly important for this moment. On a lighter note, you know, we have a couple of back-to-school events coming up in Ward 5. Quincy Douglas Recreation Center is going to be hosting its back-to-school bash on Saturday, July 12th. From 8 to 10 a.m. Children 5 years and over will be able to receive backpacks and school supplies. There's going to be a U of A mobile clinic that can provide some free sport physicals and vaccinations without insurance. And then there'll be a subsequent back-to-school event personally organized by Ward 5, our team in Ward 5, which is going to be on Saturday, July 20th from 8 to 10 at the El Pueblo Activity Center. We have a lot to offer and hope folks can join in and get some free stuff.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Well, I had my just big thanks to Southern Arizona Red Cross Executive Director Courtney Slanaker, Vice Mayor Len Santa Cruz, Fatima Luna, and Karina Martinez Molina from the City Manager's Office in the Resilience Office, Eric Garcia from my office, who canvassed last week in Ward 1 to distribute heat relief information and resources. This week, we will be experiencing extreme temperatures in the triple digits. The high on Thursday will be 111 degrees. This mayor and council have prioritized cooling centers in every ward to help protect residents from the impacts of extreme heat, especially older adults, children, and people experiencing homelessness. Please let everyone know that the City of Tucson has cooling centers available from June 1st through August 31st from 12 noon to 4 p.m. There you can go and stay safe. Our cooling centers are Donna Liggins, El Pueblo Center, Freedom Center, Morris K. Udall Center, Randolph Center, and Fred Archer Center, which is the newest one. Last week, I visited Fred Archer Center and met with staff. This space has access to water, restrooms, access to recreation and games for the kids, lots of places to sit, vending machines, drinks, computers. Being able to walk into the space that was safe and cool and welcoming was a reminder of how important our work is. There are families and seniors, especially those living in manufactured housing on the west side, especially around that area, whose homes and living spaces can pose a huge heat risk during the hottest times of the day. So let's make sure that we continue to get the word out that we can reduce the number of heat-related 911 calls and deaths this summer just by inviting our neighbors to visit one of our cooling centers throughout the city. That was my summary of current event. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 183, dated June 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. A couple things for tonight. First, I'd like to congratulate Director Ann Chineka and the team at the Housing and Community Development Department. The Arizona Department of Housing recently announced that the Housing Department successfully competed to receive $2.5 million in low-income housing tax credits, also known as LIHTC, which will be pooled together with $20 million in private investment to build 59 new apartments in the second phase of Amazon Flats on West Miracle Mile. This is the third LIHTC granted to the city's Housing and Community Development Department in the last 4 years to build affordable housing as part of our housing affordability strategy for Tucson. Amazon Flats, located at 1135 West Miracle Mile, is on the site of the former Amazon Motel. This latest award brings the total number of affordable housing units supported by the state LIHTC in Tucson to 188. Housing department's on a roll. They're also celebrating the installation of solar panels on 15 homes owned by the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority, thanks to the mayor and council's initiative to add solar to city-owned buildings. By expanding the benefits of solar, the City of Tucson helps public housing residents pay less of their monthly income on utility bills to stay cool while advancing the city's climate resilience goals. And speaking of staying cool, the City of Tucson recently celebrated improvements to the Quincy Douglas Pool at 1563 East 36th Street. The $1.1 million renovation was funded with over $430,000 from Prop 407, voter approval, and $680,000 from the Mayor and Council's investment fund. Upgrades included replacing the pool and splash pad decks, replastering the pool shell, refurbishing the slide and other pool amenities. And this is also an opportunity to see the mayor and Councilmember Perez out in the splash pad and having fun with local folks that turned out for that event. And it's an example of how the City of Tucson delivers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Tamir. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 198, dated June 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have 3 applications for a new license, 4 applications for person and location transfer, 1 special event application, and 3 applications for agent change, acquisition, and control. All applicants are in compliance with city requirements except for item 5B3 in Ward 6, which is not in compliance with PDSD and has written arguments in opposition, so that item will be considered separately. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1, 5B2, 5B4 through 5B7, 5C1, and 5D1 through 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
There is a
Second.
motion, there's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Are we considering any different separately?
So the item to be considered separately is item 5B3, the Urban Cowboy, and we do have a card.
Here.
All righty. We do have Scott Cummings. I don't know, Councilmember.
sure.
Oleg, if you'd like to lead
Sure.
us in this.
Sure. So Scott Cummings, you want to come forward?
Go back to the microphone. Use that microphone. There you go. I promise it will work.
Yeah. So thank you for being here. I know you've been in communication with my team as well as Councilmember Cunningham and perhaps others, Scott. And we did receive your correspondence as well as that from your architecture firm. And I know Planning and Development Services is here if I or any colleagues have questions. Scott, in reviewing the materials, and I know you've done a great job at a number of different locations in the city. Unfortunately, this is in my view, we're not able to waive the rules in terms of filing a development plan prior to making a recommendation on a liquor license. We need to keep a level playing field for folks who are operating in the city. In addition, we did get a letter of opposition from a neighbor to the site, and so that sort of adds weight to the fact that folks in the community would like to be able to participate in the decision and in some cases oppose the license given the location. So I am going to make a motion to deny the application, and if I can get a second, we'll certainly open it up if you'd like to. I certainly want to give you a chance to speak.
Seconded.
There's a motion and a second, and this is the time for discussion. Council member Ulick, you'd like to have Mr. Cummings speak.
If there are questions of Mr. Cummings beyond the materials, and Scott, I think you made your argument well in your letter and in your calls. Is there anything further that you'd like to say?
Yes, I'll make it brief. You know, one of the things I'd like to stress is that the property is zoned properly. The thing that planning department is asking for is a development plan, which, as you stated, I have contracted with For's Architecture, who's done 3 other development plans on properties that are neighboring this one. What I would ask, this is really kind of a very unique situation. There was 3 licenses that the state of Arizona was not able to sell that they offered in the lottery. So people were given the licenses and then weren't able to perform on it. So there's just 3 licenses. It's a unique situation. What I would ask is that instead of a disapproval is just a no vote, and let me go ahead, continue with the development plan as I am doing. If you were to say, you know, if you do a no vote, I can't get a license and then just come in and slip it into that property without having approval of the planning department. They still have to approve the development plan or the IID if I choose to go that way. It is in the it's in the investment incentive district. So I really, you know, I have 6 current licenses. I've owned a license since August 6th of 1984 at Bob Dobbs. I have a good reputation for being responsible. I've never had a license revoked or denied. So I really would like you to reconsider and just say, hey, if we take no vote, no action, he still has to go through all the processes. He's still, you know, anyone who had protested can still have input during the development plan process. So I really ask for that. I think that acting in good faith, there's nothing I can do to circumvent putting a license on that property without eventually the city approving it. A no vote will at least allow, I talked to the State Liquor Board today, and a no vote would allow it to keep going through the process, and you'd be able to activate another liquor license that you don't have in the county right now that will start generating tax revenues. So I really, really hope you would consider that.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings, and I wanted to be sure you had the benefit of being able to articulate, you know, your position and your request to myself and colleagues. My concern is that there is opposition to the service of liquor at this location from at least one neighbor who's been made aware of it. So at this juncture, I don't feel comfortable with neutrality when I think it's more appropriate to make it clear. When did you get the license through the lottery?
I applied for it, you know, roughly, maybe 2 months ago.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Roughly 2 months ago. And they had to go through and do a background check, had to make sure all the fingerprints, and once again, I've never had a license denied.
Yeah.
No, and there's
no question. I don't think anybody.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but 6 active licenses right now.
Yeah, and we've noted that, and the police department and others have indicated that you're in compliance on those measures. So I'm going to hold to my motion, which has been seconded, and open it up to colleagues.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Just a couple questions. So does this not go to the State Liquor Board, Mr. Attorney?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, yes, it does. The motion as made would be to recommend disapproval or denial of the license. What Mr. Cummings was talking about is the third option, which is no recommendation, but which would also go to the board. But in this instance, with the documentation provided by PDSD with no development package on file, there's an issue with noncompliance with our zoning requirements.
And I think it's important to note for the record that, you know, by doing the denial, it goes to the Liquor Board, but also that if he does get his development plan in place, and obviously we'd be open to reconsideration or something like that, or whatever happens down the road, and that should be on the record for the board to review at least.
Right, and you can make it clear on the record, which I think you're doing, is that to the extent that the vote to take a recommendation for denial is based on noncompliance with the zoning, if he shows zoning compliance in advance of the hearing with the liquor board, then he'll be able to present that to the board, that he satisfied that concern.
I think that's very good for the record. Thank you.
Any others? Ready, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, so we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, call to the audience is scheduled to last for 30 minutes. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. We don't have our normal timer today, so I will be using my own timer. And I will let you know when you have 1 minute left and then when your time is up.
Okay. So when I call your name, please come up and let us know if you're a resident of the city of Tucson, if you are a retained speaker. Our first speaker is Veronica Hanley.
Hello. Forgive my appearance, I just came from work. My name is Veronica Hanley. I'm a Black woman small business owner. I live in Ward 6. I operate commercial business locations in Ward 5 and in the Hedrick Acres neighborhood of Ward 2. I've spoken here twice. I've addressed Pima County once, all addressing serious safety concerns as a business owner dealing with the unhoused who were assaulting or about to assault people on business property. And after Mayor Romero said in February during the Black History Month celebration that Ted Przelski should follow up with me and gave me his card, I called and emailed him 5 times. I never received a response, by the way. Over the past 5 years, I've dealt with 5 serious safety incidences involving violent, unhoused individuals, 4 of which forced me to arm myself in the moment to protect my employees and myself. One of those was on Christmas Day at Ward 5 location. I had to arm myself before calling the police, and when they arrived, they seemed more concerned about the fact that I was armed after I informed them voluntarily it was safe and holstered than the actual threat. I'm 5'1". I called them. Why were they scared of me? Now the city has cleared out Santa Rita Park and is rebuilding it, but did anyone ask the nearby businesses like mine how that would affect us? You're planning to clear people from the washes too, so where do you think they're going to go? Because right now, when we ask somebody to leave private property, they threaten arson. That's not an exaggeration. That is what's happening. Just recently, I called 911 on a woman trespassing at my business location, smoking something, because I have dogs to protect at my doggy daycare facility. She looked right in my face and said, "You're going to burn tonight." I own a doggy daycare and boarding facility that's more secure than most homes, but what does it mean that even with all that security I've invested to implement, I still can't get follow-up or support? I've scheduled a meeting with Senator Mark Kelly's office, and I've submitted a request to meet with Congressman Juan Ciscomani's team, not to escalate, but in case I'm dismissed again, because I also have a meeting scheduled with the Ward 5 office next week, and based on how that's already been handled, I have reason to be concerned. When I said I had concerns how I was heard as a business owner and concerns that I was ignored in a brief message, the Ward 5 team assumed I just wanted money, and instead of listening, offered me links to loan programs before hearing me and said, "Most businesses like you who called need financial help," as if that made the assumption acceptable. I've made calls, I've sent the emails, I've stood here, I've followed the processes, and still nothing. And now, just 2 days before Juneteenth, I find myself wondering, isn't it ironic that a Black woman who built a business from the ground up, who did everything by the book, still can't get a call back? It makes me wonder if the city even cares about any businesses at all, and for people like me, simply panders now. So I'll ask again, what is it going to take for the city of Tucson to help any business owner who live here, pays fees to operate here, have commercial buildings, and are simply asking for safety, support, and basic respect? Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Sanderreger. Christina Sanderreger, I believe it is.
Hi. My name is Christina Sanderreger, and I've lived in Tucson all my life. I'm in Ward 6. I have had friends who are homeless, and my daughter and I were once nearly homeless ourselves. Probably would have been able to be in our car, but we were able to go and be at a friend's for a little while and then be on their porch for a while after that. It's really difficult to be in a situation like that. The only place to go sometimes, you know, if I hadn't had a place to go with a friend, where would we have gone? And if I didn't have a car. So, I just think that it's very cruel to expect people to have somewhere to go, even if they don't have anywhere to go. Like, what are they supposed to do? So if we take them to jail, that's a solution? I don't think that that's a solution that benefits the community at all. And one thing I'm concerned about with people being scooped up in sweeps, a lot of times they lose belongings. And we've now heard that ICE is taking some homeless people, at least in some cities, and detaining them for deportation because they don't have any documents with them. And when you've lost your documents through a sweep, I mean, it's hard enough if you live in a house and have to order your birth certificate from another state and wait for weeks for it to come. If you're homeless and maybe you don't have the capacity to go and be using a computer at the library very easily, how are you going to get those documents? And you have to pay quite a bit to get those documents again, and then meanwhile you're without them. I just think that there are other solutions. We need more housing. We need more shelter beds. I think a housing first program would be a much better solution. And there are many other things that people have done around the country and in other countries to help, like small housing, tiny houses, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Sonderegger? Ms. Sonderegger? We do have a Housing First program and a Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program. Jose Valladares.
Hello, thank you. My name is Jose. I'm from Tucson, and I love this city. I just want to say that making it illegal to camp in washes is not a solution to homelessness. It almost seems like an attempt to sweep the problem under the rug. Arresting people for camping in a wash because they're struggling to get by seems violent. Please do not hurt them anymore. People who can afford to hike and camp, they're not camping in washes. People camp in washes because they may have no other option or resources. Nobody wants to live outside. It was 100 degrees outside today. This ordinance would be an attack on those poor people. Also, I would like to add that the hostile architecture around our city is violent and inhumane. Large jagged rocks next to the Rito bike path prevent homeless people, and it's not a solution. It makes it harder for struggling humans to survive. When a city removes a bus stop in hopes of seeing less homeless people on the street, it hurts everyone that uses that stop. Doesn't matter where you come from. If TPD is going to serve and protect our people, why don't they serve homeless people resources for shelters instead of Miranda rights and a right to jail? I don't know how to solve housing crisis or a drug epidemic. I'm kind of a simple man, but I know for a fact that arresting those who are homeless for being in a wash is not a solution. It's not even a step in the right direction. That's my opinion. If you vote yes for this, you're going to hurt people who are struggling to survive already. Please be a good human and help these people. Do not hurt them. Thank you.
Carl? Carl, I don't have a last name, but it's Carl.
What's the name?
Carl.
Carl?
Alrighty. Chris Giocaris. Oh, Carl? Alrighty. You need to add your full name, sir.
Carl Stokel, Stoeckel. I'm with Citizens to Restore Our Wash, which is Anklam Wash. I'm here to request that the security gates that prevent vehicles from going in the wash be replaced. When we started this program in 2010, the result was one of the gates up. That gate was there until COVID. It was torn out and removed finally by the city, but now replaced. Consequently, we've had pickup trucks, drug dealers, we've had RVs, we've had people, yes, driving in there. We had taken an environmental restoration approach. Anklam Wash ends at Silverbell Road. The last mile we've adopted from Greasewood Park and Greasewood Road to Silverbell. Beyond that, it is a concrete ditch. So for that, we've been approaching the restoration of the environment in that length of the wash. Coyotes, bobcats, snakes, of course, quail. It's been very successful till we lost our gates. So I'm here to request and get this on the record in Ward 1 to have both security gates replaced so that the wash can begin to restore itself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You did not provide us with your phone number or email address for us to be able to connect with you. Can I get someone from the...
I can give that to you now
I'll
if
get
you
the...
want.
You don't have to do it publicly, but I'll give someone from the clerk so that you could give us your
Yes,
number
that
and we
would be
can
great
follow up.
for Ward 1. Thank you.
Chris Jokaris.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me speak. There's a lot of, obviously we're hearing today, there's a lot of complicated issues going on all at the same time. I just wanted to comment, and I wanted to thank the council and mayor for the practical decision to not rush the TEP agreement onto the ballot. I definitely really appreciate that. I have a whole write-up here about how we could get businesses on board with doing with taking it over, but I'll save that for another time. The one thing I want to point out is just today the Pima County approved a data center project, and one of the main selling points is that it's going to return about $25 million a year in local revenue. That's $25 million a year, whereas right now Fortis is taking out of 2024 $289 million. So if we're excited about $25 million a year, we should be really excited about $289 million a year. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jokaris. Paul Chemnitz.
I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for allowing people to have this opportunity to speak. I'm going to start with a little trivia question, but the issue is not at all trivial. Nobody has to answer. True or false, the city of Tucson pays over $200,000 a year to someone who does not possess a bachelor's degree from an accredited university to head up one of its departments. This is true, and it's the department that I started working for about 2 years ago. I work at Parks and Rec at Reed Park, and I was pretty happy at first with the position, and I did notice odd decisions being made by the department. I did notice lots of grammatical errors on emails, but in the past 6 months, things have gotten much worse there for the workers at Reed Park. HR, not from our department, but the city's HR started conducting a series of interviews at my insistence. Unfortunately, they were provided the people's names to interview from my department, because the interviews are supposed to be like a study on working conditions over the past 2 years by people that have worked as groundskeepers or PMCs, which is like assistant managers at Reed Park. But like the 8, 9, or 10 people that have been the most mistreated and would know the most about what has gone on there over the past couple of years were not sent to HR to interview. And it's obviously intentional. I mean, some other things I've noticed is I sent up a little photograph up there with my card of a group of people that have high positions in Parks and Rec, and none of them have any qualifications for their positions. Their qualification seems to be that they were good buddies for many years before they ever worked for the department. And now they're running things in the department. Do I have about a minute left?
20 seconds.
How many seconds?
20.
20. Okay. That's about it. My phone number, if anybody's interested, is 504-373-3516 for any help we can get. And in the spirit of Juneteenth, they should also look into incidents of racism by the people in the administration, which I can inform you about.
All righty, Marita Lee Fiedler. Marita Lee Fiedler.
Yes, good day to you. I am a federal executive with my Department of Education. I am a federal executive with the Department of Law, Federal Judicial Administrative Law, U.S. Judge and Attorney for our U.S. courts. I am here by the U.S. President, Mr. Donald J. Trump. I'm a Sans Arc Lakota woman representation of federal recognized tribes. 574 federal recognized tribes here of federal lands. I'm also an active duty U.S. military service member of the Pentagon National Security Office in Washington, D.C. of the U.S. President, a federal official, and of his work and everything with every U.S. representative, every state of this native land. This is Unchimanka. I'm a Native American. I'm from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. I'm a Sans Arc Lakota of the First Peoples. I'm of the Buffalo Nation, the White Buffalo Maiden, as well as everything of 10 Commandments in our United States flag with every U.S. military service member. I'm also an engineer. I am NASA. I have everything with the administrations with NASA. I just disarmed 9,960 nuclear weapons, as well as everything with peace. I'm a peacemaker. I'm international national security in this whole entire globe, worldwide. My official email address is fiddler.usa@W.H.gov. My telephone number is 720-474-1708. I also have every right of civil rights and everything with POW, World War I, World War II, and everything with discrimination. Evil and discrimination has got to go. We are all people with equal opportunity as well as helping one another and with God's love. I am sitting here, I'm homeless, I'm doing my work, I just got done doing electricity, satellites, and everything, so we just pray for all the homeless. You know, I pray for everyone's life and everything in life and spirit with God, Creator and Great Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty. Our next speaker is Sandra Gonzalez.
Hi, I just want to start off really quickly by saying that I do have clinical anxiety, so I'm very nervous, so please bear with me if I stutter when I say this. Let me get my statement out, sorry. It's a bit long. Again, it's my first time attending something like this, so I'm very passionate. But good evening. My name is Sandra Gonzalez. I'm a Tucson native, born and raised here, and I've seen firsthand how much worse the homelessness crisis has gotten in our city, especially since the pandemic. I am also close friends with someone who is currently an employee at the City of Tucson as a community safety, health, and wellness community enrichment coordinator. And I think they've been employed there for about like 4 to 5 years. I'm not completely sure, but because of that, I do get a bit of an insight on what work goes regarding this topic that we're addressing today. So I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about the proposal to ban camping in public spaces like washes. I want to remind everyone in this room of something that's often forgotten. Sorry if it sounds a bit harsh, a bit bold, a bit brash. Again, it's my first time attending something like this, so please forgive my intonation if it offends anyone. But most of us in here are probably a lot closer to being homeless than we will ever be billionaires. That's not a clever line. That's the truth. Losing a job, getting sick, or dealing with one crisis can push someone into the streets. And when that happens, we as a community have a choice. Do we help or do we punish? This proclamation does not offer help. It just moves people out of sight and criminalizes survival. It's inhumane, and frankly, it's unfair. This line we're on was already stolen, and now we're trying to steal what little safety is left for the most vulnerable people in our city. That is not justice, that's cruelty. If we want to actually address this issue, then we need real solutions, not proclamations that make it worse. That means investing in permanent supportive housing, funding outreach teams, open more low-barrier shelters, and working with service providers instead of against them. I urge the council not to pass this. Tucson can and should be a place that treats people with dignity, not a place that tries to erase them because it's uncomfortable to see them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Jacob Ginsburg.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jacob Ginsburg, and I represent Aqua Gringo Urban Farm, a less than 1 acre urban farm located in Ward 6. I'm here today to thank you for the continued support of our urban agriculture here in Tucson and to advocate for a critical issue that impacts our ability to grow more food for our community. In 2015, we worked alongside many of you to pass the urban agricultural codes, hoping to unlock the potential of urban farming here in Tucson. It was an exciting moment filled with possibilities. However, one of the biggest challenges we faced and still face is the cost of water for farming and growing food for our community. Water is vital to all agriculture, but for urban farmers, the cost of water has often been prohibitive. For years, we've struggled with pricing that has made it difficult to grow enough food to sustain our operations, support the demand for local, fresh produce. Recently, we were fortunate enough to be granted a new water meter under their small-scale urban agriculture pilot you approved in 2024. Thank you very much. This allows us to benefit from agricultural water pricing that is the current practice for community gardens. Thank you, Pima County Food Alliance, the Community Food Bank, and Tucson Water for this opportunity. This is a game changer, enabling us to expand our farm and produce more food for our community. And we're not just thinking of our own farm, we want to see others succeed at farming as well, to help build a sustainable food system here in Tucson. For this reason, we are asking the City Council to vote yes on resolution number 23945 and extend the agriculture water pricing to urban farmers. We believe this will create an environment where farmers, both new and established, can grow more food, support their communities, and contribute to the city's long-term resilience. I want to personally thank Councilmember Dahl and Mayor Romero for their continued support for our mission. Your leadership has made a difference, and we are grateful for it. Extending this pricing will allow us to continue the work we're passionate about, growing food, building community, and making Tucson a stronger, more self-sufficient city. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to continuing our work together to strengthen urban agriculture in Tucson.
Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. James Rose.
Good evening. My name is James Rose. I am a property owner in the east end of Congressional District 7, just across from the Pantano River. I know how dangerous monsoons can be and how quickly flooding can change a situation for any of us. I understand the mayor and council's need to both feel like you are protecting citizens that are homeless and also protecting our city monetarily from Prop 312. But even a yes vote does not mean our city would be protected from lawsuits when you agree in concert prior to voting that enforcement is next to impossible. Barring any imminent threat to public safety, the homeless need help, not hurt. The city does not have the resources to respond, according to our city manager, but I would offer a compromise. Start saving lives by creating strategy and safety protocols to protect first responders and our homeless. Include all stakeholders that could identify riparian washes and imminent danger of floods. And most importantly, include routine inspections to assist and guide any homeless living in these areas, which would decrease rescue calls, and thereby reducing the likelihood of life-threatening situations to first responders and the homeless. Do not waste any more resources on prohibiting camping in washes, watercourses, and public parks, when even the city manager says that Tucson does not have the resources, including personnel resources, to respond to every violation or every reported violation, which would make a yes vote futile. Thank you. Again, my name is James Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Maggie Flowers. Maggie Flowers.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Maggie Flowers. I live in Tucson, and I'm not being paid to speak. Mayor Romero, I want to give you my appreciation for your work on aligning our city's climate goals with the franchise agreement with TEP through the Energy Collaboration Agreement. Your leadership is helping Tucson fully implement our climate action plan. We, as members of the public, asked to be engaged on the franchise agreement, and you listened to us. City staff, which includes Fatima Luna, Karina Martinez Molina, Roy Lusk, and Michael Catanzaro, did a great job organizing the Tucson Energy Future town halls. These engagement meetings sourced ideas from the public, including engagement from members of our Spanish-speaking community. This community engagement is crucial and shows strong leadership from you and a legitimate willingness to engage the public. The franchise agreement process will help our community adapt to growing challenges from increased heat and growing utility costs. I thank you for seriously engaging with this process to help our community adapt to the effects of climate change. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your strong commitment to addressing Tucson's climate emergency.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. Phineas Anderson. Phineas Anderson.
As the mayor said, my name is Phineas Anderson. I've lived in Tucson since 1980. I think many of you know that there are many of your constituents that are depressed and have a sense of hopelessness in terms of what they can do about the state of our country. My wife, Mitchell, and myself, before Tesla takedown was established, did the first Tesla protest in Tucson, and we've done 8 since, and most of them at the time were the largest in the country. This past Saturday, a group called Democracy Unites Us, of which we started, planned the No Kings protest. It was a motor march around the city. In total, we estimated we had nearly 5,000 vehicles, not just in one lane, but in several lanes. And if you put all those vehicles in one lane, they would go 18 miles in length. We had between 12,000 and 15,000 people in cars and around the city, particularly at 22nd Street and Country Club, but around the city, standing in the 108-degree heat. Now that's commitment. And those people are asking me, what is our city council doing about this issue within our country? It's interesting to note that during our time of independence, there were vast communities around the country that were approving proclamations against King George III.
1 minute.
So I actually developed a proclamation, which you all get tomorrow, against our wannabe king, Trump. And I think you will find its title being No Executive Overreach, Supporting the United States Constitution, Defending Our Democracy. So, Mayor Romano, I really appreciate you speaking on the morning of June 14th related to our efforts there. I humbly ask that you will put it on the agenda as soon as you can. I want you to note it's taken 13 weeks since I addressed this body, and literally there's been no appropriate follow-up. And so I hope that you will take the initiative, and some others perhaps on the council. I've had some promises, and I hope those promises are fulfilled, to pass this resolution, because then the people who are feeling depressed will feel that you have their backs.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Reyes Suarez.
Hello, my name is Reyes Suarez. I am a native-born Tucsonian. I'm speaking on my own behalf. There's been a disturbing trend of further criminalizing homelessness, and I just want to remind everyone that it costs more to lock someone up for the night than to put them in a hotel. Why is our first inclination to punish them rather than support? I believe it says more how we view them rather than coming up with logistical solutions. I want to make it clear that the current expanding homelessness crisis is not due to personal failings. More people aren't becoming more inclined to choose this type of life. They're being forced into it due to shrinking support structures and ever-increasing cost of living. Finally, where are they supposed to go? Federal support is being cut across the board with the current administration. HUD housing, unfortunately, is not a realistic solution for most. Shelters have difficult intake processes and force them to abandon their pets and belongings with often no guarantee of a long-term stay. Washes and parks are one of the last places that let them escape from the heat. It's unbearable heat. Between the anti-homeless structures around the city and removal of shade like bus stop covers, if we force them out of the washes, more people will die from heat exposure than any will die from floods. I'm aware of the cooling centers, but they're often too far and too distant, especially if we're going to be bringing back bus passes. The homeless won't be able to get to them. The bus fares, I mean. And again, somebody else spoke on it, the disturbing trend of the reports that ICE is targeting these homelessness because they don't have their documents to protect them from them. They're also vulnerable because they don't have a network that are searching for them.
1 minute.
I don't want to throw these people into the meat grinder because they are people. They're one of us. Many, many of us. I just ask not to be so callous to these people. We're so close to being them as well. Please put yourself in their shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez. The half hour passed a while back ago, but I'm going to do 2 additional speakers because we did have a big pile. Dennis Molnar and then Tress English.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I wanted to recognize Miss Lane Mandel. You don't pay her enough, and you need 10 more like her.
Yes, we
Been
do.
very responsive.
If you could get closer to the mic just so that we can all hear you.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
She's been very responsive and just helpful. And my concerns seem small to what I've just heard here, so I'll keep this short. I know that it's a bus fare. Again, if you can afford to pay ride the bus, pay. If you can't afford to pay the bus, you get a reduced fare. So I understand it's about a $9 million hit in our budget. I can only imagine what $9 million can do to house the homeless. I don't say this with any intent at all other than I invite each and every one of you to meet me at the bus stop at Fort Lowell and Stone at any day, any time to ride the bus. There's something that needs to be done. It's a tragedy that you can go by that bus, any bus stop in town, and see what it looks like. Again, imagine what that $9 million can do. For somebody like me or anybody else who can afford to ride the bus, let them pay. I don't understand the thought behind free buses, free bus fare. Kevin, I've called you a number of times. It's been 2 months. I'm not the only one in this meeting and the 6 meetings I've been to before this that the city council does not respond. The young lady that has a business, her place is going to burn down. The last meeting I was at, the city council did not respond to the young lady that spoke just before me. I'm not sure if you're overwhelmed with work or what, but at least respond to your constituents. I mean, something. Hey, we're going to ignore you, or this is what we're doing. But Kevin, I don't understand why you can't respond about why you think that you should continue free bus fares. If you can afford to ride the bus, let us pay.
1 minute.
That's $9 million. I just thought about it now, what we could do for homelessness here. Or a couple more cops on the street, or another cooling center. But you're throwing that money away. I can afford to pay for the bus, let me. I don't understand why I don't get a return phone call from you or an email. I've given you my address, my contact information, and yet no communication whatsoever. And just like that lady before me, we're going to burn your place down. I don't think that's what we want. I don't think it's responsible governing. So again, do what you can and respond to us as constituents, as the people that you serve. Respond to us and let us know what you're doing about the homeless problem, about the bus stops, the free fares. I want to end it again. Thank you, Ms. Mandel, for getting back to me and responding. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Molnar. You did not include your phone number or...
No, ma'am, I didn't think I did. I did it the last
That's
6
okay.
times.
You don't have to. You don't
Right.
have to say it right now, but we could make sure that we get it listed here.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate
In case the
that.
clerk's office or any one of us need to.
I appreciate that, ma'am, but I did it the last 4 or 5 times with no response, so I figured, why do it again? You already have it.
We're going to get your number from someone from the clerk is going to.
Did you get a response to my questions?
Absolutely. Call to the audience. We can't go back and forth, sir. That's not the nature of call to
I
the
understand that. You told me that last time. I get it. But I never got a response from Kevin or anybody else last time.
Thank
All right, thank you.
Tress English. And that will be our last speaker.
Would have been a good answer, yeah. He's not in the city.
My name is Trace English. It's been quite a few years since I've spoken to the council. First, I'd like to thank you for delaying the vote on the franchise this afternoon. It's very premature. When it comes to climate change, I have to say that the worst day in Tucson's 4,000-year history hasn't happened yet, and we're not prepared for it. I'll give you 3 examples of the danger I think we're in. In 2011, San Diego experienced a complete blackout because someone in APS in Arizona flipped the wrong switch and a cascade of 11 collapses cut off power to San Diego for an entire day. In 2018, Pacific Gas and Electric said, we've got everything handled. And then the Camp Fire caused $30 billion of damage and put PG&E out of business. The fact is, these are incredibly complex systems, and when they fail, they can cause catastrophic impacts. In 2021, Georgia Tech published a study of the impacts of a 5-day heat wave and a 2-day blackout and 3-day black start to restart their power. If that were to happen, Georgia Tech predicts that over 12,000 Phoenicians died and over 800,000 would need to be hospitalized. If Tucson experienced something similar, we'd lose the ability to pump water, to have cooling, to refrigeration, pump fuel, or all commercial activities. And after a few days, we'd lose cell phones at hospitals. Luckily, Tucson is actually pretty well prepared to meet this challenge. There's enough water pumps that if we provided them with an uninterruptible power supply, we'd have water for the entire city. If there are hundreds of publicly subsidized libraries and schools and stuff that have solar panels already installed. So I'm asking you for one thing in particular. I've presented to several people, including several members of the
Mr.
council.
English, please.
I'm asking you to schedule a study session, and I'll provide other information on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alrighty. We're moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through R.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B, provision of water service to Pima County, parcel number 224-19-085H, located at 3635 West Camino Christi in unincorporated Pima County. Item C is resolution authorizing the chief financial officer, assistant city manager to submit and file the city's annual expenditure limitation report, AELR. Item D is a financial participation agreement, FPA, with the Pima Association of Governments and Arts Foundation for Tucson in Southern Arizona, and an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Pima County for fiscal year 2025-26. Item E is mutual aid agreement with Pima County Community College District and City of Tucson for law enforcement emergency assistance. Item F is comprehensive financial policies, amendment for general fund reserve amounts. Item G is the final plat for TD-DIV 1224-0096, Evergreen Lots 1 through 53, and common areas. Item H is the final plat for TD-DIV 0524-00047, El Mesquite. Item I is approval of fiscal year 2026 Public Safety Personnel Retirement System, PSPRS funding policy. Item J is Tucson Code Amendment, amending Section 28-4711 regarding job order contracting. Item K is approval of continuation of intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Food Alliance and the City of Tucson, and continuation of the pilot program to allow small-scale agriculture to be charged the community garden rate for Tucson water customers. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Dahl. Item L is approval of the First Amendment to Asset Purchase Agreement, amending the asset purchase agreement with the City of Tucson and Global Water Holdings Incorporated, approved by Resolution 23746 on April 25th, 2024. Item M is amending existing intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Pima County regarding the maintenance of Julian Wash Linear Park. Item N is elections, designating voting locations and appointing election board workers for the primary election. Item O is elections, calling November 4th, 2025 City of Tucson general and special election. It's consolidated vote by mail elections to be administered by Pima County. Item P is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, amendment with the Pima County for the purpose of contribution to the Pima Early Education Program. Item Q is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with the City of South Tucson for fire services. And item R is amendment to federal financial assistance subaward agreement with Groundswell Capital. So an appropriate motion would be to pass and adopt items A through R with the exception of item K.
May I have a motion, please?
Seconded.
There's a motion and a second.
Mayor,
Further
before you call the vote,
discussion? Yes.
or the discussion, I just, two quick notes for the record.
Yes.
Consent item L, which is the purchase and sale agreement of the isolated system to Global Water. We had reserved the option of going into executive session. I'm sure you'll all be happy to know that we don't need to do that. We put that option there when we thought there might need to be some changes. If you approve the item, there may be some final language changes to the overall agreement, but nothing substantive, and just wanted to make the council aware of that. Consent item O, which is the item that calls the special and general elections as consolidated vote by mail, includes some language about a franchise election. I just noticed that in there. So we'll carve that out in a corrected version if you approve it. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. So there's a motion and a second with the language and notes provided. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those, do we need a roll call?
Roll call.
We need to go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mixulic? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. And we're taking one separately, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item because I wanted to thank the Pima County Food Alliance and the small local farmers that are part of this pilot project. I know Jacob's here. Are there some other farmers and maybe someone from the Alliance who could stand up? Thank you for growing the food that we really enjoy eating. I want to thank the manager for recommending a 2-year extension and a 5-year guarantee for this pilot water rate. What we've learned in the first year is that installing a new irrigation meter, which is a requirement to participate, is expensive in the thousands of dollars. And justifiably, there is hesitation in signing up for a program with a large upfront investment and no guarantee that it will continue. I hope it does. Why are we supporting this special water rate for small agriculture? Because it's part of building a resilient community. We already know that global warming puts the world's food supply at risk, but we also are recently facing tariffs, trade wars, economic instability, and the criminalization and deportation of our country's farm workers. All of this is contributing to food insecurity. By supporting our small local farms, we promote fresher, more nutritious food for our families. We help build the local economy by keeping money in the community. We reduce our environmental impact that is associated with the long-distance transportation and fuel consumption, and build community resilience. With that, I move to pass and adopt item K of the consent agenda.
There is a motion. May I get a second?
Seconded.
There's a motion and a second to pass item K on the consent agenda. If there's no further discussion, we need a roll call?
Yes.
Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Mayor Romero?
Yeah, he had to step out. And I am sorry. Item is passed, 5-0. Move on to item 8.
Public hearing, amending Tucson code to implement differential rate structure for Tucson water customers, increase to water conservation fee, increase to the green stormwater infrastructure, GSI fee.
City Manager's communication number 206 dated June 17th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take formal action on the implementation of a differential rate structure for Tucson water customers located in unincorporated Pima County and a corresponding adjustment in rates charged to customers in unincorporated service areas to keep the rate change revenue neutral. Also, this hearing includes a recommended increase in the water conservation fee that is charged to all potable water customers for each CCF of water billed and increases in the green stormwater infrastructure volumetric potable charge to customers in the city of Tucson. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Does staff have any presentation to give at this time?
Honorable Mayor, Water Director John Kamik would like to give a brief overview of what's being contemplated tonight, and he is also available for any subsequent questions that might come up.
Perfect. Mr. Kimmick?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Just to tee up this item. So several months ago, I think about more than 18 months ago, council gave direction to the Tucson Water Department to create and analyze a differential rate structure. We did that over the last several months using national subject matter experts in the water works area and space. So in April of this year, a notice of intent was issued to start a 60-day process prior to this public hearing. Some of the items that came up that'll be part of the discussion and consideration is a differential rate structure based on a utility basis model. The model that staff is recommending is a 60-40 debt to equity ratio, which is very similar to our financial plan activities that we are currently having. Also, in addition to this public hearing, is a change in our conservation rate. That conservation rate was last changed in 2018. It is at 10 cents a CCF now, and the recommendation is to move it to 15 cents per CCF. And then thirdly, a recommendation for the green stormwater infrastructure fee, which is at 13 cents per CCF for city-only customers, and to increase that by 2 cents to 15 cents a CCF. Again, that only affects City of Tucson customers. The last staff recommendation for this item is that if there is approval to move any or all of these items forward after the public hearing, that staff recommends that they should go into effect in August of 2025, and a delay in our current adopted our current rate plan that was adopted several years earlier, that was originally scheduled for July, for that to be delayed 1 month, so any rate adjustments would occur in one single time event in August of 2025. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we're going to have a public hearing now. When I call your name, please come forward, make your presentation. You have 5 minutes. State your name, whether you live inside the City of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Our first speaker is Supervisor Rex Scott.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of the council. My name is Rex Scott. I represent District 1 on the Pima County Board of Supervisors, which includes most of northern and northwestern Pima County. I am not a resident of the City of Tucson. And I'm here to speak in opposition to this proposal. Tucson Water receives the lion's share of our residential and industrial allocation of Central Arizona Project water. The reason for that is because the utility set a service area many years ago that ranges from Corona de Tucson to Catalina. A third of its ratepayers live in the unincorporated county. Most of these folks have been Tucson Water customers for decades. While it is true that municipal utilities around the state sometimes charge higher rates to those who live outside city limits, it would be unprecedented for those higher rates to be levied on longtime ratepayers representing such a sizable chunk of the customer base. Let me use the composition of my district to point out the inherently unfair and illogical nature of this proposal. The people I represent live mostly in portions of the unincorporated county, but my district includes parts of Marana, Tucson, and all of Oro Valley. If a holistic study of the costs of delivering water and maintaining the utilities infrastructure were done, it would likely be found that it would cost more to serve some of the customers in those incorporated areas than it does to serve those in the unincorporated areas. However, customers in all incorporated areas are exempt from these higher rates. Tucson Water's proposed rate hike is not based on a comprehensive cost of service study. Instead, there was an end in mind, raising rates solely on their customers in the unincorporated county. With that goal, they put together a methodology to justify their end. It may ultimately pass legal muster, which, I imagine, is why both the city attorney's office and paid consultants worked on it, but that doesn't make it right. The ratepayers in the unincorporated county have been referred to as, quote, non-owners, unquote, of the utility because they live outside the boundaries of the city. I do not feel that that is a term that should be applied to a third of the utility's ratepayers who have helped it to grow and prosper for decades. I value the county's relationship with the city. We work together as partners in so many ways, and there will doubtless be many more opportunities for collaboration. I also honor each one of you for your commitment to public service. But adopting this proposal would be unfair to a sizable part of Tucson Water's customers. I would ask that you instead do a comprehensive cost of service study of the entire system so that all ratepayers, regardless of their address, are treated in an objective, unbiased manner. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Our next speaker is Paul Buckey.
He just gave my speech. Mayor Romero and council members, my name is Paul Buckey. I'm an unpaid speaker. I live in unincorporated Pima County, but like tens of thousands of others, I'm a Tucson Water customer. What I'm about to share may seem small compared to the suffering happening globally and locally, but this issue matters because it touches on fairness, respect, and the kind of community that we want to be. From the beginning, Pima County and the city of Tucson have worked together to manage and deliver water. Through the Central Arizona Project and share infrastructure like the Wells Tucson Water Draws Farm in unincorporated areas, this has always been a cooperative effort. So why does this current proposal feel like it throws all of that collaboration into the trash? This plan divides us. It echoes a message I've heard too often. If you want to have a say, then annex. But where's the respect for individuality? Where's the commitment to open, inclusive dialogue? What happened to serving the greater good together? I live just a few blocks from the city line. My neighbor whose water rate, uses the same water from the same pipes maintained by the same partnerships will see their bill go down, mine will go up. This is not just about numbers, this is about dignity. It's about being seen and treated as equal partners in our region's future. And the timing feels especially unjust. For many of us, including myself, are going to see our water bill rise by hundreds of dollars per month, as happened with me in the last illegal one. These are not minor increases. These are serious burdens. And when we ask for accountability, we're labeled non-owners. That's upsetting. We are longstanding customers who have helped Tucson Water thrive. Let's also remember when the county sued over the last differential rate, the courts ruled the county's favor. Hence, the city took a step in the right direction by commissioning a new cost of service study after the previous rate structure was ruled unlawful. But as Commissioner Rex Scott just noted, this new study still fails to present a holistic picture of the entire water system. It excludes key parts of the customer base and leads to a conclusion that once again puts fairness at risk. But the county has decided it's not worth the cost to sue again. Heck, they got reimbursed for the last lawsuit, but the people, the individual residents who paid those illegal charges, got nothing. We got no reimbursement, we got no recognition, so we're stuck, paying more without recourse and without a voice. Some say that other cities like Phoenix do this, but as it was just noted, Tucson is about 1/3 of the entire customer base, which makes this different. That makes this more serious. We are retirees, working families, longtime residents who have contributed for decades to the economic and environmental well-being of this region. We've supported the city's green tree movement, planting and maintaining trees on larger lots that help cool our shared desert. That kind of stewardship should be not punished, it should be honored. As I heard over and over, the city is under pressure due to state withholding shared revenues, which is why I heard this last time. Let's not take out on county residents. Instead of dividing us, work with the county to get those funds back. Show leadership that unites, not penalize the very people who've stood with you. And finally, I sent letters to each of you weeks ago. I never received a single reply. That silence hurts, because if you won't hear us now, when will you? I'm not asking for a handout. I'm asking for integrity, for solutions that reflect our history, our shared infrastructure, and our shared values. Let's build a water policy that unites us, not one that pits neighbor against neighbor. Thank you.
Okay, so that was our last speaker that filled a card. Is there anyone else in this audience wishing to be heard on this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion to close the public hearing. There's a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. The public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12178, 12179, and 12180 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12178 relating to water, amending certain portions of the Tucson Code, Chapter 27, Water, Article 2, Rates and Charges, Section 27-33, Monthly Potable Water Service to adjust the water supply fee for FY 2026 for all Tucson water customers, incorporated and unincorporated, and setting an effective date. Ordinance number 12179 relating to water, amending certain portions of the Tucson Code, Chapter 27, Water, Article 2, Rates and Charges, Section 27-33, Monthly Potable Water Service to increase conservation charge to 15 cents for non-differential and differential Tucson water customers and setting an effective date. Ordinance number 12180 relating to Tucson Water, authorize and approve amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 27, Water, Article 3, Rates and Charges, Section 27-55, monthly green water infrastructure fee by increasing the green stormwater infrastructure volumetric potable charge to customers in the city of Tucson, declaring an emergency and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, by procedure, do we have to make a motion for all three? I mean, separately, or can we consider them all through one motion?
You can consider them all through one motion, correct?
You can do it either way. I did have one correction to read. I mentioned at the study session, so I'll do that now. The version of the ordinance that went out under 12178 relating to the rates included a Scrivener's error in section 27-33, subparagraph 4, relating to the monthly water supply fee surcharge. The correct amount is $1.25, which is the current amount, not $1.30. It's not increasing.
So that noted.
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt ordinance numbers 12178, 12179, 12180 with the Scrivener's error correction in the record.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilwoman Lee.
I want to just address a few things, and I want to thank Mr. Bucky and Mr. Scott for speaking. I want to make it really clear that the original proposal was half this at 10%, and we got taken to court. But the delta, if you use the average number of CCFs, the delta will be $6.34. That's $6.34. If you're one of the users that uses a 15 CCFs, it's a lot of water. It's less than 5% of our customers use that one much, I believe the delta will be just under $11. There are some provisions that the city folks pay in fees that the county folks don't pay. And this is done because of the investments made in infrastructure retroactively when we develop the system, as well as some of the administrative costs that the city takes on, especially when Tucson water is actionable. So I think there's a bunch of different, this has to do with water. But the two speakers came up and did talk about the county and the city and that they're partners. And we are partners. But it's really hard to be partners and talk about PAYNES when we don't talk about PAYGO funds, or we don't talk about state share revenues, and we don't talk about a law in tax equity that is punitive to the city and the county simultaneously, and it's in your court to help us fix. I mean, we have to think about these things. Look, that has nothing to do with this ordinance today, but if you're going to bring up about being fair, then I want to be clear, it isn't fair. And that's kind of the piece to this. I mean, that's why we proposed this in the first place. Phoenix, Scottsdale, Flagstaff, Yuma all have differential rates. Phoenix has 50% differential rates. It is something that should have been done in 1979, and it absolutely should have been done in 2009 after the state legislature passed the tax equity law. It costs us $84 million in state shared revenues to the region. That's what that law causes us, with the county insisting to provide municipal services where they shouldn't be available. And moreover, we just borrowed $53 million, or the county just borrowed $53 million, part of which are property taxes paid by city residents that go into paving roads that are not available to city residents. So when we talk about what's fair, we need to really talk about what's fair. Every single year, it is now, not that I'm complaining, but every single year we get charged for service for public health, for jail board. We're supposed to have a public health system through the county. We don't have one. That is a county-based services. We're supposed to have an enveloping court system with alternatives for jail and a large continuum of care. We don't have that one, and we have a jail that for a long time had almost, it seemed like there was a person dying there once a month. And you want to talk to me about what's fair. So I want to be really clear that there's no way, there's an easy way to get out of paying this. You set up a municipal district that collects property, that you set up a municipal district, you annex into another city, you incorporate. There's multiple options here to avoid the differential rates. But at the end of the day, this is about what's fair. And ultimately, when the city of Tucson faces an action regarding Tucson water, it's the city taxpayers that have to back that. Not only that, when we built out this infrastructure, it was the city taxpayers that signed off to borrow those bonds. The county does not issue those bonds for that infrastructure. The city does. So, of course, it's on us. So that's kind of my high horse. On the more practical thing, I was actually gonna ask for a reduction because I wanted to make sure we weren't jamming people up on the amounts, but the $6 amount seems pretty reasonable. And that's considering we don't even charge 2.4% on the sewage fees. I remember when I was about 26 years old and the county sewage fee tripled my water bill. So I just want to be clear that I don't think that this stuff wasn't taken lightly. And we wanted it to be 10%, and we got sued. So now it's 19. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you, Councilmember Cunningham, bringing up the average increase to the the resident is $6.34 a month versus hundreds, because I think that is an important point to make. We're talking about, on average, $6.34 a month. I was hoping that our staff, Tim or John, might be able to address the concerns of the validity of the study. We're all making this decision based on a study that we commissioned and had done, and we're going off of those numbers. So to address the supervisor's concerns with the validity of the study or the methodology, could someone just please speak to that for us?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Lee, and John can certainly weigh in with additional comments. This study was done by one of the top firms in the country. That's what they do, is types of study for water rates and wastewater rates. And it's actually a firm that's been used by Pima County in the past for wastewater rates. And we also convened experts from the other firms nationally who do water rate making to be the independent expert advisory panel to review every single step of the way to make sure it's being done by the book. This includes the people that wrote the book on how to do rate making. The allegation that there was an end result in mind is offensive because that is wholly untrue and demonstrably false, and I'm very disappointed that that was alleged tonight because that is wholly untrue. And it was a comprehensive study. It was a cost of service-based study. It was by the book, and it was per the direction of Mayor and Council to be exactly that. With that, I don't know if Director Kamiki, you have anything to add?
No, thank you.
Thanks for addressing that, Tim.
Councilmember Perez?
Thank you, Mayor Romero. A question for Mr. Timmer. Out of curiosity, for low-income assistance, is that specific for those that live within the city, or is that available to any Pima County resident?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, non-residents of the city always have and continue to be eligible for all of our customer assistance programs. The low-income assistance programs, we have many customers in the unincorporated area that benefit and are eligible for that and always have been.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Although I strongly support the concept of differential water rates and agree with the study and agree with going forward with this, but I will not be supporting the proposal in front of us today for a different sort of point. I applaud the previous unanimous vote on this, and specifically the leadership of my colleague Paul Cunningham, who championed differential rates and the vote to divide those revenues into priorities that supported expanding low-income assistance, capital improvements, and providing more green infrastructure in our heat-stressed neighborhoods. I asked for that as part of this process, but was not given that alternative. I feel strongly that we're missing an opportunity to use dedicated funding to expand programs that support families who are struggling financially and residents who in the hottest neighborhoods due to lack of equitable green space. While I've been told that the proposal in front of us was designed in a way to be revenue neutral and thus avoid lawsuits, I don't find that argument particularly compelling. In fact, the only thing we lost with the last lawsuit was time. The city was able to keep the 17 million it collected previously, and we're still moving forward with the rate increase. As an elected, I would prefer to have the options before us and discuss those and how to use the millions in revenues rather than just the one option in front of us that does not do that. So I'll be voting no, but I assume it's going to pass. Thank you.
Any others? I just wanted to add to the issues in terms of the water study. I know that Tucson Water recently conducted a study to better understand how much it costs to provide water to both city residents and those living in unincorporated areas of Pima County. The study clearly found that it costs more to serve areas outside of the city of Tucson due to the larger infrastructure needed and the higher demands on our system. And so I too feel that it is inappropriate to accuse the city of Tucson of having an end goal in mind. The proposed rate and fee adjustments also help keep the city of Tucson fiscally healthy with balanced revenues and costs over time to provide public services needed for the community. It ensures that the costs of providing water are fairly distributed between all customers. It helps Tucson Water continue to maintain and improve our water system. It helps planning for current and future water resources and infrastructure needs, promoting water conservation throughout the community, and provide financial assistance for low-income customers who qualify everywhere that Tucson Water serves its customers. So therefore, I will be supporting the item, and this includes also the green stormwater infrastructure as well as the community conservation fee. If there's no further input or questions or feedback, I believe we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Nick Sulik?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
No.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12178, 12179, and 12180 passes via vote of 5-1. Item 9.
Fixing, levying, and assessing the primary and secondary property taxes for fiscal year 2025-26.
City Manager's communication number 195 dated June 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12174 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12174 relating to taxation, fixing, levying, and assessing primary and secondary property taxes for the City of Tucson upon the assessed valuation of the property within the City of Tucson subject to taxation, each at a rate for each $100 of valuation sufficient to raise the amount estimated to be required in the annual budget, less the amounts estimated to be received from other sources of revenue and unencumbered balances from previous fiscal year, all for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance number 12174.
There's a motion. There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Sulik?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12174 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
City Magistrate, appointment of City Magistrate to fill vacancy and fixing compensation.
City Manager's communication number 204 dated June 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12177 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12177 relating to city magistrates, appointing a city magistrate of the City of Tucson to fill a vacancy resulting from the resignation of Judge Lisa Sorrillo, fixing compensation, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I'd like to move that we appoint Al Bond to the empty seat.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No discussion, Mayor, but I need to point something out. Because of the timing of this process, you just got the recommendations last week, we weren't able to identify what the starting date of a term would be of the new magistrate. So when we are able to figure that out, which includes having a conversation with the newly appointed magistrate, we will put that into the ordinance. If in fact that date is July 13th or thereafter, what we will do is we will set the salary to include that 1.5% increase. We've talked about this a couple of times, that the rest of the city employees are getting effective July 13th. So in that instance, we will put in the effective date and we will correct the salary amount in the ordinance to reflect that newly adjusted amount, which is $159,771. And we'll make a Scrivener's error correction to the Mayor and Council communication, both with respect to the dollar amount and to the 1.5% adjustment. It references 2024. It's actually for the one that's about to go into effect on July 13th, 2025. That's it.
Duly noted. Thank you so much. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Congratulations, Judge Bond. Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12177 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations. Thank you. Item 11.
City Magistrate, reappointment of City Magistrate Geraldine S. Hale and fixing compensation.
City Manager's communication number 197 is received and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12176 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12176 relating to city magistrates, reappointing Geraldine S. Hale to another 4-year term as city magistrate of the city of Tucson, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt the reappointment of Judge Hale.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to pass and adopt Ordinance 12176 and reappoint Geraldine Hale as city magistrate. Any discussion on this? I just want to note for the record that the City Magistrate's Merit Selection Commission voted 7-0 to recommend the reappointment of Judge Hale to the position of City Magistrate from August 17th, 2025 through August 16th, 2029. Appreciate the work of the Merit Selection Commission, and I want to thank Judge Hale for wanting to continue your service for the City of Tucson. With that, we do need to go to roll call.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12176 passes by a vote of 6-0.
And Madam Mayor, if I might add, I saw you searching for Judge Hale in the audience. She's traveling, she's watching online,
Okay.
and wants to express her gratitude for the reappointment.
Thank you so much. Alrighty. Item 12.
Reconsideration of ordinance amendments in response to Proposition 312 as approved by Arizona voters on November 5th, 2024, amending Tucson Code Chapter 11 to add a new section 11-51, prohibiting camping in washes and watercourses, and amending Tucson Code 21-11 and 21-3, 5, and 4 relating to camping in public parks.
City Manager's communication number 207 dated June 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12181 and 12182 by number and title only. And I know that Mr. Rankin has some changes.
Ordinance number 12181 relating to parks and recreations, amending Tucson Code Chapter 21, Parks and Recreation, Article 1, Operation and Regulation of Parks, Section 1-21, definitions by amending the definition of camping in Section 21-1, and amending camping prohibitions in city parks and declaring an emergency. Ordinance number 12182 relating to crimes and offenses, amending Tucson Code Chapter 11, Crimes and Offenses by adding a new section, 11-51, camping in washes to regulate safety of washes by prohibiting camping and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Romero?
Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, so, I want to begin by acknowledging the concerns raised by many in our community, those present here today, in opposition to this ordinance. I take their concerns seriously. That said, I think I'm in a unique position that obviously I step into this role undertaking the remainder of Councilmember Finbrez's term, whom I'm completing, who had expressed his intention to support this ordinance. And though I was appointed, I do feel a clear mandate from Ward 5 to support this measure, not as a rejection of unhoused individuals, but out of a belief that no one should live in a wash or park. We have a responsibility to encourage use of the available resources. And so with that, it's my intention to support this ordinance, and I would motion to approve.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to pass and adopt Ordinance 12181 and 12182. Any further discussion?
Honorable Mayor, there was discussion today during the study session about revising the definition of camping within each of these two ordinances, and I'm just going to give a quick contextual background. So Chapter 21 of the Tucson Code is where the parks regulations reside, and the park regulations already prohibit camping in parks, but use a definition that quite frankly is overbroad and has been largely unenforceable for a number of years, in that it prohibits camping in a way that it defines it as to include using any temporary structure or device or even a blanket or a shade cloth to protect against the elements while in a park. And that's just, it's been too overbroad to enforce. So what we would do through this amendment in Chapter 21 with respect to parks is change the focus away from if someone's in the park during the day that has a blanket or a sleeping bag, et cetera, to whether they're actually trying to establish a place in the park to use as a temporary place to live. And you had that conversation this afternoon, and we have language ready to make that change. Consistent change then would be made in the proposed WASH ordinance so that it would define camping in the same way. So I'm going to go ahead and read what the final language would say for each of those ordinances. With respect to camping in the WASH, it would read that camping is defined as setting up or remaining at a campsite, and then campsite, it would be defined as any place where tents, shade structures, boxes, furniture, mattresses, or other materials are used for the purpose of establishing or maintaining a temporary place to live, or where any stove or fire is placed for the purpose of establishing or maintaining a temporary place to live. What that does is it removes just references to a campsite being a place where bedding or sleeping bags, et cetera, is used for bedding purposes. Okay, so you see how it changes the focus there. So the same change would be made in the parks ordinance so that we're using consistent definitions of camping. And it will be revised to read, camp means set up or remain at any place in a park where tents, shade structures, boxes, furniture, mattresses, or other materials are used for the purpose of establishing or maintaining a temporary place to live, or where any stove or fire is placed for the purpose of establishing or maintaining a temporary place to live.
Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you. I want to appreciate those changes, and it was my colleague, I think, Karen Ulick, who came up with that possibility. Nevertheless, I'm going to, for the same reasons I voted no on the WASH ordinance last time, I'm going to vote no on it this time as well.
Any others? Councilmember Perez.
I would just add, obviously still in support of the motion with the addition of the amendments that the city attorney had just mentioned. I think throughout public comment, as well as through the meetings that we've had, the communications that we've been sent, I think that there is a clear level of either miscommunication or a lack of communication on the available resources that the city affords our residents, housed or unhoused. And so, I think I would express to staff that we really consider how we're leveraging our communication channels. Because as far as I look back, though we have a strong communication outputs from our community and housing and development department, I don't see a lot of that coming out from the city of Tucson through its primary channels. And so I would urge us to consider how we're making use of those, not just through mayor and council, but through central city avenues.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Just going back to the discussion we had earlier today, that's pretty much all the comments I've had. This has been a very challenging issue, but the challenges really come down to the delineation of all the folks that we have that are engaged in services, the folks that need to be engaged in services, the folks that probably don't want to. And this is not an easy task, but the safety concerns among the feedback and the feedback and insistence from my constituents are heard very well. So that's all.
I wanted to add some comments because I really recognize the concerns and really strong feelings of individuals both in favor of these ordinances and those concerned and opposed to these ordinances. I acknowledge their perspectives. They're important for all of us. As mayor and council, and as mayor for the past 6 years, I fought for the creation of many different programs, and still do. I agree with you, Councilmember Perez. Someone in the call to the audience talked about you should institutionalize a program of Housing First instead. Well, we've had Housing First for the past 6 years. We've invested millions of dollars in Housing First. Excuse me, I will have to remove you if you continue. I will have to remove you. I have the microphone. I have the microphone. You already had an opportunity. And we have done everything we possibly can. Alrighty, we are going to have to remove you, sir. I have the microphone. What type of privilege do you have you have an you are privileged. Okay, let's remove him, please. I absolutely agree with your First Amendment. You cannot interrupt a public meeting. We understand how exasperated people feel, but I do want to reiterate, we've created Housing First, we have created Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, we are working closely with Pima County. This is much more than unsheltered homelessness. This is also a public health crisis, an opioid crisis, a fentanyl crisis, and I feel it's very important that we work with our Pima County partners that provide public health. I hear what the community has to say, and I hear you. But I also go out to neighborhood association meetings around the community, and people ask me, what is it that you are going to do about the housing crisis? And Councilmember Perez, I tell them about the Violence Interruption and Vitalization Program. I tell them about all of the programs that we're working on to provide resources for the most unfortunate amongst us. I agree, it's very upsetting. I wish we had much more money to be able to provide dignified and safe housing for everyone. But we've got to be able to respond to what voters in the city of Tucson told us they wanted. Elections have consequences, and voters in the city of Tucson were very clear by passing Proposition 312 that they want jurisdictions, both the city and the county, to do something about the unsheltered crisis. So, absolutely, I understand.
Let's just do the vote.
So with that, I'd like to, call the vote or?
Yeah, what I would suggest at this point, Councilmember Dahl has indicated he's going to vote against at least one of the ordinances. I would suggest that you vote on each ordinance individually based on that, so that the vote can be recorded for each.
Alrighty, so you'd like to have us consider separately?
Yes.
Okay, so there's, do we need separate motions?
If we could.
Alrighty.
So the motion could be just take them in order, ordinance 12181 relating to parks.
12181. All those in favor of passing ordinance 12181 signify, do we need a roll call? We need a roll call. Okay.
Mr. Perez?
This is for
12181.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
No.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12181 passes by a vote of 5-1. Ordinance 12182.
This is for ordinance 12182. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
No.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12182 passes by a vote of 5-1. Item 13.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be Tuesday, August 8th, 2025 on or after 5:30 p.m.
I feel bad that I voted for people.